So first of all, let's look at initial lowest common denominator state being glorified, right? Like the whatever immediate physical initial state, and then also you have like why would you need to censor certain aspects of reality, where you have like censor certain parts of reality in terms of like a stimuli acme. Why would that be embarrassing? Some inherent basic nature and process. Why would that be embarrassing? Right, just some natural thing that exists all the time. Because you have to like create some appearance of some artificial state. Like, oh, that's somehow negative or shameful. It's a way to kind of control it. Certainly a way to control it in terms of some illusion that you have to pretend like you're above it, but then you're simply controlled by it. So you place undue emphasis on it and act like you're above it just so you can control it and reduce it to some other state, right, to rationalize, for example, specifying it. So it's a value that's being posed that's not actually real value. It's value used to control it in a certain way. And then you also have like people don't realize the self-awareness or choice in performative aspects. Like you realize, oh, you just like face value, lowest common denominator, like not an unthinking state where you just mindlessly react to things. It's treated like a positive or something where you don't realize that it's a conscious, deliberate thing that you're doing. And so it's a false inherent outward state, and you're defined more by non, like if you don't do it. And so now there's a sense of indignant insistence or personalization on a process, but again, on one hand, if the process was absolute, then it would be done universally, no matter what. And it wouldn't need overcompensation. So there's a great degree of closed structure contrivance that has to happen, like well, this process is a value, but we only value it selectively dependent over extended pretense, rational basis, inherent non-basis of self. But then if you were to try to value the process inherently, just in and of itself, oh no, that can't be. Or like where there'd be no dependent over extended pretense, etc. That's not good. And if you try to, it's like this awareness that people collectively have. Like you don't really value something, but you pretend to value it. And again, like the initial performative basis, like, oh, that's just a reaction or that's just genuine. But it's also like you are choosing to do that, you just don't realize it. But somehow a good thing to not think about it or do it in short form, reactionary basis is good. Any sort of thought is bad. And that's only true within some sort of functional basis, like, oh, the idea that, like, more experience or more experience rather than a fuller experience is more valuable. So like, you'd rather do more things faster somehow, but reduce them each to a lesser state, half-mass state, unthinking state, than to actually think about them, because it turns into, and create a greater measure or basis of value. So you're taking, again, false inherent, contrivance response, false absolute, but then you're practicing it in a half-mass way that shows you it's artificial and actively upheld and contrived. But yeah, it'd be interesting to do that with some sort of camera element, but I guess in this case it'd be showing the same thing over and over. Or like that, just my 70-20-10 concept, like if you record everything, then you can just like find, oh, there's this one noteworthy moment that you kind of compile that, or like there's this expression like narcissists and social media, like, oh, recording things people do and things like that. But the whole problem with it is that everything people do throughout history or everything, there's a form of that in there too. Like, again, most social interaction or emotion is just irrational insistence upon the self. Like, when people used to, people write in a diary, or people draw sort of cave paintings, or people, socially gossiping and stuff like that. All that's a form of irrational insistence upon the self in the way that, could be seen the same way, right? You're kind of expressing yourself or insisting upon some mundane experience, whatever, that you have. Giving, sort of undue value to something just because it's you that's experiencing it, just because it happened to you, kind of. And so there's a performative level that it happens on where you're in like a closed structure state, pre-con, overextended, as sort of a false duality that has to exist to make contrivance somehow valuable. So zero-sum means would be a stark way to remove the need, like, now all of this goes out the window, or again, like a non or unconditional basis would be presented, by which you have, it's always projected, right? Non-neutrality is projected into something, which is a fascinating dynamic. So the undue emphasis that's placed, an artifice that's done to achieve an end, right, is somehow a good thing, but again, you're sort of overcompensating or bypassing. But in the absence of that, it's not that the incentive is not there, right, such that the undue emphasis isn't needed. It's that it's there, but it's assumed, right, projected zero-sum stimuli acme. It's assumed with just like, oh, it's a lack of ability to get it, or like they're not covering it up. But maybe they're not covering it up because there's nothing there. Or it's a false duality worldview that incentive is a pure projection. Like, maybe the reason why they didn't put forth the effort to artifice something is because they don't want anything, or they don't believe in that and they're more direct about it, or it's some other form of a contrivance state. So you have a lesser basis of undue emphasis that you have to place. And always undue emphasis is arbitrary because it's interchangeable. You could place it on anything theoretically, or not, or to varying degrees. So it becomes a contest of contrivance. And again, people have this sort of half-mass cynical realization, but then it's not. It's treated as like an aberration of the practice. Like, if you seem to value something too much, oh, that's a bad thing. But then if you seem to not value it at all, that's also a bad thing. So anything that makes people aware of the nature of a process, or that there is a process, is a bad thing, but never the process itself. So, for example, in the absence of performative aspects or contrivance notion, that's a bad thing. And the reason why it's a bad thing is because again, that false duality dependent over extended pretense is assumed and projected universally. Again, closed structure, contrivance state. But not only that, it's sort of like that aspect is somehow comforting over compensative basis. So you'd rather have that. Right, whereas a non-neutral thing is kind of negative somehow. And it's negative because, again, contrivance state requires constant outward insistence, constant reinforcement through externality. Which shows you the nature of closed structure contrivance, right? It wouldn't see an incentive when there is one, or not take issue with it over compensated basis, but it would seemingly, it's like you have to spell it out for people, right? This process would be bad if you were aware of it, but if it was overcompensated for, you wouldn't see it, therefore it wouldn't be there, therefore it wouldn't be bad. Or you'll project it where it isn't there, because again, somebody has no need to overcompensate for it because there's nothing there to overcompensate for. But then you would see it there where it's not present because you're projecting it, and then you wouldn't see it where it's overcompensated for, or it somehow wouldn't be a negative then. Again, look at the two scenarios. Like someone who has no incentive, and therefore no undue emphasis to go along with it, that's negative because we're going to project some incentive. Whereas somebody who does have an incentive, placing undue emphasis is a good thing, or at least not a negative, because somehow we take that at face value in some other way, where that exposes the whole duality of it, right? So everything is incentivized, cynical, non-base of self, but it won't be fully practiced. It's practiced in an overextended collective contrivance state. There's a false standard at work, but then it requires constant bypassing, overcompensation, appearance, pretense basis. But then, and nothing else can exist. Again, outward insistence on the closed structure contrivance state, right? No other measure can exist, and so it has to project itself everywhere, and sort of actively prevent the presence or existence of anything else. There's an invalidating basis there of consistency, right? There's a non-base of self, but then consistently value the self, but then that's not done. But then some pretense overextended element, that's also not done. So it's a constant conflict of contrivance. You might think, oh, well, this is something people are somehow aware of, but whether they're aware of it and struggle with it willingly doesn't seem to be the case on the initial level, or they'll acknowledge it to some degree but still practice it. But it's reactionary, arbitrary, certainly lacking in credibility, not consistent, not able to be outwardly insisted, not able to be assumed as a measure of others else, not able to be projected that way. So it could be done then on an individual, not credible, reactionary, arbitrary basis, but certainly not outwardly insisted or overextended upon. So it has no credibility because it has no self-aware defined measure, no consistency, conflict of contrivance is present. So So there's this sense of constantly judging and performing, but then not acknowledging, not being aware of it at the same time, and then also like sort of being in a position where let me think. I'll react to something here, I guess, but I often say it like I'm going to and then I don't. But again, yeah, to be aware of it's not to be above it. Anybody can think. The mind is objective, universal. Don't specify personalized thought or objectivity or a thought process, right? Like, does the idea make sense or not? Doesn't matter who thought of it or said it or anything like that. Doesn't matter in terms of the fact that there was something I was just about to say now I forgot. But this is just like a verbal notepad. If I combine all my notes ever, from my phone and from my old documents, and some of them are phones that are no longer even functional, there'd be tremendous value in that, but I'm too lazy to do it, or that's just how I do it. So, but it does develop a whole way of thinking that's kind of a little more advanced, but again, that's where the mind conflicts with the physical state, but it doesn't have to be at odds with one another, but that's where cognitive dissonance comes in, so people have to believe that everything they're doing is absolutely the best thing to do, or otherwise why would they do it? Because they can imagine everything else. So there's like this narrow, myopic, willful ignorance, like, I support what I value because of either non-basis self, nearness postulate, or because of some supposed standard that's not really held accountable or consistent, because that would invalidate everything by extension, like, I do this because it's the best blank. But if you actually were to measure that in a measurable way, like a criteria, you would realize that there are plenty of other things that could be equal, or you're not credible to make that judgment, or so it comes down to something else, but you pretend like it's that. Right, the semi-acme specification is a clear example of that. You also have the ability to I wish I could do that somehow, that I could go through, but I'll be afraid I'll accidentally delete something, like go through different notes on my phone and just read through them, but it'll be impossible. Like here, I'll maybe even try it, but it'll be impossible because I can't actually do it. It'll fuck up, like, somehow. Like here, I'll have to skim through too, but, reading while driving is not exactly the best idea. I'll keep glancing over. So, like, I'll go through some of my notes, and I use, like, a Black Note app because it's a little better than your base app, but it also isn't that great either. It keeps showing ads, but what if I don't have any sort of connection, though? Right, like, what if I'm not online or I don't have phone service? It has to still work, maybe without the ads, or it has it maybe built in. Let me just read some of these, okay? It's all artifice, and I use absolute to speak and texting to kind of, make it simpler. But because it's done so well and consistently, it seems like it's real. It seems like it's not. So you look at, like, certain systems, like a banking system or using credit cards, right? That's what I was kind of thinking about when I was writing this, but it seems real because it's done by universal acknowledgement, and, like, let's pretend this is real, even though money itself isn't real, and even though gold itself is only, whatever intrinsic value something may have, we get further and further away from it. Gold is ultimately just gold, but, like, it still doesn't have inherent true value, but because it's relatively rare, because it's, that could be the whole plot of a movie, right? Like, now that we're going to break open some asteroid and it's going to have tons of gold and it's going to completely devalue gold. But, it's a case where you go from that, whatever inherent value might be there, like actual products or goods, to, food and natural resources, to, like a bartering system, to gold, to then you go from gold to then other kinds of coins and stuff, to then paper money, and then from paper money to now something even less than that, just digital, imaginary, cards and stuff. So the point is, it's not real, and it only seems real by acknowledgement, and so it's just that easy to reduce it to artifice too. Like if some major thing happened, now all of a sudden it goes all out, you'll say, oh, it's insured, but will it really, when an apocalyptic situation happens, will it really be insured, right? Like something like that is always the fake promise. Oh, we'll be there for you when you really need it, but when you really need it, like as a society, everybody's gone through something, like the whole country needs it, now they don't have it, right? It'll go bust. So you see what I mean? Like, oh, there's always the security net, but then when something really extreme happens, oh, now we can't help you because it's too extreme of a circumstance. So it'll be there for you until you really need it, like on an individual basis. So it seems like it's real, but it's real only by acknowledgement, and because it's sort of glorified, desired, bypassing certain accountability, critical thinking, and it's sort of artifice within artifice that, like, you have indoctrination and empirical versus individual and personal, overcompensation, lowest common denominator. I don't remember exactly what I was saying with this, like, artifice within artifice, like society itself is already artificial, then a process within that is even more artificial, like social contrivance and whatever. Similar obsession with stimuli, acme projection, like, I'm actually not 100% sure where I was going with that. Confidence and contrivance, acknowledgement, full or partial cognitive dissonance. So, right, like when you're apprehensive about something, is it, oh, I'm apprehensive in social situations around other people, or are you just acutely aware of human nature and accounting for it accurately, or are you, inhibited about the contrivance state itself, right? The very need of it, the very self-defeating inconsistencies of it, all that. But then see, it's personalized, like, oh no, that's just you not being good at that. In a manner, you're right. It's a person not being good at it. But what is it that they're not being good at is more complete. There's the ability versus will aspect. Like, it's not simply your ability to do some process that's absolute and inherent, like simply surviving in the wild, in nature, Darwinism, something like that. It's, are you good at doing this artificial process of this exact culture, with this exact language, with these exact customs, at this exact time in history, under these arbitrary, reactionary, inconsistent, self-defeating, objectively, kind of criteria. And the reasoning behind that is the fact that, it's inconsistent. So that was like the first note. I guess I can do it if I have to keep stopping, but otherwise it's going to be very hard. Cult-like society, social contrivance, stops things from happening, or stops things, period. So what it means is, I'm sort of explaining some of the background to it, but society is cult-like in the sense that it stops things, whereas objectivity and thought and the long-form postulate doesn't stop. It encourages and embraces and identifies the nature of the process. So the cult-like society aspect will have to, like, censor reality in the sense that it will censor reality, and it's sort of like it stops people from thinking. It deals in false certainties rather than uncertainty, unwillingness to be puzzled, right? A functional zero-sum basis, but it's half-mass. So would you rather do a half-mass existence or, sacrifice for the collective contrivance, machination process, etc.? Or would you rather, again, minimalism, less is more? Now you don't have to overextend, so now you have the inherent state. Even if you don't benefit from collective contrivance, machination process, you still have the idea that you're able to, at least we're stopped for a long time here so I can look through these, but yeah, that's the cultish basis. Like, oh, you have to, like, censor reality, like some inherent basic natural process, like the stimuli acme. Right, like, oh, something is natural as sex that animals have all the time. That's just, oh, these are just basic human body parts. And, things that are just normal, natural parts of life have to be censored and controlled and prevented from free, thought or consideration or observation. And that has to be done because you're creating an artificial state that, again, if you vouch for that, you say, like, oh, that's just part of it. You just have to do it. It's a good thing, collective contrivance, whatever. But even if you do that, then you vouch for it. Right, if you aware of and vouch for the contrivance state, then all conflict that goes along with it is your choice and of your own creation. And then the same is true of the stimuli acme, like you're preserving it all the more. So you're vouching for the state. You're vouching for the conflict of contrivance. So the functional basis is interesting because, it's always talking about the same thing. Like you're either struggling with the inherent or the contrivance response to the inherent. You're kind of just overextending. And this is actually kind of nice to do because you're touching on a lot of topics, but some of these I'll have to skip because they're kind of just random things that don't have to do with anything. Or like there'll sometimes be ideas for clips. Like I'll be watching some video and it's like, oh, and then often my friend does that. I don't like even doing that, but like, oh, this would be funny if you took this clip and put this title and did this thing with it, as you're just kind of randomly watching something. So now you have a situation where pre-con reduced to structure, right? Preconceived notions reduced to structure collective is very important, right, to be done. So people will struggle to achieve a half-mass standard that they would value, it's like you can measure people in one of two ways here. Like, you struggle to achieve a half-mass standard, like a low standard, and you struggle to achieve that. So you can measure like, oh, look how well he's achieving that, or look how poorly he's achieving that, versus it would be lowly that you value such a low criteria in the first place, right? That you even value that in the first place as lowly, regardless of how well or poorly you overcompensate or don't overcompensate for it. False absolute requiring projection, ability versus will, right? So it's a false absolute structure, artificial, but it's like everything must be, it's unquestionable, right, that the process is absolute and it's set in stone, and that's just how it is, right? Things are the way they are because that's the way they should be. It's absolute, it's unquestionable, that's it. And any deviation from that is not a matter of will, like somebody not wanting to do it for a certain reason, or having a different measure, different priority, different view, different perspective, neutrality, remove the need, alternative, minimalistic lifestyle, just different. You can't have different standards, can't exist, because these are of course absolute. So it must be always a matter of ability to achieve this absolute, not a difference or deviation in measure, standard, preference, priority, etc. So that would be the ability versus will. Preconceived overextension. So now vouching for the contrivance state. I'm sort of skipping some parts, but you vouch for, I was just talking about that. You vouch for the state. Low standard is arbitrary, half-mass reduction, and it requires overcompensation. It's arbitrary, it's a result of just, and what's interesting with that is like all these things that people take for granted today, somebody had to think about or establish at some point in the past or present or whatever, right? But they blindly fixate on those because they're already established pre-con. So that shows you people's reactionary nature. They won't think about or judge or assess something from a self-aware, inherent-based, objective state. They'll just reactively reinforce it because it's already established, already there. So that, so if somebody presents like a concept, that's no good, but something that's already accepted, right, doesn't mean it's absolute or right or true. It just means it's accepted, right? It could be arbitrary, like so many things in human history, right? People have accepted blindly certain things and then they regret them later. But that doesn't make it accurate or true or absolute. It's not that an absolute would be necessary to outwardly insist upon it too, the way that people do with certain standards, which of course nothing is absolute. Absolute is the definition, right? Rejecting, of course that's my definition of it. That's not really what the word means, but an absolutist creed would be that there are no absolutes. So then you place emphasis on human potential and self-actualization instead of deferring to invisible authority like a god or something and just saying, oh, that's the way it's meant to be, or you can't control it. Instead you have a case of this empirical authority situation where you're not able to you're not able to okay, so let me see. It's not that certain things hold up to... Oh, yeah, this is a big one. I don't think I've said this on these recordings before. This is a very good logical razor. This one I almost forgot about. I just randomly... These are all recent notes that I made, too. It's not that certain things uphold... Or, sorry. It's not that certain things hold up to scrutiny, but rather they bypass it instead through indoctrination, emphasis, censoring reality, right? You're indoctrinated when you're young to believe certain things, so now you believe those things, whereas something else that you consider now you won't believe because you'll hold it to scrutiny, like, oh, that doesn't make sense, or this or that. You'll poke holes in it, right? And hold it to high standard. But you didn't do that with the standards that you already believed when you were young, so those bypass that same scrutiny that you apply to everything else. You don't apply it to that. So it doesn't mean that those things are actually valid or true. It just means that they got you when you were young before you thought about it, and now you just blindly accept it. But if you had held that to the same scrutiny, this is the self-aware, inherent-based observation that I'm talking about. Now consider that with the same level of scrutiny, and you likely will poke holes in that too. Not completely discrediting it, but the same way that you would discredit partly everything else. Now you can decide, like, okay, maybe that's not an absolute measure, it's just reactionary. So, again, it's not that those things you believe so strongly hold up to scrutiny, it's that they bypassed it in the first place. Those are the things that are universally believed or whatever, strongly believed. And then some famous person said this just as a qualifier. So, oh, I'm just saying this random thing, so it's not valued. But, oh no, some famous person said it, therefore it's valued. Like, you know, appealing to that fallacy. Anyone can think, anyone can be objective. And so you have... Okay, so you have a thought process, infinite objective mind, which means, you know, every idea, everything that a person can think, you know, every thought process possible to occur is just an idea. So those aren't personalized. Like, oh, because you're the first person to think of it or you're the first person to verbalize, it doesn't matter. Like, anybody can think anything. It's just a choice. Like, think about this as I'm telling you it. Or you can choose to think anything anytime. That doesn't mean it defines you. That doesn't mean you vouch for it. It's far too variable to even do that, because you can go from 1 minute thinking about one thing and then the next minute think about something totally contrary. So you're defined by two opposite things 1 second from each other. So again, to simply think about it is not to endorse it. But that's almost how people personalize thoughts. Like, oh, look at this weird thing that this person was thinking or talking about. But what about everything else in the universe that they've thought about too? Like, it doesn't have to be defining. It's like the short form LCD definition. Anyone can think. So don't specify or personalize thought. It's an objective process, unlike the physical state. So define people's actions that way, but simply thinking or even talking about something, right, rises to a different level. Sometimes the best argument is this is pretty good too. A lot of these apply to religion, but just religion or contrivance or whatever. Sometimes the best argument against something is the flawed argument for it. Or another phrasing is that I used is something like sometimes the best argument against something is the lack of an argument for it, right? That they just like, oh, just worship God just because, and then there's a lot of, you know, foundational lacking. So it's just more like asserting and insisting. Simply stating it in dry, monotone, clear, right? It's sort of like the answer would be like, you know, if God created the universe, this is one of my things that I discussed also recently on those religious topics, like, you know, your logic dictates that everything must be created, and your answer is that God created the universe, God created everything, but then God, you know, by that logic, God too would need to be created. But if you make an exemption from the need to be created, that you pose as absolute, and that's the whole premise for this discussion, then God too must be created. But if God can be exempt from the need to be created, then why can't everything be exempt or anything else be exempt, right? Like, so, oh, everything must be created, and so some God-like figure must create it, but then God itself is exempt from the need to be created. right? Or must have been created by something else, and then that something else also needed to be created. So either way, your logic is not complete, because you're not answering then where did God come from? And you might say, well, God is just beyond the need of creation. But then, again, if you're making an exception in your own logic, and you say, well, God is an exception to the need to be created, but then why can't the universe be an exception to the need to be created? So in other words, your need is no longer absolute, because you can neither explain how God was created, nor could you say that there's no exception in the need, so your very own premise is used against you, right? No claim is being made there, right? Human logic would dictate that in the first place. And what you could never just admit is just like, what if we just don't know? What if we're just ignorant? What if we just don't know? Then what? Like, you know, so it wouldn't be asserting. It wouldn't be saying for sure this or that, but it would, in order to specify it and say, this is the God, this is their name, this is their ideology, this is their exact, you know, details of every little thing. Now you're specifying it. Now you're personalizing it. Now the burden of proof and claim is on the claim maker. So you're making all those claims, right? No claim is being made by somebody observing your own logical fallacy and sort of shutting it down. Although the psychological need and desire is certainly acknowledged there, you cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. So maybe I should just start using these in the titles of some of these videos, like use like one of these quotes in there. But simply stating something in dry and monotone, clear, straightforward form is often enough to discredit it or get people not to value it. And the reason why is because it'll require some constant contrivance, outward insistence, overcompensation, undue emphasis, appearance, pretense, performative, right, element. So simply stating it as it is, oh, that's somehow bad or boring or bland, or that's your fault for not overcompensating or dressing it up. But by simply not dressing up the process, you reveal it for what it is, and now all of a sudden people don't like it, or it's invalid, or it's somehow your fault. You're just like misapplying the process that's supposedly so valuable, but all you're doing is revealing the process for what it is. And so any process that requires that sort of external or constant upholding and pretense is certainly not absolute. It might have some functional basis to hold accountable, but it shouldn't require that. And then simply stating, observing something fully, deeply, honestly, objectively invalidates it, then if that's so, then the process itself is negative, not the thought or objectivity or observation. But again, it's tried to personalize, like, oh, it's your fault for thinking. It's your fault for, thinking that way, or thinking too deeply, or it's your fault. Just don't think. It's irrational insistence upon the self, not to point. Wait, what? Not to point over extended longevity, half-mass hedonism. I might have mistyped something here. I don't know what. Irrational insistence upon the self. Not to the point of overextended longevity, half-mass hedonism. Just the inconsistency of standards, though, is what that's generally referring to. This actually isn't that hard to do, come to think of it. So defined by myopic marginalization. So like, let's look at fetishes as an example. The idea that a fetish would be, or any sort of idiosyncrasy. Everyone has one, so why don't you just acknowledge everybody has idiosyncrasies, everybody has a fetish, so now it's not so weird. Yours would be weird to everybody else, the same way that theirs would be weird to you, so let's not stigmatize any and just realize. So yeah, if everybody has one, then it applies universally, and it allows you to, you'll think yours is fine because it's yours, or you'll be embarrassed of your own, but like, everybody has one, so don't be embarrassed of yours, but also everybody has one, so yours is no more or less weird than theirs, so you should be accepting of that because they'd be accepting of yours. Same thing with idiosyncrasies, etc., right? But there's like this hyper-awareness, non-base of self. You don't realize it in yourself, but you realize it in others. So you make a big thing, you pick on theirs, but then you don't realize that they can pick on yours the same way, that you have some too. So that lack in self-awareness. It's like with fetish. It'd be like saying every interaction with the opposite, oh, this is like a mocking, almost like a line of dialogue that I was writing out. Marginalizing a fetish, saying like, just because you have a fetish doesn't mean that everything to do with that, right, has to, like, so let's say you have a foot fetish, that doesn't mean that anytime you see feet that it has to be like that, or that's all you're thinking about all the time, right? The same way that, like, oh, you might be attracted to the opposite gender, let's say, that doesn't mean that you can't be friends with opposite gender or have any other interaction except for something to do with sexual. But this is sort of mocking it in a conversational way. Saying that having a fetish means that that's all you think about in that context would be like saying every interaction with the opposite gender is seen as something sexual and tied to that. Like, you can't be friends with the opposite gender. Oh, wait, that's actually how society thinks. What an insane position and worldview. Like, oh yeah, 4 billion people in the world are just completely there only for sex, and assuming you're not bisexual, right, that would make all 8 billion people, they're only for sex, and you can't be friends with them or have any other meaningful interaction, anything, aside from stimuli acme basis. So you decide for yourself that that's a logical worldview to have. But that was like a sarcastic, mocking thing. And then some of these I am writing out like almost like lines from a story, like certain characters that I'm channeling that I've written in the past and stuff. It's like the age of artifice is all, well, this one's not even really, whatever. The age of artifice is all but gone, where they can no longer rule by appearance, right, they can no longer rely on appearances and pretenses and all of this. They can no longer rule by omission because everything's kind of come to a head. There's like some sort of a, let's say there's a blackout in society and you no longer have technology. Now you can no longer rule in those ways, or some existential threat is facing your planet, your world, your country, and now it's like, the age of artifice is all but gone because you have to now live in reality because it's so harsh in front of you, instead of living like in a fantasy that you've been in. Send us back. It's like you'll send us back to the dark ages, but it's more like back to truth and reality and thought, not just this reactionary, going along machination process, everything like this. And then, holy shit, this one is long. Like really, if I was to do this would be talking about the long form postulate. I don't know if I can do it. Like, there's hundreds of notes like this that whenever I have a second, which is scary in case this phone breaks or something, I'll be screwed because, but then again, it's like I'll never actually look at this. Okay, I've had enough though, I can't. The long form postulate might never end, but it can still take breaks just to sustain itself. That's actually a line of an objective character like that, where in order to sustain the long form postulate, I must still eat, I must still do something else. Like, there's a scene that I've written about in a couple of different ways, like, this endless conversation that two characters are having, and they just go on and address every single point, every single possibility, every single angle, right, where it's a long form discussion, like, that could be the whole story, but it's to imply, like, if you're really objective, you can discuss it till the end of time, or it'll never actually get a satisfactory answer if you're really objective about it. So the real way to end it is, again, to bypass or shut down thought or conversation, which is the whole LCD, short form social contrivance basis of everything here. So you have, and this is the problem with like low standards following favoritism. Like, you'd say, well, the reason, let's say, like, even this, I'll do it in a literal sense, like, oh, the reason why this channel only has 1 subscriber and isn't that successful must be because your content's not that good or something like that. But then you see the kind of content that is successful, like face cam, cult of personality, stimuli acme appeal, some kind of a, IRL, just random stuff. Whereas this is, again, at least relative to that, a little higher level philosophical, objective discussion, whatever. The point with that is, like, it's hard to really vouch for that. So in other words, it's not so much that the standard is not being lived up to, it's just the standard is low or the standard is something different, right? And it can exist in its own little niche, but it's not quite clear as to what that exactly means. Right, I would defer. I would say, okay, my standard is higher than anybody else's could possibly be, right, and perfectionist and all this kind of stuff. But then when you look around and see the kind of things that are valued, you see the issue isn't living up to an unrealistically high standard that you might have. It's actually reducing it to a lowest common denominator that other people can understand or appreciate. Right, that's the real conflict. So it was never that, oh, the standard is too high. Maybe your own standard is too high, but the standard of others and collective is different. Either there is no standard or it's arbitrary reactionary. People don't even know what their own standards are. Right, no defining of a measure. It's all reactionary basis. But yeah, that's actually kind of an interesting idea to go through the notes like that. Just, you do the notes in such a way that I have so many of them, and to whatever extent, this is trademarked, but somebody could steal this shit, and at least I'd have a reference point to point back, like, hey, look, this has been here. But then I think you can edit YouTube videos anyway, but I don't know to what extent. Like, oh, you could have added that later, especially if it's like a graphic, like text and stuff you can add, or you can cut certain parts out. I don't know if you can, like, add to the video, like add a new fresh part of the video audio or something. You probably could, but yeah, like you could prove that, oh, this is mine. It's not like it matters, like nobody cares in the first place, but that's the annoying part. Like somebody could steal the same shit and it'll be valuable for them because they have cult of personality or some established pre-con thing, but not for me because whatever. But the point is that now I've changed the orientation of my phone to do the notes. Like it's in vertical position now, which is what, like landscape is like horizontal. This is like portrait, I guess. Yeah, let's look at some Stimuli Acme clip. That this is Tara's butt steals the show. I won't even watch it, but I just see that in my suggestion. Like this is what we get. Appeal to the Stimuli Acme, and even like something basic, cult of personality, like just putting a face to the name is very valuable. Seeing their expressions and reactions, like react harder, anything to subvert meritocracy. Because again, you might think, oh, anything you might be doing might not be that impressive anyway, but at least it holds it accountable, right? Whether you're playing a game or whether you're discussing something, whatever, it would hold it accountable to be more. Hold it accountable to be more valuable, because without the face cam to lean on, without the Stimuli Acme to lean on, without some kind of cult of personality, face cam, other bases to lean on, now it comes down to, oh, your content has to be good and merit and this and that, otherwise you can't value it at all, because, right, then there's nothing else to lean on. But then that sort of ends up usurping it because that's so much easier to do, at least. And of course, ultimately you have to blame the audience because you can't do it that way. Like, somebody actually kind of hacked one of my cards. I don't use them often, but so there's like $18 worth of charges that I almost don't even care. Like I locked the card, but somehow that much still went through, so I almost didn't even bother to deal with it. But yeah, that was odd because I don't want to have to get a new card, so I'm too lazy to do that, so I'll just deal with it, or I just sort of switch most of the funds to my other card. I have like two, and then I can just use that from now and just like, not use the other one. I don't know exactly how it happened. I haven't really used these for very many things. I might have a keylogger type shit on my thing. I don't know how. But yeah, you see that as a big form of something that you could exploit, the Stimuli Acme basis, the Joey Burrow, considering retirement after I was informed the football will be slipping. out of my tiny hands. Please keep me in your thoughts. He must be trolling. 5 years since Joe Burrow shared this average hand measurement at the 2020 draft combine, or was he actually really insecure about that? Considering retirement after I was informed the football will be slipping out of my hands. What the fuck does that mean? It sounds like a joke troll, but they're treating it like he actually meant it. Like he's mocking the idea, like you really think that's gonna sound, oh yeah, I guess my hands aren't big enough, so I guess I just won't play, like. But yeah, sports are a good example of non-choice reaction at times, like, yes, you might work out in certain things, but certain things you can't control, so if you happen to grow a certain, oh, the reason why you're so good is because you're tall, or you're athletic, or you have certain gifts, you know, your hand is so big, like Michael Jordan or Kawhi, have like big hands so they can palm the ball. Patrick Mahomes' injury in Super Bowl 57, which they won though. That was the other one against the Eagles, I guess. He was just being dramatic. I think the only one that I've seen fully in recent years was the one with San Francisco, but it must have been the first one, where like they're down 10 to like 24 or something. Or I can't remember, and then they come back. Or maybe they're down 0 to 10. There's something to do with 10. Aisha Curry mocks Flight Reacts. I don't know what he's really saying. Worship. I don't know what's even really being said there. I don't get it. Imagine Aisha takes the mask off and reveals it's actually Flight. Flight should literally get invited to the family dinner at this point. I don't know what he's saying. She's just mad Curry's sleeping with Flight instead of her. It honestly don't even matter if they're laughing with or at Flight. He made it, and then that's his whole bait of content is he pretends to be dumb. He's gonna rewatch 20 times. I don't know what's being said. Worship him. Darius Garland didn't think this fan would hit the half-court shot. These are all short, so they end sort of abruptly. Try to find a board game that's skill-based. And he plays the Dune game. So he ends up winning. Bro just casually dropping that like he's the best, that he is the best Dune player. Bro flew in all the player base of the game. Like nobody plays it. Chances of getting a ninja attack from a penguin are low, but never zero. It should show you a better scale of where it came from, but I guess that's the point of it being a ninja. haven't been this terrified of a penguin since Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, Crump or whatever the fuck, the one guy who turns into a penguin. Me staring at the fork I forgot to remove from my plate in the microwave. I've actually done that where I've left it in there and it doesn't do anything. Like, you shouldn't do it, but, you know, if it's not for too long, like a few seconds. I wish there was some way to just always tell you, like, how I'm watching something. Like, even if I'm not showing anything of what I'm doing, right, like a timestamp, I guess I just verbally have to do it. That's the only cheat code. I can just tell you what I'm watching and then you can sync it up. But even on a live stream sense, it's hard to keep up with that. Like, Tom Brady in 10 Super Bowls, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, which, see, 6 interceptions is a lot. I mean, not for that many, I guess, but... So there's a very good, powerful scene in one of my short stories, like, a character who, like, has this... It almost feels like main character syndrome in a way, but, like, you have this existential thing, and it's like the other person is sort of questioning them or comforting them or something like that. And then he said, like, it's not about me. Right, like it's about this larger, I forget exactly how he says it, but it's a very good emotional kind of moment. Like, it's not about me, right? Even if I can just be a vessel of this objectivity or existent, whatever principle he's trying to portray, like, it's about something bigger, some sort of bigger goal that he has. I can't remember exactly how I wrote it, but that's the value, that it's about a larger process, not just himself. And yeah, so it's not about me. I am nothing more than a means to an end. You know, I can just be a vessel for this message, for this mission, and sacrifice everything for it. And that would be an absolutist principle, too, in a way that, like, you would, you know, it almost takes on a messianic form. Like, you resist temptation, and you resist, you know, hedonism and sex, and you resist... worldly pleasures and distraction, the folly of favoritism and convenience and a life of luxury, and you do it all for some other purpose, right? To be objective, to sacrifice the comforts of an initial basis where you can place undue emphasis, acme, overcompensative, a glorified element, right? To go for something more true. And so yeah, at that point, it's not about you. It's about some other process that you can just be a part of or shine a light on. Let me try to do something funny here, although the audio quality won't lend anything to it. Let me try to recite certain things, because I would have really good memory when it comes to certain lines or certain, like, speeches and moments and stories, either because I've seen them so many times or just they're so memorable. Right, so the first one is... The topic is when Light Yagami calls his shot, he doesn't miss. Basically, is a little clip idea that I never got around to making, or I wanted my friend to make it. Like, he says it would be like to Naomi Misura, I guess it's because I'm Kira, and then she dies. And then to L, he smiles and he dies. Or even when he says it before the previous episode, I've won, exactly as planned. And one episode later, L dies. And then to Nier, he says, well, Nier, looks like I win. And then, you know, so that sets up, like, that's the scariest moment in fiction history, because every other time Light was confident he won, he had won, right? Like, or when he asserts it, he wins. Like, so you might think, oh, he says to Nier, well, Nier looks like I win, but, oh, he's the bad guy, so he's got to lose. But he said the same thing with L, like, I've won exactly as planned, and one episode later he died. So when he says that to Nier, from the audience's perspective, he has tremendous credibility, because think about it. When Light said he won. He actually killed L. So Light doesn't say that for no good reason, especially out loud. So think about the credibility. That's where I was actually convinced, like, wait a second, this isn't some ordinary character. He said he won, and then one episode later, the world's greatest detective, his greatest rival, a series-long caliber character, dies. L dies the next episode. Right, so why wouldn't I believe that the same would be true for Nier? Right, that's a very credible, scary, iconic moment in fiction where something like that can happen. We're like, oh, is Light going to win or not? Is the bad guy, the way they're portraying it, going to win or not? But it's actually credible because normally you'd say, oh, of course, he's going to lose. But here it's like, wait a second, he's been winning the whole show. There's no way to beat him. He's way too good. And then they throw like the little mellow monkey wrench. But I'll recite that. And I can come up with like my own little speeches here or recite certain things. But let me do the one where he's about to win in episode 36, right? And I'm not trying to imitate his voice, but sort of the delivery. Let me try it. But you know, Nier, you did have a chance to win if only you'd taken it. You were just too naive. You're nothing compared to Al. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. You had the chance, but you squandered it. I've got to say, I'm so disappointed in you. This victory was no fun. You tried too hard to win in a noble way. Well, that's fine. Everyone here dies today, thanks to you. And as for me, I, Kira, will have my perfect victory. Well, that, I'm just sort of sounding it out. I'm not really putting emotion into it. Right, you got to think about it from Light's perspective. But you know, Nier, you did have a chance to win if only you'd taken it. You were just too naive. You're nothing compared to L. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. You had the chance, but you squandered it. I've got to say, I'm so disappointed in you. This victory was no fun. You tried too hard to win in a noble way. Well, that's fine. Everyone here dies today, thanks to you. And as for me, I, Kira, will have my perfect victory. He says it like he's saying it in a smug way, but also in a validated way. Like even see, this is what people don't get about Light. Light's somebody who believes in meritocracy above all. So it's like if Al's good enough to catch me, then so be it, right? But that's where he validates himself with his own ability. So he respects Al more than anybody because he understands like. He might have been my rival, but I respect his ability. So that's why he says that to Nier. That iconically defines him as an absolutist character to me. Like, Nier, you're far inferior to L. You have no right to be wearing a mask of L. Which is, what he first says, and then, you're nothing compared to L. L would have considered the possibility of a fake notebook from the very beginning, and he would have tested it. You had the chance, but you squandered it. Right, so I can't quite do the emotion. Sometimes in my head, like I can go over something, even when I'm writing it, and I can do it, but like you got to really get invested in what you're saying. So let me try to think of another line, like, I don't know, I don't like raising my voice too much or something. Like, this is from Network. You have meddled with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale. And then it goes into that. I don't remember the whole thing. You think you have stopped a business deal. That is not the case. The Arabs have taken billions of dollars out of this country, and now they must put it back. It is ebb and flow. It is ecological balance. Right, that's like a New World Order type of scene that's revealing a lot of elements. Like that movie is a little bit out there, but it's in a good way. But because, when I'm doing this, I'm also remembering or borrowing from their performance probably, but I would be more like a low voice type of character where I'm almost or like, I don't know, some of this existential stuff where like you're disappointed with society and with people, right? You will, that's a good line, like Ra's al Ghul, you will never learn, where he says it to Batman in Batman Begins. It's not a very memorable line, but like the way it's said or the circumstance, like just Batman comes into the train and like Ra's is shocked and he's like, you will never learn, like just to show that like he's facing off again. Let me try to remember some other monologues though. My delivery is not very good. With some of these I'm not even trying, but like I said, even when I do it in my head, if I was to go through this, it's somehow much more expressive there, so I don't know why I can't do it verbally. like a Darth Vader. Yeah, see, like a Darth Vader type of character would be more my thing, where he's not really yelling and stuff. So, let me think. What are some other iconic phrases like from fiction? I used to be so good at doing this, where I just remember things like super on the nose. Some sort of monologue from some of my favorite... Oh, yeah, here's a good one. If I can even remember, I haven't seen in a long time, Amadeus Salieri, where he's talking about... imagine it. His funeral. All Vienna sitting there. And then, in that silence, music. See, I'm saying it almost mockingly, though. I'm not... A divine music bursts out over them all. A great mass of death. Requiem, and he's doing a lot with his hands. Requiem Mass for Wolfgang Mozart, composed by his devoted friend. And he's meant to be mocking there. Antonio Salieri. And he does like a little sound with his mouth, like, whoo, which you probably can't hear me doing it, like a little breath. Oh, what sublimity, what passion, what depth of the music. Salieri has been touched by God at last, and God forced to listen, God forced to watch. Right, because he's having this duel with God that he believes Mozart is like sort of showing him up. I really don't have like the range of emotion in doing it. Like I'm very, I don't know, you got to get in a certain mindset. I feel like I could be good at it because I don't have like typical performative aspects normally, so they're easier to control, but like let's think about some of my favorite movies. Sleuth. I can't think of like one big monologue by one character though. Like the Truman Show, there's not like one passage that really stands out to me. Let me think. Well, what are some other moments? Probably some from anime, some from a show. Oh yeah, let's do this one. Red John. This is a good one here. The final confrontation scene where well, Patrick, here we are. Poor fella, smart but dumb. It never occurred to him that I am the Blake Association. Why'd you have to kill him? I'll even do Jane's lines too. Everyone thinks he's Red John, don't they? So this one he says sort of almost like bored. That he's disappointed, like he's one step ahead of Jane as usual. I'm amazed you had to ask. Everyone thinks he's Red John, don't they? So it would seem a fitting end to the story if you two were found dead together. No one will look any deeper. So I'm supposed to die, am I? After all these years. It seems kind of unfair. And I can't do his little Red John voice. It's totally I can't. It's totally fair. The game's over and I won. That's the best you're going to get. It's not a game. There's a winner and a loser. That's a game. And he's saying it sort of like rough here. He's not like sophisticated. There's a winner and a loser. That's a game. He's almost bored. His voice is too deep. It's not a game I asked to play. But you played it very well nonetheless. You were fun and challenging. Thank you. He's being like very cavalier here, like just, I'm rubbing it in your face, I'm smug. It's like a person drunk on their own power at that point, but it's deserved. Like, I love that first line delivery, actually. Why'd you have to kill him? And then he sort of does this thing with his head, like he looks to the side and kind of comes back, right? Like, do I really have to explain this? Like, oh, right, I'm smarter than even Jane. Like, I'm surprised you didn't get that. Everyone thinks he's Red John, don't they? Like, duh. That's almost how he's saying it. Like, really? This shows you the difference in our intelligence right there. That, you know, even in that moment, he does something that Jane can't explain. And I had like a walkthrough of that scene that I wanted to do a clip reaction of, like, where I'm talking shit to Jane. Like, Red John fan watches for the first time, and I try to recreate my first reaction. Like, I'll get to it in a second here, but you probably have a lot of questions for me, huh? We have time if you want. I have no questions. You're an evil, sexually perverted sociopath with pathetic delusions of grandeur. The rest is just details. Evil, sexually perverted sociopath. Well, I guess I have to own that. But, which, again, that's inconsistent with his character right there. He wouldn't own that. He just said in season 4, like, it's a higher path, Patrick, a nobler existence. And to his followers, you know, they believe they're doing something bigger and better and something, you know, he's like a cult leader. So why would he ever admit, I'm evil, sexually perverted sociopath? No. If anybody doesn't believe that, Red John doesn't believe that. Like, that's the whole reason why he got upset in the first place. Right, think about it. He gets mad that Jane calls him evil in the pilot, and that's why he kills his family. So he doesn't believe he's evil at all. He would never say that, and he doesn't say that, and he even contradicts that earlier, like in season 4 in the car. There is no hell. When I die, I won't be punished. This is a higher path, Patrick, a nobler existence. And the way that Rebecca talks, the way that everybody talks, they're brainwashed into a cult-like mentality. Red John would never, ever admit that, and in fact be very mad at him for saying that, like he was before. So that's a totally invalid, objectively garbage line. Evil, sexually perverted sociopath? Well, I guess I have to own that, even though I'm a cult leader who, you might think, oh, he doesn't believe his own shit, but he does. That's the point. He believes he's so above it that they should feel honored to be killed by me. It's an art. It's, you know, they should feel lucky to be in the presence of such a genius. Like, this is how Red John thinks. Like, he's just elevated, and he is extremely smart. Not that that justifies those things, but that's almost how a person like that thinks. He's so much smarter than everybody else. He's kind of godlike in his charisma and, you know, the way everyone's like fawning over him, that, you know, Rebecca and Dumar and all, you know, that's how they all talk. Like, they're sort of mystified by him. Like, this is no ordinary man, right? Oh, what you're saying might be right and apply to any normal human, but this is no normal human. He has this, you know, just above quality where he's above everybody. So yeah, he would never admit that. I guess I have to own that, but delusions of grandeur? No. I have no delusions. I built a secret empire. I control the lives of thousands of people. My word is life and death, and nobody knows who I am. If that's not grandeur, I don't know what you call it. He says it kind of like that, a little cavalier, right? Now, if that's not grandeur, I don't know what you call it. And I agree with him. He's actually quite right. He's done far more impressive things than you've done. He got Dumar to die, be willing to die for him. He got, you know, Rebecca willing to do anything for him. He's got all these followers. He got Lorelai to do whatever he wants. He's gotten out of so many tight spots, you know. And then I call it the ravings of a squalid egomaniac. But this, if what he's saying isn't valid and he's just an egomaniac, then not from a moral position, but like, what he's done is very impressive, right? He's not delusional. He is incredibly impressive because this guy, look at how Jane, despite how smart he is and how much pride he has in himself, he's been run circles around. He even admitted it in season 4, like, oh, I've given up, right? And he does that whole gambit to try, I'm tricking him by pretending I'm giving up, as if you had another choice. Like, you can't catch him anyway normally, so you're not pretending that he's sort of beating you. He actually is. Like, you can't catch him. You've tried for 4 seasons conventionally, and it didn't work. So it's not that, I'm pretending to give up because I'm failing. I'm actually giving up because I can't catch him. But then, so he's validated in saying that. Red John is correct that what he's done is very impressive, and even Jane knows that and has to defer to that. You see? For no reason at all, you're rude and contemptuous. That's why your wife and kid are dead. Which, again, I find it odd at this point that he's still ragging on about that. Again, we saw him in season 2 where he's kind of making an introduction, quoting, Tiger, Tiger, burning bright, and then he talks to him again in season 4, right, and he sort of indirectly talks to him in season 3 through the stand-in, where he's trying to convince him to get, assuming he told him to do that, which he must have, trying to get him to give up, revenge is a waste of your precious time, and then in season 4, he even says, so like in none of those interactions is he bitter or upset about what Jane originally said, because that ship has sailed. He's already killed the family, like he's gotten over it, he doesn't care. But now he's rehashing that, like we've already been here, like it's not a necessary path to go down, right? What they did in season 3 was much more sensible, or give us something else. Like this is just rehashing, like, oh, Jane said something mean about him and he's mad. Like he wasn't worried about that anymore. He was actually enjoying having fun playing with him, right? You see, for no reason at all, you're rude and contemptuous. That's why your wife and kid are dead. Who are you to butt in here, make obnoxious judgments about me? Who are you? Who are you? He says that very well. I can't really imitate him. Who are you? Who are you? Like that. But we already know who he is. He's the guy who's, he's a nobody compared to you. He's nothing. You've run circles around him the whole story. So, like, you don't need to validate that, right? You don't need to ask, who are you? You know that he's inferior to you. You've already said he's inferior. You've already proven and shown he's inferior. So why would you even care what he thinks, right? Because he's the only one smart enough to even challenge you somewhat, but you validated yourself by running circles around him time and time again, so you wouldn't care. You wouldn't be so offended or bothered. He's shown himself to be inferior to you again. And then Jane says, nobody. He said that like very light. Nobody. And then McAllister nods his head. Nobody. You didn't know me. You don't know me. You have no idea. And then this is when he goes a little more soft-spoken. Here's your problem, Pat. You're a smart, and he calls him Pat like he's his best buddy. You're a smart man, but you are arrogant. You can't imagine someone smarter than you, which is why I've been ahead of you at every step along the way. But I find that line kind of funny, too. Like, even if he did imagine someone smarter than him, that's assuming, like, oh, so let me take Red John's advice then. Patrick Jane acknowledges that Red John is smarter than him, and because Red John's smarter, he can't catch him still, right? So whether you acknowledge he's smarter or not, you still can't catch him because he's smarter. So, like, I like how he's saying that. Oh, if you just acknowledge I was smarter, you would be able to, like, you might do certain things a little more with more humility, or you might realize the only way to beat him is to go outside the law and stuff like that. But here's your problem, Pat. You're a smart man, but you are arrogant. You can't imagine someone smarter than you, which is why I've been ahead of you at every step along the way, which he has been, and, it's proven, like, throughout the whole series. Even Jane would have to acknowledge that. And you can say there's some irony to that, like, oh, well, Red John's making that mistake himself, famous last words, that, oh, he can't imagine someone smarter than him, but technically that's not really even why it happens. But here's your problem, Pat. You're a smart man, but you are arrogant. You can't imagine someone smarter than you, which is why I've been ahead of you at every step along the way. You got to kind of make the facial expression or something with it. You're holding the gun. You want to brag? Go ahead, I'm not going to stop you. There's like this subtle intonation to his voice, too, with Simon Baker. Like, I love these guys who do like almost a British accent or some sophisticated American accent. Like, Simon Baker is Australian, but he's doing like this weird, intelligent American/British almost voice. Same thing like with Patrick Bateman, American Psycho, but he's actually, European, so what the fuck. And then McAllister's nodding. You're holding the gun. You want to brag? Go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Like, you can't stop him because, yeah, he's holding the gun for a reason, because he beat you so thoroughly in every single way after he saved your life in season 2, after he spared your life the whole show, when he could have killed you at any time in your house. It's not like a security system or something isn't going to stop him. He can kill you in your sleep the same way he killed your family with such ease. And then he saves your life in season 2. And then he saves your life in season 6, season 6, episode 2 or 3, when he's on the roof, he pulls you up, and then he saves you again from the bomb in 6-6 when he could have finished you off there. And so ultimately, and then he doesn't finish you off here, he still wants to gloat. So, like, yeah, don't say that, oh, you're holding the gun. He's been holding the gun metaphorically the whole show, because he's always had the upper hand and always been smarter and better than you, so he has the right to brag and gloat, because that's the only reason why you're still alive. So you should be grateful that he wants to brag. You still don't know how I fooled you, do you? How did I survive that bomb? How did I know all the names on your list? He's written like a cartoon villain in this moment, that somewhat he's written like that, but he's written very well as a cult leader, and especially through the other characters. He's one of the greatest characters in the history of fiction from that perspective. The way the other characters talk about him and have this like sense of awe of him is really effective. Like, either just that he's so hard to catch, or that he's so, evil or whatever. But like, I think about, again, Dumar, the way that Dumar talks about him with such loyalty and fervor, the way that Rebecca talks about him. There's like this, I don't remember exactly what Rebecca says, but like, yeah, he opened your eyes, right? He showed you the light. Before your family was killed, before he killed your family, you were a liar. You were living a lie. He opened your eyes to the truth of this world, right? It made you basically a better person. He showed you the light. So in a way, she's right. So that's an amazing way to look at it. Like, even Jane, who hates him the most, technically Red John made him a much better person. He was a swindler, he was a liar, he was a cheat, he was a crook. He's not as evil as Red John in that way, but he's still a bad, he's doing some bad things. So Red John actually made him a better person that way. See, that's the cultish mentality. And then the way that, what's that guy's name? The guy in the werewolf episode or whatever the fuck, it's, there's a reason for everything I've done. It would blow your mind. Like, he's talking in some bigger idyllic way. And then Renfrew even talks about him like that. And then even Lorelai talks about him like that. Even the girl, Rosalind Harker, is so enamored with him, right? And so with Lorelai, it's kind of like, even the way, that's a good line by Lorelai, like, he'll kill you too if he wants to. You just can't accept the fact. Like, and that's true, as we know in the series. Like, when Jane is saying, like, he'll kill you to Lorelai, and it's like, he'll kill you too. You just can't accept the fact. Like, Red John can kill me whenever he wants because he's fucking Red John. So he'll kill you too if he wants. You just can't accept the fact. And then that's actually a cold line that deserves like an edit. He'll use you and kill you if that's what he wants. You're that under his control. He'll kill you too if he wants. You just can't accept the fact. Like, in other words, it's not up to me and my loyalty whether he's going to kill me. It's up to him, because he's fucking Red John, that he can kill whoever he wants whenever he wants, except for apparently the chick. That could have been a good thing too. That Jane's actually beaten despite whatever preparation. See, this would be like a good game theory element. Like, Jane has the pigeon, but then Red John has another gun and other preparation. And then who comes in? What's her name? I don't think she ever dies. She fakes her death kind of again or whatever. The chick, Hightower. And then she comes in and helps him. And then she gets killed. And then he's still, like, make it like that. The pigeon thing happens, and Red John's caught off guard, but then he still recovers. Then Hightower comes in and gets killed trying to deal with this, and then, like, he's wearing a bulletproof vest, so he absorbs the blow from Jane, and then does something kills Hightower, and then in that time, now only is Jane able to get the upper hand, and then he still has an escape plan, and then, that give us layers, because this is fucking Red John. This is not some ordinary character. That's at least what they do with Light Yagami. Like, there are layers to it, although I don't know what Nier's plan really was. Or not so much what Nier's plan was. What did Nier think that Light's plan was? Forget about the mellow intervention. What would Nier have done? Nier would have really gone through with it and said, like, oh, I'm going to alter part of the notebook that Mikumi's carrying around conspicuously and leaving unattended in the locker, right? That somehow, I guess it's the fact that Light can't communicate with Mikumi and he is only doing it through Takeda, that, like, it's not, he really underestimates Mikumi more than Light. Like, he respects that Light beat L and Light's really smart, but he thinks, like, well, since he's not in direct contact with Mikumi, maybe Mikumi's just clumsy and stupid like this, and so we're taking advantage of that, and Light can't correct him or monitor his every move, so we're taking advantage of Mikumi as the weak link, which still ends up being the case, but in a little higher level sense. So now, you assume that, okay, Mikumi's going to walk around and let you alter the notebook and have no clue, but Light's going to let that happen. So again, Light's plan was really just to have Mikumi kill with the notebook conspicuously in public, openly, leave it where anybody can get to it, like in the locker, and then just have him show up to the meeting with the notebook and just kill everybody. Like, that's the plan. What, like, wouldn't you expect him to have more of a plan? You might not know what it is, and I guess that's the real problem, that, like, Nier would suspect what it is. That's why he was even telling Mello, you know, something, and Lindner was leaking it to Mello. It's like, and I love that idea of portraying Mello as a hero in that way. Like, Mello is a worse character than Light, actually, because, again, his means are lesser. Like, he doesn't have the notebook, so that's a defining factor. Like, what would Mello do if he had the notebook? Well, he kills innocent people for no reason, right? They're not trying to catch him necessarily, or, you know, it's not the same thing as what Light's doing in the context of trying to save the world. He just kills Nier because, oh, he's competing with Nier's people, because he's competing with Nier, so that's not a very noble intent. Light doesn't do things like that. He does it, like, if somebody's trying to catch him, he doesn't, or some major evidence that they have. Some people question, like, the Namikawa killing, like, Yotsuba and all that, but first of all, they were all criminals, number one, and second of all, they had firsthand knowledge of what had happened, so, right, so it's too risky, so that's all understandable. So I'm saying everything he does is at least within the context of that. What Mello does is purely just selfish. He's trying to get the notebook, then he uses the notebook to kill his nearest people. He's an actual criminal just for the sake of being a criminal, like a crime syndicate, you know, lord in that bunker that he's directing all the criminals. That's like, he's legitimately just an evil criminal character. He's just a bad person. He's worse than Light Yagami, because again, Light Yagami has the means of the notebook. It's like mistaking ability for morality. Mello has worse intentions than Light, right? He's emotional, he's peevish, he's doing it for, oh, I'm going to kill Nier's people, innocent people, just because I don't like Nier and I'm competing with Nier. That's not a good reason. Or he's kidnapping people, even if you want to say, oh, it's justified to catch Kira, but think about that logic. That's the same, if not worse logic than Light's using, because it's okay to do terrible things in order to catch or punish bad guys, which is exactly what Light's doing. It's okay to kill them and use the notebook if it means that, oh, you're punishing bad guys. The same way that, Mello is kidnapping people, but, oh, it's for the greater cause of catching Kira. So that's vigilante justice in the same way, right? So Light's cause is at least more consistent. Mello just does whatever he wants. Then he kidnaps Takeda. Then he... he's just wild, but he's actually a worse character morally. Because see, at least with Light, I can respect his consistency. He said from episode 1, okay, I'm going to do what I have to do, and he only kills innocent people very rarely, very, very rarely. In fact, that's the whole irony of it. Mello probably kills more innocent people than Light does. Yotsuba weren't innocent, right? They were complicit in what they were doing there. Even if you want to say they're threatened, they're still guilty of a lot. Right, so, and the two people, Wedi and Iber, are also criminals. So only L arguably is innocent, even though he's definitely a criminal because of he's working with those people. He's done a lot of questionable things. He had Lindell Taylor stand in. So, like, he's technically a criminal, but even if you give him a pass, what innocent people does Light kill? He kills the 12 FBI agents, that's one. Then he kills like 12 people, obviously. Then he kills Naomi Mizura, 13. Then he kills L, that's 14. Like, that's almost it. Almost everybody else is a criminal. Again, even if you count that L technically is a criminal, those are really the main ones that I can think of. Even Misa's the one who kills, like, some of the cops outside the building that one time. That wasn't even light. So everybody else he kills is a criminal, so he's consistent with his cause, and he does it only when he absolutely has to. And then he was about to kill, obviously, in episode 37, everybody who's trying to catch him. There's people who are a direct threat trying to catch him. Doesn't mean it justifies it, but it's consistent. He's not doing it for no reason. Whereas Mello kills all of the SPK members, like, what the fuck? That's not a good reason to do it, right? Like, they're trying to catch Light, not you, and you're just doing it for some peevish, petty rivalry. So that's you're not doing it for, like, oh, I'm doing it to make the world a better place and kill criminals and reduce worldwide crime. You're not doing it for that reason. You're not even doing it, in fact, with your cause to help you catch Kira. It's going to hurt you catching Kira, because now you can't work together with them. So you see, like, Mel is all over the place, and so his motivation is worse. So let's finish this Red John monologue, where you have you're holding the gun. You still don't know how I fooled you, do you? How did I survive that bomb? How did I know all the names on your list? Is this what you've been missing? Appreciation? Do you want me to applaud? You have no idea, do you? He goes into like a whispery tone here. You have no idea. No, I can't quite do it. You have no idea, do you? I don't know how you got the list of suspects, and we as the audience never find that out either. It was a good trick. And he nods happily. But the bomb gag was simple. There were 2 explosions. First was a concussion bomb, knocks everybody out. And that one I questioned because, like, how did he do that without anybody seeing it? Like, did he put on a gas mask? How did he brace himself to not get knocked out? Because he was being held at gunpoint. So anything he did would have been highly conspicuous. So he had it already prepared, but how did he survive the concussion? Like, how did he not get knocked out by the concussion bomb too, as he did it without raising a red flag and doing something super obvious? I guess the fact that he died, so he might have done something that made it obvious to Jane, but then, I don't know. But there were 2 explosions. First was a concussion bomb, knocked everybody out. Second, lethal bomb that killed Hafner and Styles. Only went off and after you dragged Bertram, Smith, and me out of harm's way. And then this he said very cockily, correct. Like, correct. Faking your own death was easy. So easy that you couldn't figure it out until now, or even if, you figured it out too late. So easy to do that you didn't see it coming ahead of time, right? That you allowed that scenario to play out. And how did he plant, like, whole bombs around his house? Or I guess he did that after, though. He could have set them up after. Faking your own death was easy. Brett Partridge with Lake Association. His job gave him access to the primary DNA database. And then Red John is nodding all, like, pseudo-impressed. He switched your DNA with the body you had on ice, a surrogate. Then you brought the body to my house in the trunk of your car and put it alongside Styles and Hafner. The way he says the end of that is kind of a little exaggerated, like, then you brought the body to my house in the trunk of your car and put it alongside Styles and Hafner. Very good. Your hindsight is 20/20. And then they sort of smirk at each other. And it is hindsight, because you might think, oh, but Jane has the pigeon, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, he already had 100 opportunities to kill you. Really being ahead of it would have been when you're at the meeting, you finish him off right then and there, when you have the tattoo, right? Instead, you let him blow it up, he has to spare you there. Then Bertram was going to kill you in the hospital. Then you go and you do the thing. Lisbon saves him there because she refuses to leave his side. But whatever. And then he has to spare you again here and toy with you. So now, in this moment, very good. Your hindsight is 20/20. And then, this is the moment that triggers me. Can I show you something? Jane says. And it's like, this would be my response as the Red John fan, like watching this. You've already shown me enough. No, you can't show me. You've shown me all I need to see. You've shown me you're no rival for me. You've already shown that you're no match for me. You've already shown that you're incompetent and completely incapable of being a challenge or threat to me. You've already shown me all I need to see. There's nothing you could possibly show me now. You've already been searched, There's nothing you could show me now. And then Red John, so overly confident. Again, also, like, these are two moments like that. What did Near think White's plan was? Just have Megumi show up to the meeting, that's it, for a character of that intelligence? Same thing here. What did Red John think that Jane's plan was? Show up to the church with a gun and just try to shoot him, and he gets searched, and they take the gun, and that's it? Like, whatever Jane would have had prepared, right, you would think he would have something a little more prepared than that. Like, even if it doesn't work, why would you think, he's just going to show up to the church by himself with a gun and that's the plan? Like, what do you mean? So in a way, it's one of the only ways you could sort of get at Red John, because Red John's prepared for every eventuality. He would know if anybody else is there, anybody else is coming, they're out keeping watch, right? So he has to come alone. He has to come with a gun, which is he even says that too, it's just a prop. And you might think, he's lying to Lisbon, but it's actually... He's not. It really is a prop because he knew it was going to get taken just to make it seem like he's helpless. But you would have to give Jane more credit. As smart as he is, don't you think he would have had a little more preparation? And so he lets Jane dictate the location and then he doesn't even search it because he would have found the other gun. Or that would have been my thing. Like when Jane does the pigeon and Red John's knocked back, then Jane reaches for the gun and it's not there. It's not there, and then McAllister gets back up and points that gun at him now and says, looking for something? Because he would have you don't think he would have found it, dude? You don't think he would have had somebody search that when he knew that you knew the venue ahead of time? Like, who do you think you're dealing with? This is not an ordinary character. This is not some random clown. This is fucking Red John. He would have found that shit. And then... So yeah, you've already shown me all you need to see. And then breadcrumbs. This is even another funny moment that I was saying, like, I wanted to, like, act this out as if I was watching it for the first time, which obviously it wouldn't be, but this would be, like, almost my thought process. Breadcrumbs, he says as he holds them. Again, offering so many leniencies to Patrick, like, I'm going to spare you, I'm going to brag, I'm going to not kill you, I'm going to not tie you up, I'm not going to have Oscar kill you or Bertram kill you, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to do all this and then still give you another chance at the end after I've already spared your life so many times. Like, he even said it himself, the game's over and I won. You're supposed to die. It's totally fair. Like, he's already laid out that he intends to kill you. Now, when does Red John ever intend to kill somebody and miss the opportunity? Aside from Hightower, which took a lot to achieve that, and I still don't really believe that he wouldn't have caught up to her. But aside from that, when somebody's right in front of him and Red John intends to kill them, what happens? That person dies every single time, the entire show. Because... Right, when does Red John ever say, I'm going to kill you, like kill you and Bertram and you two will be found dead together? I mean, Bertram's already dead. When does that ever happen where Red John has because he's never intended to kill Jane before, he even saved Jane before. So Red John shows the intent to kill, you two will be found dead together, so I'm going to kill you and put your body with Bertram. And so whenever he has the intent to kill, he always succeeds. He never fails, right? Except, again, Hightower, extreme circumstance, which he's not right in front of him at the time. So he shows the intent to kill, and in that circumstance, you're definitely dead. You're fucked. And he also has already saved your life and given you leniency and given you too many chances. And so now, and again, he's giving you a lot of chances, and the reason why that's relevant is because he shows the intent to kill. He says the game's over and I won. So he's finally showing a sense of finality and intent to kill. And yet he still doesn't do it, and he gives you another opening and another chance. Right. And that it's one thing you rely on his arrogance, but his arrogance was just to show up in the first place. Like, he didn't even have to do that. So it's really one-sided that the whole show, he doesn't kill you, whatever. But no, breadcrumbs are exactly what he's giving you the whole show. That's all he's giving you to work with, right? You've been trying to catch him with breadcrumbs the whole fucking time because he's too much of a genius to give you anything else. So that's an analogy for the whole show. Breadcrumbs are the only thing Red John ever gave you to work with. And so it's ironic that, you would try to use breadcrumbs now against him. Those are the same breadcrumbs that he gave you to work with, that that's all he gave you the whole show because he's such a genius. Breadcrumbs indeed. And then, then he shoots him, and then I have to question, where's the other gun? Where, that he didn't search the church, that he didn't have another gun or bulletproof vest or anything. You might think, Red John doesn't have to be packing that hard, but I mean, he should have a couple things on him because he was kind of in a free situation. Yes, he just faked his own death, and that might have been difficult for him, but then he didn't have to even show up at the church, or you'd think he'd be a little better prepared because he could have had anything he wanted, right? He had time, I don't know how much time he would have had, but he could have had something. He could have had think about how well prepared he showed up to the meeting, right? He shows up to a meeting where Jane has a clue, right, and he's confronting the suspects, but he doesn't know exactly what Jane has, and then he's prepared with a concussion bomb and a fake body and DNA body double and all that. That was the big moment of realization with, a lot of the preparation went into that. He shows up to a meeting where he doesn't know for sure even what's going to happen, and what does he do? He has a DNA body double, and he has a concussion bomb, and he has a smoke bomb, and he has, all these different things prepared for that. So why wouldn't you have something prepared for here that, just in general, too? Why wouldn't you have anything? You don't have a smoke grenade, smoke bomb. If the gun jams, I guess that's all you have. You have this one dicky pistol. I know you don't think of Jane maybe as much of a threat here, but it's, and yeah, Jane's a lot better at using a gun there than you would think, too. McAllister is a hunter, so he has experience this way. Jane doesn't do that kind of thing. Right, so he's at a disadvantage that way, at least, with respect to, So, yeah, I have to question, like, why didn't he have another gun? Or something along those lines, because... Why didn't he have another gun? Why didn't he have any kind of preparation? Why didn't he search the church? Why is he leaving his DNA fingerprints all over the place, even if it's the DNA of the Switch body double? He's touching, like, the scaffolding and different parts of the church, not wearing gloves, not wearing the costume, not prepared in any way, not for any contingency. Again, not even just Jane, but, like, then you have Oscar watching outside. Then you have... you would have had some escape plan. So when he's running away and the nun or whatever distracts him, which is kind of a cliche cartoon thing, like the whole scene is written cartoonishly the way I was saying, like he's just saying evil things to make him sound bad, like, oh, I guess I have to own that, or that's why your wife and kid are dead, like let's rub it in his face and make him seem as evil as possible. Things that don't need to be said, that have been dealt with a long time ago, and he was already happy, you know. It seemed like they were over that phase. They were in the fun games playing phase. Why do you got to go and revisit something that's already clear? Like, we get that he killed the wife and kids. We get that that's the whole reason for revenge. We get that, like, you don't have to rehash that again. Give us something fresh, right? Like maybe he tries to convert him again, like in season 4. As you well know, there is no hell. What if you did have a change of heart? What if you and I became friends? Like, give us something like that, where he's talking like a cult leader, and he's actually convincing in a way because he's so smart, right? Go to hell, but he won't even let you have that little cheap insult, right? That doesn't work on a character, a person of Red John's caliber. As you well know, there is no hell. And, of course, we all know that Jane doesn't believe in God either. Jane doesn't believe in God, so he, in a sense, would agree with that. Like, there is no hell, so I know that to be true. But it was just the best weak sort of thing I could come up with to try to counter Red John, even though, you know. And then, the final point is the fact that, you know, this cartoonish nun moment, and then so you'd have a nun prepared, but no other gun. You have a nun, but not the gun, right? Red John should have... There's some little song joke like that, too. Like, somebody should have had a gun, like where the guy's singing it in that React channel. I don't know what it's a reference to. So Red John should have had a gun. So he doesn't have any preparation there. He evidently doesn't have, like, a vehicle or escape plan that way because... nobody else has arrived because the timetable was fine like that. So now he gets out of there, but like, where's his car that he came in? Where was his escape plan in case the cops showed up or anything else showed up? He would have had some escape plan planned out. When would Red John ever be so unprepared as to just have to run on foot away? He would grab the keys from Oscar's body to the car that he drove there in or whatever, and then use the car and get away like that. Right, why has he got to run on foot? What does Jane do to make that? So when the nun comes and does that, Red John's in the car and he's gone. He's escaped. Like, how did he get there? Where's the car? Why wouldn't he have that as an escape plan? Again, in case the cops show up, in case anything else happens too. Never mind Jane. What was his escape plan normally? Just to run on foot. The fact that he's been shot and the fact that Oscar's dead, it doesn't matter because Jane's struggling with the nun, and it's like... what does that mean? Like, what, you know, in that much time, Red John's gone, or he'd lose him in the crowd, or he'd do a million different things. He'd have a ton of tricks up his sleeve. You might think, oh, you're romanticizing the guy too much, but that's the same problem with the writing is, like, you build him up as this, like, unstoppable villain for 6 seasons, and it's like, you know, you milk him for 6 seasons, as like the supervillain mastermind, and then all of a sudden when you want to get rid of him, you say, well, he's just an ordinary person, he's not that special, but you're the one who made him out to be special, so don't milk him for 6 seasons and then say, oh, he's just an ordinary guy. He's obviously a mastermind, and that's fine, but then you got to give him a mastermind's defeat. It's ironic that the ending of that is so bad that it makes me almost defend or appreciate Death Note a little bit, because at least Death Note has a game theory explanation. It might not make a whole lot of sense, and it has a lot of holes in it. Like, why couldn't Mikami just have a page hidden somewhere else, or use the page, or this was always my idea, make a real notebook with pages from the fake notebook, but then they don't want them to touch it so they can see the Shinigami or test it or whatever. But at least they game theory qualify by saying, how could Light possibly lose to Nier? right? Like every character is a piece on the board. So Light was good enough to be L. So how could he not be Nier? But it's because Nier and Mello were working together, right? So I can accept that, actually. The teamwork I can accept. The exact plan and everything like that I don't agree with. But the other thing is like, there is no game theory explanation. Patrick Jane over the course of 6 seasons, could not beat Red John. He was not capable of doing it. And now all of a sudden he just magically does. Why? Because Red John has to be extra super cocky and just give him too many chances. You might say, it's because somebody's always helping Red John or something, but there's a game theory equivalency there. Like, Jane has the CBI in Lisbon and the team and the cops are on his side, and Red John creates his own infrastructure, which is to his credit, and this cult-like following. So that's all to his credit, but it's supposed to be equal. They both have the resource to work with, but it comes down to their own ability, and so it's like, I don't think you would discredit that. But even in that moment, he has Bertram there, he has Oscar there, he has everything he needs preparation-wise. He has this dude, he had all the time to prepare in the world that he could have done whatever he wanted. Sometimes music is a good trigger to do something emotionally. I've always been very affected by music in a way that I sort of embrace, so let me try to do something. So entry is consent. That's one of the key phrases in one of my stories. Short stories, let me try to put a few phrases together here, none of this will even make sense to anybody, but whatever, I'm just doing it. An absolutist kingdom, basically, in his land, entry is consent. Whereas yours would speak of some social contract, something for the greater good. In his, entry is consent. To be held accountable to your full potential, right, as a human being, although it wouldn't really be human in that case, but whatever, as a human being as opposed to a human function, right, to be held fully accountable to your potential. And so it takes on a Darwinistic tendency. Entry is consent. And then this other one is like a revisited element to the story where, think of it like almost a reincarnation story. So now you're like, I have to concede to you there. I have to concede to Contrivance that Contrivance was very well done in this era. Almost like you're tearing up as you're saying it. Like, Contrivance was very well done in this era. I couldn't conquer it. I couldn't conquer Contrivance in this era after all. I guess it was really too strong. Contrivance was well done. I don't know how to explain this character type other than it almost, I never thought about it like this, but it's like main character syndrome. Like, you have this, you conquered the forces of the universe and nature itself, and you were this hero in ages of old, and you're reincarnated as some ordinary lowly person. And even if that's not true, right, the value that character encompasses in doing that is still of a high grade. So, it's something eternal, something objective, something, they embody something that makes you wonder, it makes you question, whether they're delusional or not about the origin point of this. There's something about them that's, does it have value or not is the question. It's not a question of whether they're right or not about their delusions, right? It's a question of whether there's value that can be reaped from it regardless, right? Not unlike some of the crazy stories that people tell, religion and fantasy and this man in the sky and this and that. None of that matters, because if it leads to positive ideas or practices or whatever, that's exactly what ends up happening, where, there's this outward contrivance reinforcement that's always there, and you are unfortunate that you have to even deal with it. But yeah, music can be a good trigger point of that in terms of you kind of flow with your storytelling with this song. So like, it might sound like, oh, you're stealing. So much fiction people don't realize is sort of stolen, or not stolen, but inspired. Dragon Ball Z is copied. It copied Superman, and it copied Terminator, and it copied, the Wukong legend, and it copied Tarzan maybe a little bit. It copied what other inspirations? Like, there's something more basic for like the original premise of Dragon Ball, and it combines. I don't know what the Majin Buu saga is, like, based on just magic and sorcery and stuff like that. The way that Buu works, it's inspired by bubblegum, literally fucking... But no, like, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, just sort of magic, and I don't know any particular story it's based on, but... when you're in that position, you can do the most arbitrary thing and get away with it. Like, oh, you're famous already, like from Dragon Ball, so now let's name a bunch of stuff after vegetables and we can get away with it, right? And copy like General Zod coming to Earth and stuff, with the Saiyans. But even beyond that, you would have a situation where you're able to see, you're able to see the fact that what do you call it? It's like whatever. It's copying like a number of different things, but it it makes it its own. But the biggest thing is that first original step, right? Like, whatever was done in Dragon Ball was so successful that now you can get away with some of this. Whereas if you try doing that in the original storytelling, I guarantee you, right, it's just different. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's already established, so now people are more invested. I'm not saying Dragon Ball Z, for example, is bad, but it's just like, it's sort of referential in a way that, like, it'd be interesting. Like, pretend Dragon Ball doesn't exist. Like how I watched it. I still haven't seen Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z works extremely well. I don't need it to be referential. It's really good on its own. But, in fact, in some ways it might be better because it doesn't diminish it, but, like, you come in with all this backstory already established, but pretend, because this is what authors do, good authors sometimes do. They'll have a backstory written even if they don't publish it. So it's like, oh, you're telling a story from a certain point in the universe, like, oh, the character's an adult, but you have the backstory already written, whether you publish it or not, right? You have it, so you know the framework from which you're building on, right? So you take that kind of for granted. Like, you might not be aware of the backstory, but they are, so it's relevant to them with how they're, you would write out the whole thing. What happens in the future after the story, what happened before. There's an element where that happened, like with George Lucas, right? Star Wars was written with a lot of those other things in mind, that he knew what happened before, after, etc. And because it was so successful, because of the special effects, now you have the power to do that. But whatever, he had done it. And New Hope is actually a very well-written screenplay because people make fun of the dialogue, but it's doing something high level that you might not realize, where it's doing all these sort of referential things that might seem bad, but I don't know. I actually give Lucas tremendous credit for that. It's very hard to introduce a universe like that. The ones I don't give him credit for are the prequels, which are garbage, because they're just referential, canned dialogue. Those ones should be better because you had the benefit of the story kind of writes itself, because you've already decided what happens. Now it's just a matter of filling in good lines and stuff like that. I'm kind of shocked that it was so bad. It's like a guy resting on his laurels a bit, like just trying to get it done, or being a little bit full of himself. Like, A New Hope is actually a masterpiece of a screenplay, believe it or not. When you look at it on a face value, like, think about the ground that it covers. It goes from Luke being just some random guy to blowing up the Death Star in one. Like, honestly, when I thought back to it at some point, when I hadn't seen it in years, I thought, oh, that must have happened in the second movie or the third movie. How does he cover that much ground in one movie? You go from you don't even know what the Force is. You don't know what Jedi are. To, I'm learn the history of the Jedi. I try to train to become one a little bit. I join the rebellion. I meet the princess. I deal with Han Solo. I blow up the Death Star. Like, how do you cover that much material in one story? It's impossible. That's one of the most insane. In some ways, it almost seems maybe rushed at that point. Like, it's so much material. You know, it reminds me almost of a Radiant Dawn, Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, where there's like 3 games or 2 games maybe in there, right? They push all this, the whole stuff happening with Benyon and all this kind of thing, and then that literally was like a trilogy. Path of Radiance was perfectly paced. Then Radiant Dawn had 2 games in it that could have been stretched out. The whole stuff with the goddess, and that could have been the 3rd game. But the 2nd game could have been the Benyon conflict and all that. Like the game with Micaiah and stuff. Like, it's so weirdly stretched out. Where in some ways it's kind of epic, but in some ways it's kind of rushed and not really fleshed out properly. That game has the most bonkers mission design possible. Let's have you play as units that you won't play as again for another whole fucking 10 chapters. And just you forget about them. Like, what the fuck? Okay, let's look at a concept of objectivity here. Like, I could observe objectively that the stimuli acme is indeed preserved in this era, and then that's one of my classic lines. Like, but then they'll say it's my idea. Oh, that's your idea. That's your term, and they'll get caught up on that. Right? So you're attacking the observer. It's like shooting the messenger of something. Right? Like Charles Darwin must be crazy for observing this process of Darwinism. That doesn't necessarily even mean that he's right or that he's whatever, but it's not about him, it's about the idea then. So look at the idea. Is it observable in nature? Is it, does it make sense? Is it an objective observation? Instead of saying, oh, well, he's only saying that because blank, like he had some experience in his life or some, like Sigmund Freud, just because he might have had a thing for his mother or whatever, the way people extrapolate, he's just a pervert, this or that. You're missing the whole point. It's not about him, right, the individual. It's about, does this idea make sense? Is it consistent? Is it observable? Is it something that, has some actual underlying truth to it? Because even, discrediting a subjective human being when making a potential objective observation or thought process that anybody could potentially think anything, it's not like a personal act to do that. Like, oh, you're thinking this, therefore that defines you. But anybody else could think it too, and you could think anything else at any other time, something even contrary to it. So you're personalizing what is the objective infinite mind and reducing it to a lowest common denominator like your physical state. So that's the whole contrast between the two, the cognitive dissonance between them. But bigger than that is the idea that it's the idea that even if you said, someone's subjective life experience is why they came to this conclusion, right? They observe a certain part of existence that other people do not observe, or it reveals certain things to them, etc. That doesn't mean that they're wrong because of it, because again, everybody has some subjective reactive experience. So, the only reason why you might have such a basic normie view of the world, where you don't have any strong views in any direction, is because you've been indoctrinated into a half-mass contrivance state, right, called society. So now, right, that's the only reason why you think what you do, or you had this experience or that experience. So you can look past all of that and say, well, now let's look at the idea, right, whereas we're just a vessel of ideas that we can pass around, and so now it turns into something else like that. So So, again, personalizing ideas is a fascinating dynamic, and usually that takes the form of social contrivance. So social contrivance is the lowest form of thought, right, where you're still thinking through social contrivance, but you're reducing it to a certain preconceived form, and you're also reducing it to the fact that you have certain structures, certain collective contrivance, etc. So you're reducing it to a lowest common denominator to appease a collective, which is never the highest form of thought that would be objective So you're sort of catering it to that. So by reducing thought and the infinite objective mind to that subjective collective state, now what you're doing is, right, now you're sort of personalizing it too, because it's like, oh, this person was observing this like, you know, think of like a character in a story that would, like, all they do is state, they're very monotone, neutral, right, just no undue emphasis, no performative aspects. First of all, that's falsely framed as a negative, because outward contrivance is taken as a neutral, as a positive base. So you're defined not by doing outward insistence, but by not doing it, right, undue emphasis. But also, the fact of the matter is that, like, someone could just state an objective fact, but that's personalized. Like, oh, the fact that this person, out of all their infinite objective mind or thoughts or all the objective realities that we could have, the fact that they chose to focus on that one at that time, that sure defines them, right? Rather than just looking at it like, oh, that's just a piece of reality. So it shows you not only the unwillingness to be puzzled, but some sort of other incentive that you have of myopic reduction. So that's what's so interesting, is like somebody could state something that's just objectively true and of value, however you define, but, you know, but, oh, that's negative because, oh, it lacks performative aspects, undue emphasis, as if it should need that, right? Remove the need because it actually has substance, or if it doesn't, then at least you're holding accountable to have substance or not. Whereas the other side could be like, oh, you're placing undue emphasis and just insisting upon something through nearness postulate, you know, cognitive dissonance, in order to specify, you'll place a certain undue emphasis on it just to rationalize, like, why you're doing that instead of everything else in existence, or even right, that's how the nearness posture works. So everything you do is more valuable just for that reason alone, but then you don't fully value yourself either. You have to kind of extrapolate. So it's the design of a collective contrivance state that didn't have any thought put into it. So you certainly don't get to outwardly insist upon it, but it's also very difficult to escape from it because it outwardly insists. So think about the advantages of contrivance. Like, this is think of it in that context of the story I was talking about, like the main character syndrome. Like, oh yeah, just topple contrivance, or not even topple it, but like pose an alternative, right? What would you do? What would you be up against in doing that? Right, how would you deal with that? And it's like, oh, it has the advantage of indoctrinating people when they're young, and it has the advantage of insisting upon itself through media, through nearness postulate, social contrivance, all these kind of things. It has all these advantages, machination process kind of being held hostage to it. Then even in any attempt to break away is used as false duality anti, then any, So the functional basis of a social contrivance state is not to be questioned here, but that's assuming its absolute nature rather than just, oh, it's a subjective form. So this notion, that's where technology kind of keeps people honest to some degree. Everything people do, right, is just sort of random and reactionary. Like, why are there so many people in the world right now? Nobody collectively or individually sat down and thought about that. Right, they're just having sex, they can't control themselves, they're just doing it, they're overcompensating, whatever. They're not really thinking about it, so they're just doing it, and then you end up with 8 billion people, whatever. So it's just random. The one part that gives it kind of form that is also necessary to that equation is technology. Technology enables that in the first place. Like, without running water and this and that, you wouldn't be able to have that many people to begin with. And number two is, that's what really defines the state of humanity, is that, oh, the technology available is what's going to define us, not anything else, not any sort of standard that we may supposedly have. And so now, the form that it takes is, you might not be able to deal with contrivance, but you dismantle it or do something else, but you can at least observe it, right? I'll be damned if I don't at least observe it, would be that mentality. And then, like, there's another line, like, that's the form of it. Like, not only does it rely on pre-con basis, like things that are already established, so it's like contrivance, insisting upon contrivance, dismissing things that aren't beholden to it, giving undue benefit to things that are, like age and things like that. But it also does something else where it doesn't use a clear, credible criteria. Like, it'll rely on performative aspects, etc. So, like, there could be somebody who's very, I don't know, like an example of mediocrity. Like, this is who they would glorify, so that shows you right there. You can see that in 5 favoritism, celebrity culture, or something like that. But the bigger point is that you look at, like, the lack of standards that people have in this way, and you would also look at the fact that like, you would have, the form. So it's a form that's pre-con, self-insistent, but also lacking in credibility, relying on performative aspects. So, like, just on a pure value basis, even if you were to have value, even if you were to have some sense, but things are valued for other reasons, like a lowest common denominator, a short form basis, right, overextension. So even if you had some standard there, like, let's say even if the standard is very direct, like, okay, all you care about is money, or all you care about is sex, or all you care about is whatever, right? Even if that was your basis, you're not consistent even with that. Nor if it wasn't your basis, you're not consistent with that either. So, like, that's where the dependent overextended pretext comes from in the half-mass. Like, that is the basis, but you pretend like it's not the basis just so you can achieve the basis through a collective kind of artificial state. So you're not committed or aware in either way. And that's why gratification and glorification is needed, even in a zero-sum context, like why that's able to be valued in a certain way that otherwise would not be. Or, like, there's this crackpot psychology kind of element that, like, oh, you can't hide something, like, that's why, eye contact or something like that. But there could be a million different reasons for things like that. And so that's the element you could pose, like, oh, well, first of all, it's projecting a very narrow definition on all kind of, your body language is like this, that must mean this, but what if it means something else, or what if that person's aware of it, so they're only doing it because they're aware of that preconception, so they do it on purpose just to create that, or they just don't care, or it's something different, or, they can counteract it. Like, there's so many layers, like, people are treated as, like, static states of being, like even your personality, instead of variables, which we of course are. So now you have the ability to consider that, like, all it would take then for somebody with credibility, with age, who's an expert in the field, who has collective contrivance, on their side, and who has performative aspects. Oh, look how expressive and passionate and emotional and eye contact and all this kind of stuff. That means they're right. So they say 2 + 2 = 5, and they're experienced in the field, and their performative aspects are good, and they appeal to you, and they make small talk, and, appeal to their rational insistence upon the self, right? All that kind of stuff. So now that makes them right, or you're more likely to believe them. Whereas somebody could be not doing any of those things, right, all the negative performative aspects, but then they say something that's true, like 2 + 2 = 4, just as an example, right? So you're seeing that that's all it would take to warp a sense of reality, that you would have, boring, stale, direct, to the point, objective truth versus some kind of something that needs overcompensation. So that's the whole false duality of it. Like, it's not good that you have undue emphasis. The fact that you need it means that you're preserving some artificial state, right? So that it requires that, right? If you just simply, an objective reality doesn't require undue emphasis or performative aspects or constant contrivance or anything else. you could just do it baseline. And then here's another expression, like you would see everything in everything. Like you would see, it could be the most minute thing, but you would see the whole larger process of everything. Like, you know, you can't explain that, like Bill O'Reilly. Like, you know, you can look at a piece of grass and you would question the whole universe and everything it took to create that piece of grass, and you can't explain the ultimate origin point of that. You could say, oh, well, the reason why grass grows is because of this process and that process and the rain and this and that. And then you could explain why it rains, and then you could explain why that happens. Like, you could explain it scientifically, but you can't explain the origin point. Like, why does that original process exist? Why does that originally happen? Where did everything originally come from, right? So you can't ultimately explain that, so everything is still uncertain, despite whatever technical jargon and, you know, scientific certainties you may have outside of that. And then also you have the ability to consider that like the technical jargon and stuff like that, so you couldn't explain everything, and then vice versa. You can see every little thing and everything. So any part of the universe that you're looking at, you could look at the biggest scale and say, well, that wouldn't exist without the smaller things, or, you know, it's just like some ongoing expression that I always have. Like, you see everything, meaning totality of existence, in every single thing, every little thing, and you see every little thing in everything, right? It's sort of like a wordplay that makes more sense if it's written down. So you see everything in everything in everything, and everything in everything, or, like, you know, everything meaning the totality in everything, like every individual thing. I wanted to try to almost play something while doing this sometimes, just to see that, like how we did chess with the voice. That was actually kind of fun to do, because you could unironically do that at a relatively high level. Just like, you know, the problem is the time format. So like, I, you know, almost play against the bot would work better. Or play like a long game, a 30-minute format game. But there's got to be other kind of games like that that you can do that would have, you know, I'm disappointed there aren't more choice games like that, where, like a game that just gives you a series of choices, and it'd be voice controlled, and that'd be the kind of thing I would want if I was like somehow disabled in a way, like, oh, that'd be so great if I could just play it, whatever, something that requires very little sensory input or feedback. Of course, I'm just saying that because I'm driving, but like, whatever. It's also a good genre. Like, choice games are perfect for that, because it just gives you the choices and you just choose, and that's the whole game. And it'll create these long-standing other circumstances. But like, being deaf and playing games would be perfectly fine, right? Sure, you miss out on the sound design, but that's not that big of a deal compared to if you're blind, then you miss out on the whole, obviously, visuals and everything of what's happening. So, you know, being deaf wouldn't be that big of a deal. Well, I mean, again, just by comparison to the two. Even like with watching a movie, would you rather hear what they're saying or be able to see everything? I'd still rather be able to see it, because then through sight you could do like subtitles through, you know, reading lips, if you can, you know, learn that. Right, that would still be better. The visuals are so much more important. So if you had to choose between being blind or being deaf, I would definitely choose being deaf, because whatever, like, a lot of auditory things can be understood and picked up visually. not the least of which is lip reading, but not the other way around, that if you can't see, now somebody could explain what something looks like to you, and you could sort of imagine it, but, it's just different. Or yeah, there's like this little channel that I almost would want to find now and react to that, like, rank these top 5 without knowing which comes first. Right, like rank these 5 things without knowing which one comes first. And I could play along, and I would sort of keep pausing it, but it would be fine. So I love what I did with this in a moment. Like, at first I wasn't sure, and I was trying to be OCD and perfectionist with like, oh, I'm gonna right, have to sync up the timestamps and maybe even the video and like all this kind of stuff. But then I'm just doing it verbally, so now I can do any kind of content and just tell you what's happening, or tell you the timestamp, and you could just follow along with that, especially if it's not live. If it's just a video, you can just pause and sync it up. Okay, so it's like a whole format template thing, so I'll just I'll tell you each one, and then I'll think about it and rank it. This is not so much about the time, but it's like, right, you gotta guess what else the other options are gonna be. So there's this one channel that's really known for doing it, so I just type in the word rank and it shows up. Rank these specific bagel orders blindly. This channel is Makeshift Project. Right, so it's gonna be rank these specific bagel orders blindly. Everything bagel toasted with cream cheese. I like things very simple, so I'd probably put that like 5. It looks like too much for me, so 5. He also says 5, or he makes it 4. I don't mind cream cheese, but egg bagel with lox, I'll put it on 4. Fish, I don't really like. Again, my favorite will just be something plain, like nothing on it or very little. Sesame bagel with butter, not toasted, probably 3. So far I haven't liked any of these. Oh, that looks good. French toast bagel with butter toasted. I'll take a chance and go number 1 with that one. I feel he also does one, although I feel like maybe I've had something like that and it didn't taste that good. The French toast doesn't taste as good with like bread. It was like French toast bread and it was nasty, but I don't know. Cinnamon raisin would have to be number 2. Like, what kind of content even is this? Says the guy who's reacting to it, but rank these dream jobs blindly, also same channel. My dream job is sitting there and reacting to ranking 5 things in a row and making a living for doing that, like these fucking clowns on this channel. Presumably they're doing pretty well. So astronaut is kind of, that to me would be sort of mid. Like, I wouldn't really want to do it. In concept you want to do it. That's not really a dream job. Like, it's a cool idea, but the amount of work that you'd have to actually put in and the technical stuff, so I'd actually put that like number 4, because it's cool in concept, but you don't really want to do the work that goes with it. It's like being in a single partner relationship that people think they want it, but they don't want what goes along with it. Yeah, travel vlogger would be like number 1, because it's like, you get to travel and just, make money doing that. Like, that's a dream come true, almost like what I'm doing now, but not quite, but that's even better. So, and again, even if I didn't make that much, if I make enough to cover the expense of traveling plus like $2,000 a month, or even $1,000 a month, like that's all you might need, because assuming it's covering the expense of the travel and living, right, which could be whatever it might be. So that would be number one. So he puts it at number 2. A Barstool content creator, that one's kind of mid, because I'll put that on 5, even though I don't mind the content creator idea, but I don't want to be like, I don't want to have to do what they want me to do kind of a thing. Barstool is like Dave Portnoy and stuff. Yeah, see, he says that. Voice actor, probably, again, the amount of work assuming put into it, like, I'd get fired in a week because I wouldn't be good enough at it, like we just tried that yesterday. So I'll put that at like 3. Oh well, we're almost identical except for number 1 and 2 are going to be switched. NBA rep number 2. So yeah, my number 1 was the travel blogger, which is such a, that's such a privileged thing to do. You get to travel, which I don't want to do anyway, and just do all kind of different things. And a lot of it, you can just kind of have a camera on you and just talk about it later. Like, you don't even have to do commentary as you're doing it, right? You can just do it like that one chick who I'm staying in Costco for as long as I can until they kick me out. And it's like, after a while, though, those people kind of get a reputation, so you kind of know, right? They'll act like, oh, let's see when they kick me out, but they kind of talk to the store manager before, or they kind of set it up before, or the people kind of know who they are from the channel, right? It's hard to do that authentically. If I just went and did that, right, what would they say instead? Never mind the fact that, oh, I'm a big, scary-looking man or something like that compared to her. But not even that, just like, there's some established presence to it that, or I like that you kind of tip people. Like, she's pretty rich from the channel or whatever. So, like, she'll tip people to get them to not, like, see how long you can get away with bribing people to let you do something that you shouldn't do. Like, you're doing something clearly illegal, but anytime somebody questions you, or maybe not even illegal, but whatever, questionable, and anytime somebody questions you, you give them money and pay them off, and then keep doing that for as long as you can, and see how long it lasts. 15 words to guess these 8 words. Wait, they're all NBA players, though. But I kind of already saw them, so whatever. I saw a couple of them, but let's just try it. So he said fadeaway would be like Dirk. Ball spot could be Jason Kidd or LeBron. Manu, okay, I didn't get that. Shirtless could be, I don't know, like anybody can be shirtless. Like, that's so broad. I don't know that one. J.R. Smith, okay, this is kind of dumb, but just a massive blunder in the finals, massive mistake. Choke would be, oh, okay, Reggie. Alright, this one's kind of dumb. Like, some of these aren't really working. Or, like, they're not the... These are sort of different kind of things. Rank these bar foods blindly. See, like, I would prefer it just if it was a pretzel alone. It's like a pretzel with queso and shit. I would just eat the pretzel plain. That's one of my, like, craziest, like, false duality things. How can I love and hate something so much? I love the breaded pretzels, like, you know, that you get from Auntie Anne's or something like that, right? I love those, but I hate the hard pretzels, right, that you get, like, in chips, like the Snyder's or whatever it's called, right? So the hard pretzels I hate, and the breaded pretzels I love. How many girls are you talking to at the club? What kind of questions are they? I like the ones where it's just a blind rank of the 5 things. Fill the movie grid. Rank these sodas without knowing what comes next. I have to keep pausing it. I think I already saw this one, but I'll still do it. So Diet Coke I'd put at number 5. I don't like diet, anything. It's like if you're gonna have it, the real thing, just have it. Otherwise, don't have it at all. Just drink water. So 5. Code Red is pretty good. It's like number 2. Code Red is really good. At first I didn't like it, but I loved it. So number 2, Code Red. Orange cream soda, I'm not really sure. I'll put it number 3. I don't know it super well. And now they're bringing in the bottle into it. Pepsi, number 4. But because I assume that something's going to be better. Dr. Pepper, number 1. But Pepsi isn't bad. It's just, I always like Coke more than Pepsi. Underrated candies blindly. York is, I could go York number 1. I love, mint is one of my favorite things. Mint is like my favorite flavor. So I actually just do number 1. So York number 1. Toothpaste, you know, normally I like mint but not peppermint, but in the case of that I kind of do like it. Hot tamales number 5. I don't like sort of spicy things like that. Milk Duds could be like number 3, I guess. They're good. I don't know what that even is. Charleston Chew. I don't know what that is. Big Five. I kind of lost track of the rankings here. 10 baby names that are illegal. But see, Osama bin Laden is not a name. Like, that's a tree. But like, a lot of these are last names. Messi is a last name, isn't it? These are first and last names. So you're not, oh yeah, I want to name my kid Harry Potter. I want to name my kid Osama bin Laden. Right, like some of these are full names or last names. So what if you want to name your kid Osama and your last name, middle name happen to be bin Laden just by chance, right? Cyanide. How many years are you going without breakfast? wearing these pizza toppings blindly, which mine is penne vodka. I don't know what it even is, really, pasta. Put it like number 4. But I'm somebody who literally likes it without any toppings, just sort of plain. So number 4, that could be chicken Alfredo, could be like number 3. That's number 5. Too much sausage and bacon, pepperoni. I don't like when there's too many things on there. Prosciutto. I guess I have no choice but to do number 2, but I don't really like it. That's a little weird, Nutella, but okay. That's not really even a topping, it's like a spread, I don't know. So let's look at this concept here, like, much value is from externality, like everybody, not inherent, not at peace with something, so you always require reinforcement through externality, or you require something sort of to react to from externality, even if it's sort of just imagined or appearance or whatever, often propped up by social contrivance and whatever. But, so it's like, you require something from externality. You require something in a way that is like, always requiring something and being part of some outward, like, oh, you need something, positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, whatever. You need like some sort of constant feedback from contrivance in a way that sort of hard to explain, but you're sort of defined by, controlled by, reduced to, reliant on externality. So imagine like, oh, you're just at peace and you don't really need anything. There's nothing wrong with that. That could actually be a good thing or just a neutral thing, but it's portrayed as a negative, like, oh, that's somehow bad. You need like some sort of overcompensation from social contrivance from others, mainly because that's what they need too. So it's like this weird, contrivance state that you're put into. So that's the absolute non-inhibition thing too. Like, it wouldn't even be possible as a negative unless you're restricting and inhibiting people in every way. So now you need that as like an overcompensation state. Right, so again, this constant need of externality that you may have is insistent upon something, like you need some sort of undue emphasis or performative aspect. So it's interesting how that's judged, because that shows you the RBO protocol too, right? So it assumes, again, the false absolute structure, like the false absolute nature of contrivance, but then that same false absolute nature requires undue emphasis and constant performative aspects and overcompensation and precon to be valued. So it's dependent on something. So in other words, it's not actually absolute, and then it's assuming the intent or that you're vouching for it, like, it's absolute, and now it's just a matter of your ability to overcompensate for it to make it seem absolute or valuable. So now it comes down to arbitrary subjective elements again, like your desire to overcompensate or put up appearance, pretense, performative aspects, things like that, onto it. In a way that's sort of, it's like this box that you have to be in to value a contrivance state. So it shows you more, again, it's similar to religion, like it shows more of a psychological need than any basis in reality. And it reveals like the dependent overextended pretense all the more. Like you can control people by their awareness of that. Their preconceptions, right? They'll indignantly insist upon it and cling to kind of their ignorance, or right, like the divide and conquer thing. You don't even have to do anything. People will just do that to themselves by insisting upon things they didn't choose, things that don't really have impact, things that are just, lines on a map, like a country, right? You'll just insist upon yourself just because you are yourself. So you supplant self-value for self-insistence, and with self-insistence, and you sort of do it in a way that is right, like this irrational insistence upon the self instead of actual value for the self. And you have no actual true value for a process by which you don't really value the process, you value it only as it's tied to some other value like the self, which would be the rational basis. Might be seen as cynical, but rational basis, it only makes sense that you would value yourself. But then what's not rational is the lack of consistency. So you show in observable practice the non-base of self, but then you put up this performative pretense because of collective contrivance now that, oh no, I don't really value it, and then in doing that you undermine it, so you don't truly value that. So this is a conflict of contrivance, cognitive dissonance, but in a zero-sum finite awareness state, it would not be tolerated or it would be addressed because there's no consistency to any standard that is posed, and of course, often, that's sort of projected too. There's a lot of projection that can happen even with like a non-neutral state. And so non is a great test of that, to see the outward nature of contrivance and its projections. Like, there might be nothing there, but there's something projected into it where you just can't simply be neutral or have a different measure or some other thing, because it would sort of show up contrivance that this is valued in the first place. Right, that there's no standard, or it's only used as a pretense and not consistently held, or again, something requiring constant undue emphasis, performative aspects, overcompensation, defined by not by doing it, taken as a false inherent contrivance response. There may be a functional basis that is posed here, and the functional basis that's posed would be like, the functional basis that is posed would be along the lines of a lack of consistency too. So the simple claim that I've used is this, like, there is no standard that consistently held that could possibly result in the state that you currently have, right? There's no one standard or even set of standards that could possibly lead to the exact state that you're in right now, because it would be inconsistent. Like, oh, it's a value for the self, but that's not consistent. Half mass collective contrivance. It's not a value for contrivance, we can collective value, because then there's a non-basis self. It's not a value for any one thing, any consistent criteria, nothing. So it's arbitrary, reactionary, right? There's no actual criteria that could be used, and the reason why is because, right, it's arbitrary. You're just reacting, insisting, trying to sort of rationalize something that you already are sort of forced into, and this assumption that you can't escape from it, and like maintaining the illusion that like, oh, it actually has value, or more, not even that it has value, but that it has, like, that it's real, basically. It requires a state of non-thinking and constant folly, favorite, distraction, reinforcement, things like that, subversion of accountability, non-accountability. Okay, so let's look at the non-absolute state of your contrivance this way. The best way to explain it to people is like different cultures, right? So other cultures and countries and time periods would all have done different things than what you're doing now with equal indignance or certainty. So you realize that, oh, you're so indignant and sure about your way of doing things or whatever standards you supposedly have, but they're equally sure of theirs and they're different. So that shows you they're arbitrary, like it's not really an absolute the way you treat it, but there'd be some doubt in that. Or, again, like, it's not as sure of a thing as you make it out to be. And that's one thing an absolutist would value above all is time. So there'll be a lot of projection of that. It's kind of a funny effect, like non versus means or stimuli or time. So non would be, or whatever, anything would be projected into means or stim versus time, because the half-mass state does not value time. It's a longevity process that where half-mass human functions live as if they're going to live forever, right? That was my original prognostication of the longevity process, that people with such fleeting, finite lives live as if they're going to live forever, and sacrifice much of their existence in reducing it to a half-mass state where you're like half alive, you're not fully aware, not fully thinking, not fully, self-actualizing in any way which would characterize in a more minimalistic way. You're not doing that, so you sacrifice the depth or fullness of experience in life for the length of it, longevity process, for the security of collective contrivance that would ensure that, or to pretend like you lived half as long. You could live 100 years or 50 years, and in 50 years you could have hedonism and certain experience, right? That might be more full, or again, just minimalism, remove the need for a lot of things. A lot of things are done only because of either overextension or because overextension, right? That's actually probably the most important phrase from any of my debates and things like that is, again, that contrivance is that which is only necessary by overextension and only real by acknowledgement, which explains the entire conflict of contrivance too. Like, oh, there's all this power, like political power. It's only real if you acknowledge it, and collectively we might do that and we might try to uphold it. But that's all it is. So tomorrow, if everybody in the world just stopped acknowledging political figures or any other power, it would cease to exist. It's not real power. Real power is like, okay, physically, you're strong enough to beat somebody up. So that's the power you might have over them. Or even technology. Okay, you have a gun and they don't, so that's power, right? But power like, oh, they control the government and they control all this technology. That might seem to be true, right? But not in an immediate sense, but it's like you have to acknowledge their authority, right? It relies on you, and so that's not true power. Power like that, which the absolutist would value, which would speak for itself at all times and not require that, because that's sort of arbitrary in a way. So the one thing I'll say is. And again, only necessary by overextension. So if the world was a village of 100 or in a more minimalistic state, etc., less amount of people, those things would not be necessary either. Right? It wouldn't be necessary anymore. So like your social contrivances. Think about your cynicality and projections too. None of that would be the case because it's an overextended process. You're not doing it. You're not doing it in such a way that actually has inherent value, right? It's overextended and half-massed, so it's a lack of awareness. But then it's reduced to initial state. I kind of like that segment where I was reading through my notes. That's actually the ultimate value, because that's something. I don't think you realize how much stuff is in there. It's such a. It shows you like that. People say like, oh, if you're passionate about something, you should do it a couple hours a day. I don't really do it in a formal sense, but you know what I mean. By doing either this or by doing those notes, like there is value in there, but I'm too lazy and jaded to actually do it myself. Or again, my standard is too high to either believe that it's valuable by my unrealistically high standard, or it's too high to reduce it to the lowest common denominator that you would have to do for public folly, favoritism, collective. That's really the hard thing, is like, what exactly would I do with it? And the best form would be, just make a fictional story that has like action and other random shit, and that would appeal to people more. I almost feel like a manga type thing would work better for this sort of thing, because at least then you're getting constant feedback from the audience, like with every edition, and it's like you're getting like a visual feedback, right? Where you can like kind of draw the characters and draw. I feel like that would be more my thing. Not that I can draw, but if I could, that would be excellent. Yeah, that's another thing about like going viral. If you just keep doing content for long enough, one of your things might go viral, and that raise your that fucking shit. But like something like that where, you know, you'll go viral if you post one video every day, even if it's short, even if it's random, even if it's stupid, and eventually one of them might go viral and you'll be known for that. And then you'll feel like, well, I don't want to be defined just by that because I have so many other videos, but whatever, like, that's how it works. So it's some random, uncontrollable process that you couldn't even necessarily predict, or then you have to appeal to other people's thing, like, oh, make a joke on somebody else's thing that went viral, and that might go viral too. This is the Rome Fell to Bread and Circuses U.S. edition. Hawk Tua and raise your These are the kind of things that we do. Stimuli, acme, folly, favoritism. Yeah, you'll see the half-mast state is constantly keeping up appearances, but never true value, never true anything, never full or true anything. That's somehow a negative. By the same process that's used as a pretense for value, if you fully value, that's the half-mast state being exposed. Right, this is the burden on the claim maker. Consistency in the half-mast state. They'll tell you, value this, value that, value the collective, value, oh, it's important to study if you're in school. It's important to work hard, right? But then, if you do it too much or too freely, oh no, we have to inhibit that, we can't let you do that, or you're doing it too much, that makes you a nerd, or oh, you're doing it too much, that's bad, you have to measure it with collective social contrivance or something, or oh, you're doing it too much, we have to restrict you here, or oh, you're doing, so if you do it too little, that's bad. If you do it too much, that's bad. So is it being valued or not? And that's where the LCD, collective contrivance state, comes in, and that's where the half-mast conflict comes in. So the burden is on the claim maker saying that, oh, we're going to reduce you to the structure and tell you to do this and how to do it, all with the pretense of something, like the pretense is functionalism or whatever the case may be. But then when you apply it too well or too much or actually hold it accountable of value, now, oh, that's a bad thing too. That's a bad thing too because you have it's a bad thing too because now, so it shows you can't fully value, you can't not value at all. So now it's lacking in consistency, lacking in credibility, lacking in authority to outward insist, lacking in any sort of leading to a conflict of contrivance that you're the one, society collectively, people outwardly insisting, you're the one posing the standard, you're the one saying value this because of this and it's so valuable, false absolute to val, false abs to val, specify, reduce to a certain structure. You're using that, but then you're saying, well, you lack all credibility, so it becomes arbitrary. So you can do it if you want and then suffer the corresponding conflict of contrivance for which you vouch by doing that. But what you cannot do is you cannot outwardly insist upon it or expect or tell others to do it. And that's why the indoctrination bypassing in youth, bypassing accountability and critical thinking in youth, that's why train like animals kind of state exists. That's why it's tied to means, it's tied to certain other things, like you see how it's done, right? You see how the process is done, how it is made, how contrivance is made, but yet you pretend it's a false inherent absolute just because the illusion is good enough or effective or something like that. Just because an artifice is consistently held just because even it's tied to function. So you'll say, oh, well, you do that because it's useful, you see, look at all human progress that you'll credit to it, and functionalism. But then it's half-mass functionalism. It's not truly being valued. So it's a measure between, oh, well, functionalism, but also human collective contrivance, and also non-basis of self, and also overextended to a half-mass collective state. So you're not clear. Again, doesn't mean you can't do it, doesn't mean it can't have value. It means you lack all credibility or consistency because any of the standards that you're supposedly valuing or supposedly posing are not actually being valued truly. And then the absolutists could pose that as minimalism or remove the need, right? Not even saying that, oh, do this instead. They're not outwardly insisting. They're saying removing the need would be as simple as just, okay, let's just not be inhibited. Not even to do anything, don't be inhibited outwardly by the contrivance state. So non is being posed then as anti, like, okay, you just want to be a minimalist, live off the land, do something, very basic, you don't want anything back, but then contrivance will outwardly insist, like, oh, you're anti, you must be an anarchist, or, oh, I bet you're entitled to something because this land is owned by the government. This is becoming one of my core phrases I keep repeating. This is owned by somebody, this is that. So it's the fallacy perm. Like, you need society's collective contrivances permission to simply exist at all, right? It's like a ritualistic cultish thing. You have to adhere, you have to appease contrivance state to simply exist because it'll outwardly insist in every area that is otherwise controlled. And people take it as a default reactionary state. To simply objectively observe something as a threat to it. So again, shoot the messenger, blame the thinker, blame, it's your fault, you're only saying this because of this, you're only thinking this because of this. Doesn't really make sense because you have to address the objective idea that anybody could observe a process objectively. Right, objectivity isn't useful, it doesn't make a point, it doesn't benefit. I could live in that minimalistic state right now if society didn't try so hard to outwardly insist or stop you. But even if I did, that's not the point. The point is, can you think objectively? Can you use your brain? Can you actually reconcile the cognitive dissonance associated? But remember, you're in an artificial, constantly upheld contrivance state. So what does that mean? That means that, you'll attack anybody who presents awareness of the nature of the process or makes you aware of the process. It's their fault. It's their fault for not adequately overcompensating for a supposedly absolute process that requires artifice and undue emphasis to overcompensate for it in the first place, thereby showing it's not absolute. So there's this initial undue positive emphasis that comes into play where the process is supposedly absolute and unquestionable and you take it for granted, but then why and when would you need to value it in such a way that you would have why and when would you need to value it along the lines of that? So you might think you're doing something positive by let's be all positive and upbeat and optimistic and social contrivance and undue positive emphasis, but you're only doing that to overcompensate for and maintain a flawed process that is not absolute by you having to do that. So you're maintaining, it's like something is objectively flawed process, so you maintain it by overcompensating, if we're really nice about this, that makes it seem better, but all you're doing there is maintaining the flawed process by doing that. It's like, okay, let's make the process worse then and overcompensate more, if that's the basis. Or it'll prevent you from trying to improve the process by saying, well, if we overcompensate enough, then we don't feel the need and we settle for it and we deal with it and we're gratified and glorified by some contrivance element like this. We feel good about struggling with the process, zero-sum process. So again, awareness of a process is negative, thought is negative, objectivity is negative, neutrality is negative, anti-posed, false duality. You also have the ability to consider the fact that, that's what you could never do. That's what you could never do as a thinking, self-aware person. You cannot outlaw thought. You cannot say, oh, you can't think about this. You can't be able to... You can try to socially control it and say, well, that's uncomfortable. That's this, that's that. Well, why is it uncomfortable to think? Because just don't think that. No, it's uncomfortable because it must reveal something. It must expose something about your state that... that there's some conflict, flawed process. It must expose something. So the solution is, just don't think, and stigmatize thought, and stigmatize any awareness of nature process, etc. False absolute half-mass state. But then you struggle with the conflict of contrivance anyway. So why would awareness of the process be an issue? Because it prevents the collective overextension to the level that would subvert value of a process or life or anything. And one of the great elements of lacking credibility. This is an absolute process upon which we'll insist and outwardly insist. But then, so what element of your life then would not invalidate that? Folly, favoritism. The process is so absolute that we have to distract ourselves. We do the half-mass false functionalism, then we do folly, favoritism to distract ourselves. What kind of credibility do you have when folly, favoritism is there? When self-insistence, social contrivance, lowest common denominator is there, right? You lack all credibility then to assert your contrivance state as absolute such that you can outwardly insist upon it. And then, what else do we have here? These are all discussions I've had in the past, in the debates and different things. Like, I should bring that back, but I guess whatever little following I had there is hard to redo, or you're in the wrong time period. I should credit Destiny with some of my inspiration too, like structurally, that he's been clowned on a lot, but sometimes I think what happens, again, I don't vouch for his ideological bias and stuff that's happened over time, but sometimes it's misframed. Like, I've seen that clip, like he's asking Jordan Peterson questions and people are clowning on Destiny. Like, all he's doing is asking him questions. Like, you're assuming some false duality. Like, if I play devil's advocate, or not even devil's advocate, I'm asking you a question and then you answer the question. That doesn't mean, look at Jordan Peterson clowning him with that answer. Like, you're not understanding the interview sort of process. Like, I'm asking you and you're telling me. Like, I'm not making a claim by I get that sometimes that feels the case and sometimes it happens, but like, I ask somebody a question, I'm deferring to him, I'm listening to him, but wow, look how he clowned him there. He sure showed him by answering the question. Like, but I asked it, and you're not. It's like, it doesn't always have to be adversarial. Like, I'm trying to show him up with this question. I sure got you there, and then he fires back. It doesn't have to be adversarial. I could just be asking a question, right? And it's a worthy kind of discussion, but people sort of insist upon their preconceived notions and stuff. And so a lot of artifice is also the form of it, that you're trying to the form of it, like, we got to dress it up more. That's what you go to school for. Go to school for 4 years, 8 years, go through all that. That's just so you can adequately dress up in artifice that which those who are less attuned to such things would fall for. But if they were aware of the same process, they would say, now we just know that they're just doing that process, therefore that invalidates it. Therefore, all you're doing is taking something that could have inherent value at a face value directly and dressing it up, right? It's like to the uninitiated, but then there'd be no need to do that if if they were initiated to it too. Like if they went through the same thing, they'd be like, oh, well, this is just the same process that we use. So it would equalize itself out. You see how self-awareness does that, or awareness of nature of process does that. So it's the awareness that's seen as the negative, not the process itself. And the way a process is arrived upon is key for that too. Because what happens is it's often through indoctrination and bypassing. So what I said is often what is valued or practiced, it's not that it holds up to scrutiny, the same scrutiny that you would, as a thinking being, apply to everything. Oh no, it's that it bypasses that same scrutiny. So you see how can people believe in religion but they question everything else? Or how can people do certain things, but if you pose something to them or if they, anything else that they think about, they would dismiss or criticize and say, oh, I'm not going to do this because of this, or I'm going to question other things. Oh, it's because you're indoctrinated at a young age into it. That's why it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. That's why it bypasses scrutiny and accountability in the first place. So you see how those are the processes by which you are ruled in the first place. That is how an error machination process is able to preserve. Right? It's not that, oh, it's the most credible thing or an absolute process that holds up to scrutiny. It's that it bypasses accountability and scrutiny in the first place. The non-accountable false absolute. So, that's also the absolutist position on function. Like, you can do the half-assed functional process because it's necessary or collectively inclined. That doesn't mean you have to like it. So there'd be a neutrality that's taken as a false negative. Right, because undue positive emphasis is required to maintain the contrivance state. So what if you're just non? What if you're just neutral? False negative. Right, so to be aware of it is not to be above it. One of the core logical razors. And then you have I love what this channel is. Like, you can have it. Like, it's a person giving up. That's really what it is. Like a midlife crisis thing, or like, I'm even saying, like, I give up on trying to do it because before I even really tried, because I don't care. Like, it's not, you can have it. It's no use trying to do it, right? In any formative way. Like, this is the best you're going to get. And you'll tell me, oh, it's meritocracy that rules you. And then you see, oh, who's at the top of the ladder then? Oh, it's XQC, or it's I Show Speed, or somebody. Again, I'm not denying the cult of personality. Maybe they're entertaining, maybe this or that. But, like, those are your idols. Those are your icons. But you'll question me on the basis of meritocracy. Like, oh, that's why you're not successful. Right, like, I'm not... Just do face cam, just do React content, which I guess I have done a certain amount of React content too, but you see that the standard is not exactly credible or highly valued, right? It's something else. Or like there becomes like an exposure preconception fallacy too, like, oh, why is something popular? Oh, just because it's exposed widely, right? Has wide exposure. And then it's repetition and familiarity. So something might be valued for no reason other than, oh, why do you like that thing? Oh, because I saw that thing. And why do you like it after that? Oh, because I keep seeing it over and over. Like, just that alone can sometimes do it on a mass scale. So it's that initial buzz, why it's exposed is what's so key, right? Why was it liked in the first place, and often in some reactionary way that didn't have a lot of thought or standard put into it, as far as So that's one of always the standards of accountability. Like, would awareness of a process invalidate it? And then, like, everything is a process, right? You could tie it into, like, oh, ignorance is bliss. Like, everything is a process, whether you're aware of it or not. Even, like, science, even, like, oh, you like that because it's a dopamine rush. That's just a natural process. Stimuli acme, right? But you glorify it into something more as if that's necessary, certainly to specify and control it or to somehow enjoy it. But then you're controlled by it rather than in control of it. So does the presence of a process make something invalid? And does the awareness of a process make it invalid? Because then the issue is not so much the awareness or the presence, but rather the process itself, according to you. So now it just becomes, oh, I'd rather not be aware of it, or I'd rather, in this case, respond to it. Contrivance response to make it seem like something more than what it is, or something different than what it is, or to counter that objective inherent reality, right, to, again, either control the practice of it, right? You see that a lot with the stimuli acme, that that you're basically in a position to and that's always a good discredit, like, oh, you have to be in an ivory tower or something like that, have some zero-sum means to be able to see something objectively or clearly. But that would be like saying, so low standards are good because you have no choice. That's basically what you're saying. Or like a ignorant state is good because, like, we should somehow glorify it just because we have to. Right, again, not saying you might not have to do it out of necessity, but there's a difference between doing it out of necessity and glorifying it and saying, oh, well, look how hard we had to work because we had to do it, and we feel good about it, gratified, glorified. Not that, oh, it shouldn't be, not even that it shouldn't be necessary, but don't let that dictate your perspective or standard and say, well, you can be objective or think or have a higher standard because you're in a different position, so therefore it's the position that's bad. Right? That's like saying, again, you're in this ivory tower and you can see the world clearly and objectively, but they'll attack you for being in it or try to tear down the tower effectively, instead of saying, oh no, but this vantage point isn't the issue. It's you're seeing it. What you're seeing is not the issue. Right? It's just, okay, that's the way things actually are versus the way you have to pretend that they are because it's useful or necessary or reinforcing of your state. So that's a cognitive dissonance angle that people can't see two things at once, right? Here's objective reality and here's a contrivance state that's necessary or useful to your own half-mass existence. And then you have the ability to consider that, an assumption of zero-sum means or some other standard than that. You have non or neutrality. So again, that should never be the argument that, like, well, you would have to be in a state that requires or forces you almost to value something in order to understand the value of it. And if you're in a state that doesn't force you to do that, you would no longer see the value of it. Though the value is dependent on a functional aspect, but then it's not true there's not a true commitment to that function. It's instead still done in a half-mass way. So it's used as a pretense still. So now, that's not a good argument of a basis. Like, oh, we have this supposed standard of value just because we have to, not because of actual inherent value therein. And again, you see a lot of that with the collective mass overextended state, like so you could use religion as a placeholder for a lot of this objectivity, but it doesn't have to apply just only to that. But that's why that's important, the false absolute or inherent or objective standard of something like that. It would be necessary on the level that, well, if it's subjective people ultimately saying it, which it is, but all it would take is, somebody could subjectively come along and say something different. And even if you have social Darwinism, it still doesn't make people feel secure in that. And anybody can just do anything then, instead of this empirical from on high perspective that, it's above the subjective level. But now you have the ability to that's like the immediacy, awareness of the nature of a process. Everything's dependent over extended pretense, so you would be aware of that, but it's like, what do I have to gain from you will dictate how I act towards you, social contrivance, which is based in a rational process. It's not negative. It's not negative that you would have non-base of self, but it's negative that you would pretend based on that, right? So that's not all it is, but that is all it is because it depends on that. But then, you try to overcompensate based on, you see how it folds on itself. It's not just about zero-sum means dependent over extended pretense, but without that, you wouldn't do that, and you only do that based on that. So, picture a process absolutist based, that it would be based in, remove all that, now it's just, do you have something of value or not? Is there something of value process by which you would remove the need for people as the middleman? Kind of is the place undue emphasis and sort of propriety and, sort of exploit something to make it your own kind of. But without that, it would be like the inherent value of something would have to speak for itself, and there'd be no need for anything else in between, right? Whereas that then somehow becomes a defining factor, but who can social contrive, overcompensate appearance pretense best? That'll be the defining factor, when really it should be the inherent process therein, and even the appearance pretense basis is not very credible. What else do we have here? We have... awareness of a process, so that it almost comes off as mocking it, or like a disbelief that how can people actually take it seriously, but they do for a functional basis, but then it's not. So dependent over extended pretense, but then not full practice, but then half-mass state. But then also it's a situation where half-mass practice, so therein lies the whole explanation of conflict of contrivance, or even the awareness of a process would be you understand the nature of the process, so therefore you understand everything that comes along with it, so nothing would surprise you there, that's just part of human nature that you can see from history and observable practice. And so you could also see that, it would be observable practice in such a way that for one thing, collective contrivance insists upon itself, it wants to hold everybody else down to make itself feel better about the state it's reduced to, but it's actively upholding that same thing, necessary by function, perhaps, but not really in that form. And so now, that's one of the great conflicts. Can you dumb something down enough for other people to understand it? But then by doing that, you defeat the purpose of it, because you dumb it down, so now the actual value of it is gone. So the expression I come back to is, I would say, if people could see it, they would already, right? If people were capable of understanding a concept, they already would see it, because it would be self-evident objectively, right? So either it's that they don't want to, you cannot dissuade with the reason what came about by desire, the logical razor I would use, or either they don't want to see it, or they can't see it because other contrivance elements prevent it, kind of they're in a contrivance state that requires otherwise, etc., prevents otherwise. So now you have like either they don't want to or they somehow can't. And the way that they can't is like the way that they can't do it is like again, certain contrivance, restriction, sensor reality kind of basis that's taken as a false standard, false base element. And so you have the situation of so the long-form postulate would indicate many things, like it would be an endless process. You could never actually get to a base conclusion that would be the specific one that you happen to be in, or there would be arbitrary standard lists. There wouldn't be one standard or criteria that leads to it, so it's arbitrary, reactionary, relying on bypassing processes, but also the long-form postulate would never be resolved. So it's like, oh, let's shut it down with force or with some kind of fallacy or dismissal, initial basis, or social contrivance, LCD, or let's shut it down with folly, favoritism, distraction, right? That's necessary to maintain the half-mass contrivance state. So once again, objectivity isn't useful, right? Would be the logical razor there, and it'd be a case where it's like the form, right? Reduction to structure, where everything is like preconceived, so why even bother doing it? Right? Anything outside of the preconceived form, so then it's like, well, the process is doing itself, and there'll be some arbitrary little self-insistence within that. But so again, value for the process itself is not present, but then it's pretended on in a half-mass way, and then awareness of the process is negative, not the process itself, and then so it's like you have to pretend to value it, or the best way to do it is like, or you're not pretending, you're just not aware of the nature of it, but you show the nature of it in observable practice because it's done a half-mass dependent over extended pretense. So the process itself isn't actually valued, but there's a pretense that's placed upon it because it's again, necessary for some collective contrivance state. So all it would take to invalidate it is some layer of thought that is then tried to be prevented, and blame that. Again, shoot the messenger, observer, objective mind, prevent from being used in this way. That is, again, evident in practice, so it misframes it as a claim, right, that the conflict of contrivance exists either way, that you would have so you have preconceived notions, reduction to structure. So any standard that's posed is more of a pretense than actually held fully accountable. And that's the interesting thing. Again, false inherent contrivance response. It's like, oh, it's like you're the claim maker. You're taking all these claims or positions by simply shutting down the fallacies of an outward contrivance state, right, that is taken as like a default. So it's like, oh, it's on you. It's somehow your position that you would point out or present the flaws or fallacies of the outward claims, outward contrivance state that you have. And the reason why is that bypass accountability in the first place. You're simply pointing out that it doesn't have the authoritative position to insist or assert itself outwardly, but it sort of like takes a monopoly over zero-sum means functionalism. There's unwillingness to be bepuzzled, false certainty, false absolute, non-accountable, false absolute. Think about like this cultish mentality too. All you would need to maintain this absolute state that you have is make sure you heavily indoctrinate people at a young age. Make sure you, through media, through parenting, through monopoly over zero-sum means, all of these things, right? Basically their survival, zero-sum means. Do all of that, condition them, heavily train them like animals, indoctrination at a young age before they can think critically, bypassing right accountability, constant reinforcement through externality, through either, again, media, social contrivance, parenting, etc., indoctrination. You would have to do that. And the way that you would do that is, that's all it would take to maintain this absolute state that we're in. That's all you would have to do. You see, that's just normal. That's just taken for granted. That's the pre-con that you have. So now you have the other consideration that imagine if I pose that in a different way, like, here's what you would do. We'll make a little commune, we'll make a little group, right, of people, and all I have to do is, when they're at a young age, we have to indoctrinate them, we have to, condition them a certain way, we have to train them like animals, hold accountable, no accountability, no thought, authoritative, reduction to structure, pre-con, right? We have to do all these things. We have to insist upon it, closed structure contrivance, no outward influence that contradicts it, ridiculed, prevented, censored. You have to do all these things. And then, the result there is therefore validated in a certain way. Like, you don't see what that means, that, under those circumstances, you could have anything you want, pretty much. You could create any perspective that you almost want. And the modern iteration of that is actually much more free than it typically would have been in the past. But it shows the same fallacy of, again, a false absolute requiring constant contrivance response, constant reduction to structure, things of this nature that would be very controlled in this way. So you have a stimuli acme aspect where, again, obsession with sex, and that takes form in humor. Most humor is sexual in nature. Most songs, music is sexual in nature. Lyrics, most romantic or sexual, however you want to define, but still, coming back to stimuli acme basis, most profanity that's the one that actually is the most telling. Most life goals, most, fixation, projection, etc. But profanity is a telling one because, again, like, something really good happens. What might you say? That's fucking great. Like, you're extolling something positive. The highest form measure you can think of comes back to a word that's sexual in nature, whether you're thinking about it in that way or not, right? But that's the highest form of value you can think of for the most part. And then beyond that, you also have the value of something really negative happens. That's really fucked up. You would say it. So the highest form of positive expression or negative expression would both be tied to the same thing in terms of. And let's look at the objective vessel concept. Like, you're merely a vessel of something that you would have. Right, you can just be an objective vessel of an idea, just like anybody, the infinite objective mind nature, that you wouldn't need to, while it can be reduced to structure and controlled in a certain way, but you're just an objective vessel of ideas, so don't specify, don't personalize, focus on the idea, not the individual, but then you also have the ability to consider that And again, whenever you do that, it doesn't mean that you're defending the particular point that may be in question. Focus on the idea, not the individual. You might disagree with the idea too, or it might not have merit or value, but you would understand that. And two things can be true, that you should focus on that, but also that doesn't mean that they're right in saying that. That's a false duality. And then you also have, what was the other point? The vessel, the idea that, again, maybe that's what it takes. Like, the ivory tower type of thing, it requires zero-sum means. Maybe that's what it would take to see things clearly, would not be so close to them, so near to them, so dependent on them on a functional level that you would have to see things a certain way because, that's the where functional zero-sum means is tied to. Pretend you weren't tied to that. Now you can be objective because you're not incentivized by that. So you would have the ability to consider that, you can see through a process rather than being a part of it, or you wouldn't be so beholden to it that you have to see it that way just for functional reasons. So now you have a situation to consider that so the absolute is lack of value in vouching for the contrivance state, or the active vouching that you must do in a half-mass form, or you could still practice it for functional reasons, but you wouldn't do it where you necessarily vouch for it or place undue positive emphasis or overcompensate or embrace it or glorify or take gratification from it. Or it would be a situation where you're able to, you would have the ability to say, well, you could do it, but it would be, spite isn't the right word, but let's just use it for now as a placeholder. Like, you would take on the spite of it in form, and then you would also have a situation of, just sort of you're deconstructing contrivance in this way. And again, only necessary by overextension, only real by acknowledgement. And then you have, so there's some acuity and choice being presented here as a possibility that you would say, whether you choose it or not, whether you choose to actively uphold it, a choice that you're never given. And again, reactionary false absolute, non-choice insistence, insisting upon non-choice reaction is the way I would normally say it. Then you have the ability to consider that it's just disappointing because, see, people have the capacity for self-awareness, but there's a strong incentive not to be. And again, the functional reduction is understandable, but not valid, not credible. I can respect, you have to sort of think a certain way or not think because some state requires it, your survival or your zero-sum means in a certain... I'm not denying that or saying you're wrong for doing that, but it's another thing to insist upon it and act like, but that's value, that's gratified, that's glory, that's everything, So you can see through a nature of a process or be aware of the nature of a process, or initial false abs that there is no process, so then you're controlled by it, or even glorify it into something more than what it is, overcompensating, contrivance response, would take on that form. And then so to prevent that is a big function of society. See, that's the social contrivance level in layer 2, the indoctrination, besides just enforcement. But it overextends and stretches beyond even the most base functional, perhaps, position, right? There's a functional layer. That's where social contrivance comes in to overextend, or again, make propriety out of it in a way that would have certain form. It's sort of hard to explain, but the stimuli acme is especially controlled, you have to censor reality in order to keep this impression or illusion of something specifying the stimuli acme or controlling it in some way. We have to literally censor it. The naked human body, something as basic as that, something as natural. You're not at peace with yourself. You're not at peace with your inherent nature, tendency, your entire being, right? People are not at peace with themselves, so of course you have conflict of contrivance. You have to censor reality itself, right, as necessary there. You're not at peace with yourself, or your inherent nature. You're not aware of the larger process at work, so you're controlled by both rather than in control of them, right? Because those tendencies still come out anyway, but now Again, because you repress them, you are upset. Repression leads to obsession. Because you repress them, now you become obsessed with them, as seen by the stimuli acme. And also beyond that, you have the ability to consider the fact that, again, you're not aware of or at peace with your inherent nature. You're not aware of the nature of the process, or that there is a process, right, to everything, to any particular thing, contrivance itself, some particular specification reduction of it therein. And so now you reveal this in a certain way that can be relevant. So again, the long-form postulate is at work there, and you also have the ability to consider that, here's the big question of cognitive dissonance. Can you be aware of a process but still practice it? And then if you do, does that lead to how fully aware, completely aware, objectively aware, right, then why would you even bother? And those things sort of filter in and come out anyway. Conflict of contrivance, right, manifests, but you somehow... So what's glorified or sort of seen as a genuine state is be so unaware of a process that you practice it blindly as though it's falsely absolute, even though it comes down to those dependent, overextended pretense aspect anyway. So it's not that the process is negative, you see. It would just be that there is a process that would explain everything that's happening, so there would be no undue emphasis, but then the undue emphasis is sort of necessary as a defining factor to people somehow. So to be genuine is to be ignorant, sort of like there is no process and you're practicing it as if there's no process. You don't make awareness or show awareness of the process. You don't reveal or expose the process to others because you're not aware of it yourself, or active practice, so you overcompensate. So I'm explaining social contrivance in full here. You're consistently maintaining the artifice, keeping up appearances, overcompensating enough so that the process is never exposed or revealed. And so now you pretend like there is no process, or you show actively as if there is no process. That's positive social contrivance to maintain a state. But as if ignorance is a good thing there, or somehow necessary, again, given the collective contrivance state present and being maintained, right, the collective contrivance response at work. So now, from there, you have the ability to look at that... And let's see, what else do we have here? And see, like, just this comfort level of actually thinking or verbalizing thought or whatever, it's the same thing. Like, your brain, you're thinking what you say, you're saying what you think kind of thing, but it's not reduced to structure. So what people often do is they reduce their mind to their physical state, as would take the form of social contrivance. So they're not really actively thinking, they're just sort of thinking on a surface level, so they're not aware of their own thoughts, or have like an inner monologue, internal monologue, and aware of it, like as if talking to yourself. It's called thinking. You should try it sometime. That's one of my written lines that I like. Then you have, for a certain character that I talked about before, but you're not actively aware of your own thoughts or thinking in that way, nor are you like actually even thinking at all. You're sort of just reactive, instinctive, so that's the lowest common denominator. So do you reduce the infinite objective mind to the physical state through social contrivance, LCD, or do you do it in such a way that maintaining the contrivance state is relevant here for the purpose that let me see. You have, again, social contrivance, reduced to structure, limited, reactionary form, right, that way. So now you reduce the way you think to the physical state, social contrivance state, lowest form, lowest common denominator, or do you try to raise that to the thought, objective, infinite mind state, or do you have them exist separately from each other, right, but there takes on a form that initial state is like all there is, as if you can't be aware. You can't think, you can't be aware of your own thoughts, you can't have the internal monologue, inner monologue, because an idea doesn't form that way. You can do it in writing or you can do it in thought, but you can't do it in social... Well, I won't say you can't do it, but it tends to be a lower state, right? So now the long-form postulate can be present there, so you can think as much as you want, and now you start to form actual ideas and thoughts rather than just reinforcing or reacting to everything on a superficial, again, basic, initial is the word I use. On the initial level versus a larger process versus So again, the conflict of functional contrivance may seem valid, but now you're overextending it to a way that you maintain a process forever. And again, overextend it to, that's where the stimuli acme comes in, that you would preserve it and vouch for it and even overextend it further. So you're not aware of the nature of the process, but yet you're still struggling with it. Then you're actively self-creating it and the form and the collective contrivance structure around it. Again, reduction of a structure that you actively do. So now you get into a situation where it's a false sort of anti that happens, right? Like, oh, look at us maintaining this contrivance state, being subject to it, etc. But then, we subvert it too. Look how cool it is when we subvert that contrivance state too. Let me try to give an example. It's cool to not be beholden to it, but then you end up doing it anyway, or there's some deviation in between, like the things that we sort of glorify. So that's the same repress, obsess. Because you're not at peace with the inherent nature, you repress it, right, in a certain way, but then you try to overcompensate and obsess over it, some sort of stimuli acme, so you make it a false absolute, or you glorify the idea of doing it, but then you reduce the structure, and then you're also it's like a fallacy anti, you're doing it against structure to overcompensate imbalance kind of thing. Like you're inhibited so heavily, then you try to overcompensate. So it's one extreme to another. Right, the imbalance, overcompensation, you're creating an imbalance from the natural state, for which then you later have to overcompensate. So now, you have a situation where you would, and see, thought is taken as that form too, in a appearance pretense sense, that, it must be something negative, it's projected into something, must be an incentive, zero-sum means dependent over extended pretense, those kind of elements, right, thought as a negative, because again, contrivance state is absolute, and thought may invalidate it or expose or reveal its nature, and that can't be the case. So in order to maintain the illusion of the false absolute contrivance response, or contrivance state overall, now you must condemn and prevent thought in a certain way that would be, that's the enemy, shoot the messenger, right, the observer is the negative, and then you also have the ability to, you have the ability to consider that appearance pretense on the basis of most standards, just to reinforce functional basis, most of what people do is not based in actual thought. It's a reaction to the lack of thought. You're in this state, so you have to reinforce it somehow. So you do some sort of mental gymnastics, conflict of contrivance to do it. And then you also have the ability to right, the rational basis, non-base of self, but then inconsistent practice, dependent over extended pretense, selective, right, aspect there. So you treat a process like it's something more than a process because you're not aware of the nature of the process, or you pretend it's not a process. Sort of, there's a great contrivance benefit, incentive there, you benefit from it because you feel like you can sort of manipulate it that way too. You pretend like it's a higher standard, but it actually just comes out to dependent over extended pretense, so you attach something else to it, you're not doing it for zero-sum means, you're doing it for the greater good, some other cause, but then it comes down to that you wouldn't do it without that. That's defining motivation, ultimately, or you have some sort of excess gratification that you seek in excess, and then you have a situation where you can just it's a difficult, lonely place to be objective, let's say in the context of religion. Like, oh, you want to believe it. Like, what are you arguing for in non? You're not, right? You're being objective and you have nothing to gain. Would you rather believe, oh, you're going to go to heaven and it's going to be perfect and wonderful and everything you want, and reinforce what you want to be true is actually absolute, versus just what would be seen as like the cold, hard, objective reality and truth that doesn't cater to you, the world doesn't revolve around you, right? That has less of an incentive behind it. So you cannot dissuade with the reason what came about by desire, obviously is the key phrase. You also have the ability to consider that, I'd love to see that if somebody, let me see. This isn't even me reading notes. I was just doing that yesterday, but normally I'm just doing this from old, thought process I'm talking about actively. But let me think. That's the thing. There is no conclusion from it, but it could certainly be that you wouldn't actively contrive, or it would create some sort of cognitive dissonance with doing so. So the solution is, just don't think about it. Not think about it, and then come to some conclusion that may or may not change your state of being, or, again, certainly the act of thinking, self-aware, inherent base, objective state, would not lead to the exact state, not the exact state that you're in right now. That comes by force, through bypassing, through indoctrination, through, other aspects there. So, you would invalidate the nature of a process by social contrivance, collective contrivance, reducing it to a standard like, because that's necessary, now that lets you, your standards are nothing more than ways to try to, irrational insistence upon the self, not even in ways that are impactful, because you concede that you're reduced to a half-mast state, so then you insist upon the self in place of actually valuing the self fully, right? So now you do that, and then you also, you insist upon the self in place of valuing the self, and you also decide to just you do it to maintain a contrivance state, and you do it in such a way that, again, like a half-mast state requiring censoring reality, etc., undue emphasis, contrivance response, right, that would be a threat to it. But then you also have, especially the stimuli acme, I mean, that's one of the best examples, but, so objectivity could deconstruct that. You're not making a claim, right? It is not a cui bono effect, less of an incentive to go along with it. Objectivity isn't useful, right? But it wouldn't lead to this exact state. It doesn't have empirical authority, outward insistence, credibility to do so. Bypassing scrutiny, right? Indoctrination, etc. Constant reinforcement necessary. There wouldn't be like a specific claim or a claim at all that like, this would be what you should do instead, or this is what it would lead to you thinking. That's not what it would be, right? Unlike, again, the false duality of contrivance, so like some particular claim that you're making, you have the ability to consider that what else do we have here? The good thing with this, too, is I could always listen back, and then if I forget to mention something, I could come out with it, but again, but I typically don't do that. And then But yeah, the LCD state, you'd be better off doing something in the stimuli acme. You'd be better off doing something in polyfavoritism. You'd be some aspect of, projection there, sort of remove the need, artifice, nature of the process, which again, those things manifest and come out anyway, so it's a measure of, do you address it or aware of it directly, or do you suffer from conflict of contrivance therein, right? So again, it's a state that requires sort of mass ignorance or unawareness of that, so now it becomes different layers or levels of being aware or not being aware, or taking advantage of it, controlling it, being controlled by it. So it wouldn't work, right, in a universal, uniform sense, right? If everybody was objective, then that would be unnecessary or irrelevant, or it wouldn't work, kind of a thing. And if sometimes these get cut off at the end, so I always say, I should say, this is me ending it right now when I'm ending it, but so yeah, this is me ending it right now in 3, 2, 1. So now I would know for sure. Well, then I keep talking, but this is meant to be the ending. Okay, let's do one more point. People would define in a collective contrivance state value by zero-sum means, but that shows you a non-base self, okay, they'd value others based on, they have wealth, whether dependent over extended precedence, they hope they can benefit from that in some way, or just the act of having it is impressive, etc. But it's a zero-sum process, zero-sum self-interest. So why would zero-sum self-interest and zero-sum means be such a big deal? Grad, overextension, whatever the topic of what they've done from that is. But why would that be impressive? It's a zero-sum process, so it shows you a lack of value for the self, half-mass overcompensation necessary. So therefore, you have the fact that it has to be glorified and gratification sought from it, and that you take pride and define your self-worth by zero-sum means, that is ultimately non-based to self, zero-sum self-interest, right? Zero-sum sustenance, zero-sum self-interest. Why would that be glorified into something more when it's just a zero-sum process, right? It's it's just selfish reasons, not really selfish, but it would just be why would that be a bigger deal than just simply a zero-sum process, right? It's glorified, gratified in something more. So if you can't handle doing it without being entitled or a dick about it, then do some job that you can't handle. You're doing it for 6 figures and you feel so superior about it, but it's for your own zero-sum self-interest. So why would you need that? Or why would it be a bigger deal than that? Somebody does something less because they just don't need as much. They're not as materialistic as you. They're not as greedy as you, potentially, right? Minimalistic, they don't need it. They... if you struggle with it or it makes you so stressed or makes you behave in a negative way, then why do it? Do something less, like work at McDonald's for minimum wage, and then, so if you can't handle it without some negative aspect or feeling like you have to show off or whatever, then that's a negative state. So it shows an overcompensated basis, and it also shows that human functionalism also, when you have a lot of means, you don't know what to do with it. You kind of you save up your whole life and then you never end up using all of it, or you don't even know what to do with it, or then if it's used for posterity, then it's negative, that's privilege, that's entitlement, that's somehow negative process, even though then what was the point? That was part of the reason why the parents did it in the first place. The only real privilege in the world is having good parents, but then it's the only privilege is having good parents, kind of a thing. And that's part of the reason why they did it, so they removed the need, but then that's somehow negative, look at them spoiled, entitled kind of thing, but that's part of the reason why they did it. So you're showing not value for the actual result, the zero-sum end, but somehow the process, now you should be poor too and struggle too, just an endless cycle, endless loop. You should somehow struggle just because the act of struggling itself is what's being valued, not the purpose of what the function is being done for. And so now that's almost to rationalize, let's make it harder for ourselves just to glorify and feel good about ourselves, gratify, and then you also have, again, people don't know what to do with it once they do have it, and yeah, that's the zero-sum means aspect of, again, it's you're doing something in zero-sum self-interest, so why would that be something you have to glorify or gratify? Because, it's reduced to a half-mass state, collective overextension, and then you have this idea of, you have the ability to Do it in such a way that, again, like imagine being, I make more money than you, so that makes me somehow more impressive or better, and I'm so proud of it that I think you're inferior to me, because I'm either more materialistic, or because I, desire more, require more. So why is that impressive? Define my whole self-worth by zero-sum means, which is ultimately just zero-sum self-interest. So I sustain my zero-sum existence better than you sustain your zero-sum existence, or I require more to do so. That somehow makes me more impressive. You see, so like it's not enough on its own, so you have to feel good about it, pride about it, gratification about it, somehow glorify it. Right, so that shows you it's like not enough on its own. And then also beyond that, you have like some other presence, like so like I'm going to be a dick to other people because that was zero-sum means, or that's what's assumed or projected in that way, or that's like what's somehow a basis for value, right? Whether, again, because you depend on overextended pretense, you hope to gain something from them, or just in general, like you glorify them based on that. So now, it's a zero-sum process, zero-sum means, non-base of self, but then you say, well, it's a case of you glorify it on that basis because that was like somehow necessary for the process. So when it's no longer necessary, now you have some cognitive dissonance, disconnect with that. Okay, let's look at a notion here, like that certain things in society reactively are things that you want, rather than, oh, you're just settling for them, or, oh, you just have to do them as a necessity reaction. So it's like you're sort of vouching for them, or the contrivance state that goes around them. It's like, this is the difference between behavior and pretense. Like, you don't really want any of that, you don't really need any of that, you don't really choose any of that, but yet you are sort of forced or pressured into it anyway. And so now, one major thing is a closed structure contrivance state, emperor has no clothes, of social contrivance fallacy, that it's a case where any awareness or thought, right, related to it is a negative, because you can't have that, right? You can't have thought about it or related to it, or awareness of a process being shown or reflected or revealed, because then that's negative, right? Not the process. The process, of course, is absolute or non-accountable, etc., but anything to show that, right, that would be negative. So you can't objectively observe or think about it or anything like that. And then you also have the ability to consider that you get to consider that, again, like, you can't have any awareness, nature of the process, observe the process, assuming that by doing that you would invalidate it or have some major cognitive dissonance. So the real solution is to prevent it in the first place as part of this false absolute contrivance response aspect. And then you also have that's where you can test the value of something too. Like, if you're just always the same way, like non-neutral, monotone, not negative, but it's framed as a negative because false inherent contrivance response, etc., positive outward state, overcompensative, being necessary. So if you do everything the same way, it'll be taken as a negative, because again, it comes down to like intent or projection or performative aspects and like tone and all these kind of things, that none of that would be important if the process had value. So it's like this selective, subjective, inconsistent criteria that's being used. So what happens is it comes down to those things that are sort of it's like a playing dumb, right? That's what it is, like collectively playing dumb. Anybody could just use their brain, but oh no, you can't do that. You can't be aware of the nature of a process because, oh, that would be somehow rude or offensive or negative, or it's somehow your personalization, not just, oh, well, we know non-based is self, we know dependent over extended pretense, we know that, and it's exhibited, but yet you still, not so much that you still practice it, but that you still pretend the value that it has there. So it's like, you acknowledge, oh, there is no value to the process, and you even observe the conflict of contrivance to go along with it, but then you still do it. Or again, I won't even say that. I can understand, okay, you still do it for functional reasons, but then how can you take it seriously? And the answer is the ultimate tell is that, oh, well, you do it because you don't think about it. That's what it is. You don't think about it. Just don't think, just don't, be self-aware, objective. So yeah, the misframing of a claim there is interesting. And then you have a situation where, I should almost go through some of these notes again. I like that as a barometer of some of this here. But no, I definitely haven't reacted to anything, or it's sometimes good to use it as a vague, sort of reaction, but then you go into something else as a result. And this is really the thing. I guess most people in their life don't think too much, right? So this is a closed structure control. You don't actually think, you're just thinking reactively everything in front of you. So being alone is somehow a negative, because then you might think, or, having time alone is a defining factor. Thinking, to yourself that way. And a lot of other things are used as a proper pretense. Like, oh, you're on your phone, but you're not really on your phone. You're using that to either distract yourself or whatever. But this thinking as the enemy, or sort of personalizing it, is missing the point. Right, that in some hypothetical thing, okay, let's say you had all the time in the world to think, that would invalidate everything, so you have to have a closed structure contrivance that's constantly accountable, constantly, reduced to some initial state. So the thing with that is the fact that you have, this idea that of strong performative aspects being important, appearance, pretense, unwillingness to be puzzled, so sort of oversimplifying on the initial level, but this idea that that's all it would take. So in people's old age, when they're forced with the finite, that their finite reality of their potential death, existence, now it's now they won't behave in the half-assed way that contrivance can control. Right, so it's a similar thing. If you think enough, you get to that state early, right, that you'd be less inhibited, let's say, or children are like that because they're not yet adequately indoctrinated. So you have this half-assed indoctrinated state that may be glorified and insisted upon, but it doesn't validate itself because you have... It doesn't validate itself because you're doing it in a way that's sort of vague, outwardly insisted, right? Non-accountable, false, absolute, outwardly insisted upon. So if you think about what that state actually is, it might reveal something. Sure, some of it's just, your brain is sort of deteriorating, breaking down, right, you could point to. But part of it is also just you're revealing, right? Children can be the most honest, or old people can be the most honest. They have nothing to lose, nothing to gain, right? So sort of... somebody who's about to die, you think, they're just crazy. But while that can sometimes seem to be the case, some of it is just, I'm revealing the objectively adverse nature of the contrivance state that we are all in, and how it was a waste, how finite, overcompensations and finite are no longer able to deceive someone because now they don't have any longevity process to lean on. So you could realize that same adverse state a lot sooner, and then by simply thinking. So it's more like you have more time to think is the thing. And it's also a case of sort of a resignation to a half-mass state, half-mass zero-sum, non-based self, and not fully practiced, not true value, self-insistence to overcompensate. So you have this idea that you're basically able to insist upon, whereby you can, again, whether through age, you're looking at old age that way, or you're looking at people who are able to think a lot. So by the time you get to an old age, only by then have you thought a certain amount that anybody could think at any time or by an earlier state. And the reason why that's the case is because throughout your life, you're typically occupying yourself or distracting yourself. And it's the distraction that I find so fascinating. that's the difference between like escapism or some self-actualizing objective thought, etc. Like, I have some analogy like that. Somebody would be staring at a screen, like a computer or TV, whatever, and that's normal, right? That's an unthinking state. But pretend you were staring at that, but you weren't doing anything on it, or you were like staring at the wall. Oh, now all of a sudden that's a bad thing. Because one of them involves thinking and actually using your brain. The other one involves distracting it and sort of, escapism, dumbing down, kind of trying to not think. So one of them preventing thought is a good thing, and one distracting, and then one of them is actually thinking, that's a bad thing, right? So there's like some inherently negative projection to that, or personalization of state, and again, you could reach a finite conclusion sooner, and of course the absolute tendency would be to be aware of the finite state the whole time, like you'd be aware of the finite nature of your existence at all times during it. So you're 10 years old, I'm going to die someday, I'm aware of the finite nature of my existence, let's say hypothetically. So therefore you would live with some awareness of that. It would put a greater onus and a less emphasis on artifice and things that don't actually matter, don't have an impact, right? Higher standard, true value, etc. And then you also have the situation to consider that you're put in a position to like false certainty, initial, right? So it's ability versus will, and the nature of the process, but the process is taken as absolute. So you have this only the appearance of something, but not the presence of something. And again, that's what emotion is, irrational insistence on the self. And it's telling, too, that that's the case. Yes, let's condemn thought and project always a negative connotation. Because, again, that's the infinite objective nature of the mind. Oh, it could lead to somebody, if you think, then you're free from contrivance, reactive, initial basis. That means you could do something negative, right, that we would associate. It could also mean you could do literally anything, right? So you're just creating that because, like, a negative connotation, but it could be negative, it could be positive, it could be anything. So that's kind of too broad. But also, the defining nature of humanity, this is like the propaganda that happens against thought. You could think anything, or what was I saying? You could define humanity by what? Oh, what defines a human being? Oh, the ability to think in self-awareness and greater level of intelligence. So thinking actually defines humanity, not anything else. Like emotion is just irrational insistence on the self, etc. So what separates human beings from animals actually is not, the heart or emotion or anything like that. It's actually the mind, from which some of that could come still, like if you decide to do something, an action, a practice, right? But the point is, that's actually the defining trait. That's what separates you from animals, right? Human beings. So their defining trait is thought, but then it's somehow condemned and restructured and reduced and prevented and undermined in a way that is ultimately telling. And this is another absolute standard, like they would never be offended that because again, they would already know it. This is one of my really strong standing logical razors. They would either know it to be true, so it would be at worst redundant, or they would just see, like, true value would be like, there's no need for undue emphasis, whereas half-mast value would be, we're going to appeal to appearance pretense because of a lacking value. We don't truly value the process itself isn't valuable, so therefore we're going to pretend, or we're going to base it on some undue emphasis and rely on that, instead of, the process either has value, in which case then there's no need to place that undue emphasis, and it's actually adverse because it distracts from what value may or may not be there, or that there is no value, so then you just are to the point. But that non-invasive self, irrational insistence, but that's not actually a standard. Thought defining humanity, but then you undermine thought and you attack thought and you consider it negative, condemn it, and then you have some false negative of non as well, that you have some fallacy perm, right? All of these processes that you can observe and debate them even if you want to on an observable basis. But there's like this anecdotal, initial-minded, reactionary basis of state that takes place. Again, personalization, specification, don't specify the conflict. But yeah, the absolutist wouldn't be offended on the basis that either what is being said or observed, again, not personalizing thought or anything, social contrivance, even reflection, just observation of objective reality, is one of two things. All that you could say or do or observe, right, reflect, reveal, is either it's true, in which case they would already know it, so it's just redundant at worst, right, self-evident at best, they already know it, or redundant at worst, right, they already are aware of it, so it wouldn't be offensive, it would just be a statement of the obvious, or it could be something that's not true, or false, or, skewed some way, so then it's just a mindless drivel, arbitrary, right, baseless, so then it wouldn't bother them either, because an idea deserves no more thought than was put into it. This is my logical razor to that. It's actually like a logical razor within a logical razor, but of like why you wouldn't be offended. But then on this particular point, why this holds true is the fact that you would basically be in a position to just an idea deserves no more thought than what's put into it. So if it's just a mindless thing, they just say something that isn't true, like, oh, your mom is a blank. Like, if it was true, then okay, it's redundant, and you already knew it. Or if it's not, then, it's just random. So they could just say any random thing. So why would you be bothered by it or give it any credibility when it had no thought put into it in the first place, right? Whereby you're able to deal with it in that way. And then let's look at one last concept here, the lowest common denominator, whereas sometimes it's taken as a negative and sometimes it's taken as a neutral positive, right? So like if you say, how are you, as a base, right, social contrivance state, that is taken as normal and positive, and right, that's like LCD, and let's use NPC as this modern mentality, right? That's not NPC behavior, that's just normal, right? You're taking that bypassing thought, no scrutiny. But if you say something else in there, like more topical, like how's the weather in place of that, or something else similar, you would look at it from a perspective that something topical, something random, you're getting, not doing something LCD, right, something actually more direct or in a topical basis, now you would say, well, oh, that's like NPC behavior, or that's weird. So you're actually doing kind of the opposite interpretation that we look at here, where it's actually based on the fact of, it's actually based on the simple fact that you're basically able to, one LCD is taken without thought or scrutiny, but anything that deviates from that, so that's what it is, just pre-con LCD. Like pre-con LCD is, oh, we're used to this, or we do this without thinking, so we treat that as absolute base, unquestionable, even though it's an LCD state, canned phrase repeated. But then anything that deviates, oh, that's negative. So what you're realizing is the same measure, same process, but one is seen as negative, one is seen as okay. One is seen as negative, one is seen as okay, right? One is unquestioned, one bypasses scrutiny, one is under scrutiny, like that. So whether, again, like how's the weather type of thing, or something topical, or something more direct, or something that you bypass that and you go to something of supposed value standard, right? So you don't dignify the LCD that's pre-con, but then you do like another that would be LCD, but that one's negative, but the original isn't positive, so it's the same measure process, but then you look at on an initial level, where you're able to say, well, one is negative, one is positive, so one is negative, one is positive, such that it's the same measure operating, but you choose to fixate instead on the particular, like, oh, look how that breaks the LCD form. So that true, like, sort of NPC behavior. And then you have, in another way, like some topical thing, but that's also dismissed because dependent over extended pretense, like some sort of nearness postulate required. So precon is the real basis, not an actual standard, right? Whereas this LCD may or may not be present in that state. And so you have that where it's not really quite fully formed. So it's the precon LCD versus just LCD. The same process is present, but you fixate. That's where similar appearance pretense comes in, like, where that's defining, like, that becomes a big factor, like, it makes the difference, but the same process is present. So you would think, oh, the process is negative, but the same process is present. It's just that, oh, that one's masked for, overcompensated for, something like that. You cover it up by appearance pretense, etc. So now that becomes negative. So you specify the conflict. The larger process is the same, right, like an incentive or whatever, but only the specified, so you care about the manner of it, not the nature of the process. And if you realize the manner of it, then you feel like you're in a position to basically you're in a position to, you have the LCD, you have the, again, if the process is negative, like, for example, this person only has this incentive, like, they want zero-sum means, they want semi-acme, right? Now, if you're directed to the point, yes, I only want, like, let's just state it as in performance, right? I only want zero-sum means, I only want semi-acme, or I don't want it, but in the zero-sum means, like, I just need it because non-choice reaction, so you're not vouching for any contrivance process. It is what it is. Zero-sum means non-choice reaction, so let's not place any undue emphasis on it and find false meaning in means and overextend, right, insistence. But also, like, you have some overcompensated basis, right, contents of contrivance that takes form, but also it's the fact that it's negative. Oh, they just have that incentive. Okay, so that incentive is negative. But it's present in both cases, all case, or maybe it's not even present. That's even the deeper opposite interpretation, like, oh, it's not present here, that's why the emphasis isn't there. Right, it's neutral, not because, oh, they're, like, lack of ability, but lack of will, but lack of, oh, maybe they don't have that incentive, maybe they don't want anything from it, maybe they don't need it, right, maybe they don't vouch for the contrivance state process overextended associated. Now, what that turns into is the fact that you're basically in a position to, you're in a position to consider then, oh, the process is negative, but then, oh, the process is still present in the other case. The difference is, oh, it's adequately overcompensated for with appearance pretense. But then by that same measure, you could look at it, well, the only reason why they're doing that is because of the incentive. So does that make it better or worse? Because it's like, well, look at how hard they're trying to achieve this, so you can appreciate the effort, I guess, the form of it, the appearance of it, sort of trying to bypass the awareness of it, overcompensate for it. But the incentive of the process is still there. So it's like, oh, it's negative that they'd be willing to go, look how far they're willing to go and how fake they're willing to be, how appearance pretense, they're willing to appeal to emotion and do all this, right, just to achieve that same incentive, versus the other one saying, oh, no, I'm letting it speak for itself. Like, I'm not willing to prostitute something for that. I'm just directed to the point, like the zero-sum process is what it is. Let's let it speak for itself, right? Instead of, oh no, here we're going to overcompensate for it so much. So the way that could be framed as a positive is like, okay, well, at least respect their effort. But if the process is negative, they're both negative, and then one is willing to do all this artifice to achieve it, that's dependent on it, so that's the only reason why they're doing it. So if you were to think about it like that, at all times, like, the only reason why this is done is because of this. If that makes it negative, then it would be the same process. So one is just like, one is willing to be artificial for it, one is neutral, non for it, and then the other point is one is willing to be artificial for it, and then that's rewarded if it's like some consistent appearance, like, oh, well, that somehow appealed to something, and you do like, you do it like, take it at face value, like, oh no, that somehow buries the process. You try to hide the process. So whether the process is negative or not, right, you're fixating on the wrong thing. So like, you want some overcompensated basis as a defining factor instead of letting the process speak for itself. In a process of meritocracy, you wouldn't have that, or you wouldn't need that, because then you would have, it would speak for itself, so that would only distract from it. And so that would be a negative, like it's trying to distract or overcompensate. It wouldn't be necessary to let the inherent value speak for itself. If there is inherent value, whether there is or isn't, right, would be determined on its own. So it shouldn't come down to that. Or you could say, well, value is present in both cases and it's equal, so then that shouldn't be the defining factor either, because it's arbitrary. So then you either come down to a process of value and merit, or you come down to a process of insistence and overcompensation, which is arbitrary, lacking in credibility, right, non-impact. It's a situation where it has the lacking, and it leads to that artifice, like, oh, it could be anything, it could be anybody could do that, anybody could not do it. So that makes somebody right because they artifice, to make somebody wrong because they don't artifice, right? It shows you the lack of credibility is arbitrary. You appeal to a certain bypassing cognitive dissonance basis. So there's a strong opposite interpretation with that. The idea that false negative of non, letting the process speak for itself, or false, there's like a self-importance, self-insistence instead of actual self-value, right? It's like a placeholder as an overcompensated measure. The idea that you would have a lot of self-insistence, self-importance, but you have a situation where you're in a position to basically realize that you have the performative layer of self-insistence, right, where you say, well, social contrivance, ignorance, insistence. The main point was just that you have a social contrivance, and you have all this, and so you have the one point, which is basically just that the incentive is present. So like, oh, look how far they're willing to go to do that. So you give them credit for effort, but you're not really aware of the process, or you pretend like, well, everything's to do with the process, so now like you overcompensate, and it becomes a contest of contrivance, which is arbitrary, interchangeable. But also, is it a case where you value it because you would seek inherent value, or overcompensate and it's arbitrary, and so it's all artificial, but some artifice, like, oh, it's like a measure of how well you're artificial, if like you're consistent, or you somehow are compelling enough with it. Let's look at a concept here. Non is taken as a negative, right? And then also, it's like, if you were to set up something with a process, like with false certainty, like a certain functional basis, maybe. But the thing is about that the functional basis would be present, but there's one thing to look at, and that is the fact that like the lack of certainty from an absolute standpoint could be like, you're not certain that people would get it or understand or be worthy of it or be able to practice it, or that they'll value it, or that they'll, anything like that. If they were capable of understanding something, right, they already would, or if they were, capable of understanding, they already would, or if they were, if they understood, then you wouldn't need to explain in the first place. The circumstances wouldn't be what they are, things like that. And you have, right, so there'd be like some inhibition with it. Like, there's inhibition, right, in the absolutist state. They wouldn't place undue emphasis on performative aspects because it wouldn't be necessary to let reality value speak for itself. There should be no need. Just a way to overextend to non-basic self from a collective state, right? Self versus collective, which consists of individual selves. But the other point is the fact that there'd be a situation where, okay, a non-invasive self is pertinent there, but you have, what was it? The fact that the absolutists would have inhibition that other people would understand, that, the collective would understand a concept, that, they wouldn't understand it, or they would, if they did, then there'd be no need. If they were capable, they would already. If they did, the state wouldn't be as such, as observed. And then also inhibition about even doing it in the first place, like the non-choice reaction state, the fact that you even are doing it or have to do it, or that you feel the need to do it. There's inhibition in the, futility of that aspect, the aspect that you have, there's inhibition about the contrivance state that you're a part of in doing and even sustaining this to the point of doing it. So that would be the inhibiting state, like, contrivance and, reducing everything to a functional initial level is part of the indoctrinated process. So if contrivance has credibility, for example, there'd be no need for, no amount of thought or scrutiny or accountability, objectivity should be a threat to the contrivance state. Right, but the fact that it is shows you the problem right there. Let's look at a concept here. Right, there's this comment like, okay, are women or men better at chess, right? Let's look at this as a concept of opposite interpretation. And then a guy says, I don't know what even his point is, but let's look at both interpretations. Like, I had a chess club at school and there were 14 boys and 0 girls. So does that prove the point that because your chess club had 14 boys and 0 girls, that proves that men are better at chess than women, potentially, right? That why would there be so many boys and so few girls? That proves they're better. Or does it prove the other point, that shows you there's less interest by girls for whatever reason, just subjective reasons, something like that, right? There's nothing inherently that says you have to care about chess or focus on it, but it's like, does that prove that men are better and women are worse, the fact that there are so many? Or does that prove the opposite, potentially, that, it shows you that women could be as good, but they're just not putting forth the time and the effort. So if they did, right, if there were 14 women trying to do it, right, nobody's stopping them from doing it, then they might be just as good. So there's a lack of interest, there's a preferential basis, there's this assumption in every field, of a meritocracy basis, if women aren't as interested in a field, or if men aren't as interested in a field, then doesn't that tell you right there it's not about some innate ability or lack thereof. It's not about some discrimination or disadvantage. It's about maybe just preferences. Maybe for whatever reason, I'm not even stereotyping, but you can choose to pursue it. And if you choose to pursue it now, you got to judge it based on that. Not based on, that's interesting to think about. There's 14 boys in the chess club and 0 girls. Does that mean, that proves that they're better? Or is that part of the reason why they're better is because they're putting forth the effort and the time and concentrating on the first place? So an absolutist would look at social contrivance, etc., as you go through all that trouble just to get to the same end less efficiently. That's how it would be seen. And then it'd be the same process, ultimately, same measure, same process, larger process, some personalization, some lack of awareness of a process that you have to overcompensate for, reducing the collective contrivance state, not true committal to the larger process cause, whatever. And then, I have an image of somebody pulling up their pants or doing something like that, in an artificial sense, well, I'm doing it for you, they say back to the collective, like, I'm only doing this for your sake because you care about it so much. I'd be comfortable in a nudist colony. So the idea is the artifice is for you, who is so initial-minded as to still value things on that basis, RBO protocol. So it's not to be aware of, it's not to be above it, but you're outwardly insisting upon that artificial state, whereas, so you're doing it for their benefit, right? So things which are only done for the benefit of contrivance, only valuable by acknowledgement. So if you just didn't care about it, then it would no longer be necessary. I have too many of these short sessions now where it's going to piss me off, but I'm doing it sort of just as voice notes, like whenever I'm driving, so I can't help it, but we probably have at least one full video ready to go now, and I haven't kept up with editing it. The one I did before this was like Dragon Ball Super, and then discussing religion, and I did that as an individual. That's a pretty funny title, like Absolutist Philosopher Destroys and Debunks Religion for 1 hour and 46 minutes, because it's like, 1 hour, 46 minutes, it's like the combination of the Charlie Kirk clip that I'm doing that one, then the combination of the other two, which is like Charlie Kirk, Cliff guy, and then one more. That pastor debunked debate. The whole debate lasted 52 seconds. It's like an Easter Bunny argument, I guess we could call it. You said something isn't true that you want to believe is true, so therefore you're wrong. Like, oh, we want to believe the Easter Bunny is real or Santa Claus is real. How, you say something different, so you must be wrong. Kind of like whatever, like, you're talking about morality. Like, we may want it to be true, but that doesn't make it true. Okay, let's look at a concept here, and what is going to be another short session. Like, more detail is bad, right? Rather, false certainty, initial LCD, everything reduced to short form, lower quality, lower value, lower standard, right? Overextension. And either you value everything or nothing at all, like a half-mast prognostication lacks credibility, certainly the basis to outward insist. And what else? I don't like doing these as just like one-off little things, and I feel like I have to go somewhere else with it too. But it's a situation where you have some lacking basis of value in judgment, and everything's like pre-con set. So you have like, preconceived established structure for zero-sum purposes, mass, scale, collective contrivance. So it's like it poses like some higher standard of value, even though it's zero-sum, half-mass zero-sum at that. And then you have the ability to consider that half-mass zero-sum pretends to be more, so it can reduce itself to less, like, false absolute to specify. And, there's no actual value there. It's all just a half-mass zero-sum process, but it sort of takes what would be just the inherent state of being and creates sort of false value from it. And in doing that, you realize that it's doing it almost out of necessity. And the reason why it's doing it out of necessity is because of the simple fact that you're doing it out of necessity. And the reason why you're doing it out of necessity is because oh my god, it's sometimes hard to do this. You're doing it out of necessity. Now, the reason why is because it's just reactive, it's just zero-sum, false standard, so there's no standard. And if you realize that, it'd be like you're taking the base inherent nature and you're doing it like you're making it out to be more than what it actually is, like stimuli acme basis. It's not just two animals doing what they're doing, right, reproducing. It's something more, but not because it actually is more, but because you have to, to appeal to the human ego to control people also, but just in general, human ego, self-obsession, but also the way to control them by making it seem like more so you can control it. That's why you should be with only one person and a soulmate, and it's meant to be, and it's absolute, and struggle against the conflict of contrivance. That's why you'd be reduced to such a state, and the reason why is because I wanted to get this. So I have an interesting Walmart story. Like, I go to Walmart the other day right after delaying it, and then they don't have anything of the frozen, like, sort of packets that I eat, right, that you would microwave. They didn't have anything, so then I was pissed. So now I came back again today, and then they didn't have it now. They didn't have the other one now either, so I had to settle for something else. But then I keep seeing this blackberry Dr. Pepper that I want to try, even though I don't drink soda much anymore. But I only want, like, one of those bottles. It's always, like, a good marketing thing. They have it in the cans, like in a 12-pack, but I don't want a 12-pack because I'll never drink it, right? I'll have, like, one, and then that'll be it. And I don't want to get myself, drinking soda too much anymore. One of my favorite sodas ever was the cherry Dr. Pepper. It was, like, a black cherry flavor. That was so good. And it was, like, limited time. I was at a point at one point some years back where I would drink like 2 cans of something in a day, right? 2 to 3 cans in a day, and it wouldn't really faze me, but over time it'll fuck up your teeth and stuff. But like, so I want it in the tall, like the plastic bottle that they put in the fridge and stuff, like in, they'll do that in Walmart and other places, but I couldn't find it. Like, they'll have the cans, but then they'll have like one individual single bottle, even if it's more expensive relatively, whatever, just so you can try it, and then if you like it, you can get the whole thing. That's kind of what I wanted. So I might stop here at 7-Eleven or something in a second just to try and see it with respect to I just want it to try it. And then, like I said, that cherry was fucking god tier, but I've never seen it since. Right, it was like a limited time thing, and maybe they got rid of it. I haven't been able to find it. Not that I don't really drink soda, but it had like this dark, like black cherry flavor to it that was so good. Like a darker thing than just regular cherry. It was so good. So yeah, that would be in the Hall of Fame of sodas. Baja Blast is really good, but I think I've gotten sort of tired of it over time. Like, it doesn't excite me as much now. Maybe that'll be my backup. I'll get one soda here, and I don't really want to stop again, but whatever, we just got to go here and then go home. But no, think about that as like an eating habit. You get like these $3 frozen microwavable packets from Walmart. Now, that's still not the best proposition, but that's a whole meal, right? They are pretty filling. They're actually not bad tasting. So, like, for $10, that's 3 meals, a whole day's worth of food, relatively, which is still not great, but it's, like, that's a mid-level, like, minimalist approach. It's still overextended. The real minimalist would be like, okay, just grow it yourself, or just, cook something yourself for, like, 50 cents, and you can make a whole meal with it. Like, I get that, but, those are the 3 layers. Like, or there's a 4th special clown layer. Like, the best layer is, like, okay, you make your food yourself, you grow your food yourself, and you eat very little and minimalistic stuff like that. The second layer is you do like what I'm doing, right? You're minimalist, but you still are using overextended processes, external process. The third layer is you go out and get your food, like, I'm going to buy takeout regularly or every day or whatever. And then the 4th layer is you get your takeout delivered to you, which is the clown. I love that. I had like some visceral reaction to that in something. Like that's why society will fall, because people, not only are people not hunters anymore or like that, like you're not making or getting your own food, hunting and gathering is out the window. Okay, I understand that. But not only are you not doing that, but not only are you not cooking your food, but or hunting it, you're even buying it at a store, but now you're not even buying it at a store. You're having it prepared for you, and not only are you not going to pick it up after it's prepared for you, you're even going to go one step further, and you're even going to say, fuck it, I'm going to even get my prepared food that I didn't hunt for, didn't cook, didn't do anything. I'm going to get it delivered to me, too, on top of, you can't even go to get it. You can't even go to get it yourself. Like, what the fuck is that? Okay, so 7-Eleven came through for me where they did actually have it in those plastic bottles that I'm talking about. So I got 2 of them. It's like a 2 for $5 deal, whatever, expensive as hell, but I could have almost bought, by this logic, the whole 12-pack of cans for that much, I guess. But whatever, in principle, I'm not going to finish it. So let's do an unboxing. I just opened it so you won't get to hear that beautiful sound of the gas coming out or whatever. But I'll do a review of it while I drive. Food/drink review. Again, I'm not a big soda drinker now, but I've had so many different flavors over the years. I'm always a sucker for trying the new ones. What's annoying is I have this like cup holder thing in my car that, like, you know, the whatever's built in, but it doesn't actually work right. It's sort of like, I don't know, it causes the stuff to always fall over. Like, maybe there's some way to adjust it, but I can never figure it out. So the problem is it's going to be hard for me to even open this or adequately drink it while driving. Don't drink and drive, but like I kind of want to review this. So again, the black cherry, or it's not even black cherry, but the cherry comes to mind that was so good. And the smell of this is kind of nice already. So let's go ahead, let's get aspartame poisoning here. And that's what's funny, I have like some zero sugar drink, but it still has aspartame in it. So like I don't know how that works. Like, it still has that for sweetness, but there's so many things that exist in the modern era that, like, oh, this never used to exist before, like this condition or this cancer or whatever, but it's like, oh, now all of a sudden it does. You don't think your technology might have something to do with that? Even all these conditions like autism, ADHD, whatever, some of that is just our weaponizing our social standards. Like, yes, remember when cavemen who didn't have a language, or people thousands of years ago who barely had a language, if anything, behaved in a very specific way, and if they didn't, they'd be called a certain label? Yes, of course, like, they might be called a witch, and then you know, it's like witch hunting. Anybody who doesn't behave how we want gets ostracized or labeled. Like, you don't realize what you're actually saying, but you're kind of trying to weaponize stuff like that for it. So let me try to do this, and it's very difficult because I hate doing stuff while driving, but this is what this is all about. You know, it's so annoying having to like adjust the phone, and like it's just not something. You should always do it ahead of time, but see, now it's going to spill all over the place and shit. You have to just be like, stop for a second, let me just take the sip, and then I'll just review it. Like, fucking, I can't leave it in my cup holder because it'll fall all over the place. In fact, it already did. It like fell and then rolled on my other seat, but it was obviously closed at the time. So let me try this actually. So my first impression is it was okay, but it's kind of too sweet. It's got that overly like sickly sweet, sickly strong quality to it, not the subtlety of the cherry. So this would be like probably a mid in first impression, maybe like a 3 out of 5. Sometimes they grow on you. It's got a nice flavor, but then it lingers as a good sort of aftertaste, but the initial hit is like it's too sweet. It's overly like, again, like the sickly sweet kind of thing. That I'd take another sip now if I could stop again. I loved it. But no, 7-Eleven really came through because I was kind of bummed out. I wanted to try it. I wanted to try it the last time too. But I'd be damned if I spent probably $8, $10 on a 12-pack. So instead I'll spend $5 on two of these. But see, the initial hit is a little overly sweet, the middle is good, and then even the aftertaste is kind of decent, although some people might not like that, it sort of lingers, but I find it a little sharp. It's just a little sharp, it's got a good flavor, right? You definitely get it's almost just too strong of a flavor, right? Sometimes the subtlety is better. It's a sharp flavor, it's a strong flavor. It'd be the sort of good thing to mix with, like, mix it with some alcohol or some shit. Right, like a whiskey, everybody's going crazy about the Crown Royal Blackberry that had come out, right, at least in my area. It's been hard to get, so you don't mix this with that. Mix this with just regular Crown Royal, and that'll be a similar thing. But yeah, it's good. Maybe it'll grow on me. It kind of makes me just crave the other one. I love that though. When you see something small like that, makes me happy because it's like I wanted it. I went there for it, and 7-Eleven's pretty good about having stuff like that. Right? They had some weird limited time flavor that nobody else ever had in like their, not even in a bottle, but in like every time you hit a stoplight, take a drink, but not in the way you think, like the way people play those drinking games. But it's like this red one that it's not Code Red, it's something else. And it's like, it's in their machine, right? And I've never seen that anywhere else besides that. So it's like an exclusive Mountain Dew flavor for 7-Eleven that like they only do that way. So yeah, between that or Baja Blast, I guess I could have gotten. But I mean, I've had Baja Blast. So I better not get hooked on soda, though. That's something I can't afford to do. It's just one of the worst habits I've ever had, is where when I was a kid I would drink a ton of soda, then I just suddenly stopped, and I didn't have any for like years, like 5 years, maybe more. Then I suddenly started again, and I had a lot, and then I stopped again. And so now I don't think I'll really start again. I've been on these sort of juices lately, these zero sugar Minute Maid juices, which it might not seem that bad, but then I end up drinking so much of it, it ends up evening out. It's like, oh, let me quit drinking soda and drink Gatorade. And then I end up drinking more Gatorade than I did soda, so it ends up being just as much sugar, if not more. So yeah, my review is a 3 out of 5 stars. The pros are, it's got a good flavor, good aftertaste, in my opinion, although I can understand some people might not like that. But it's too strong of a flavor. It's not subtle, it's direct, it's a little bit overly sweet, sickly sweet, right, that you feel, right, it hits you too soon, right? It's gotta, you gotta let it lean in, you gotta lean into it. You can hear that even, like my fucking water bottle in the middle, falling over, like what the fuck is with my car? Yeah, Dr. Pepper has that like little, unusual taste to it that that lends itself really well to flavors. Right, like I haven't had too many flavors. I've always been a fan of Mountain Dew flavors, but I always try to try those. But Dr. Pepper flavors are like, maybe I haven't tried too many. There was like the root beer one that I didn't like. At least I think it was like cream soda or some shit. That one wasn't very good, or it was like over the top. I want to like this one, but it's just, it gives you that hit, but then it's like there's no substance to it, right? The cherry had that subtle, it didn't hit you right away. It was like a subtle, it was a smooth, it was a gradual. You had more, but you wanted to sip it, and you wanted to have like this gradual rhythm, and you just kind of soak it in. And I'm sitting there doing some work and drinking it for like an hour, or sipping a cup, and then I get another one out, and it's nice and cold, and it's just got this gentle, subtle, dark quality to it, like a dark chocolate, dark black cherry, not even just cherry, but it's got that sharpness, that little pepper to it, I guess is the point. It's just got that right. I'm telling you, that cherry one is fucking legend. If you've had that, you know what I'm talking about. That is GOAT status. I don't even like Dr. Pepper necessarily compared to, right, like I'd be more simple. I guess Mountain Dew really grew on me. I don't know what I originally liked, maybe as a kid, like Coca-Cola or some shit. It's just one of those things, like you just do it by default, because like, oh, it has sugar, and sugar is good, and I like sugar, so there you go. That's why I have it. But it's amazing what people will put in their bodies, right? And that's always the hilarity with like drugs and stuff. Like people will fight drugs are illegal because they're bad, but they're not really, because they let you put this kind of shit in your body that ends up being worse because it's like a psychological thing. It's not inherently worse, like soda's not inherently worse than liquor or, drugs or anything, but the amount of it you'll be like, well, because it's not that bad, you'll have as much as you want, and then, right, you'll have it unrestrained and just, oh yeah, you'll chug it and you'll have it here and there, and then you'll realize, oh, because you have it so much more and so much more freely without any stigma, now you end up having more, and it ends up being worse because you're treating it like a normal thing. Whereas that, you're stigmatizing, so it's a big deal, and now you'll at least limit it even if you do it. So now, the other aspect of that is the fact that you have, in an absolute, this is like the self-governance prospect, absolutist principle would be, okay, self-governance, and then you'd be like, well, every drug would be legal then. There'd be no illegal, almost everything you could say would be legal aside from, very clear things. But drugs would be legal, every one, yes. Heroin, cocaine, anything. But it would rely on two things. Number one is that people would, use it responsibly and self-govern, and it is what it is. And then if you harm people as a result, then that you could punish. But, just your argument against that would be people can't handle it. But that's the point. So then what would the absolutist say to that? I agree. That's why we're not doing it yet, or we shouldn't do it yet. But we have to get people to the point where they can self-govern, and then we remove the need for government, and then it's gone, and then it's over. The one way you can't do that is through the stimuli acme and overextension. You cannot do it when you overextend the stimuli acme. I've shown this, I've explained this, this is almost a scientific level of quality, conclusion that you don't get it. That's the first step. The stimuli acme is preserved in this era. You cannot do it with the stimuli acme preserved. You can't. It's impossible. Can't be done. I don't care. See, this is where the absolutists would acknowledge, too. It doesn't matter. An absolutist could pull it off. No, they couldn't. They would remove the need to pull it off by actually just, not preserving the stimuli acme. Because remember, that's an active outward process that you're doing. See, I like the aftertaste of it because I've done maybe 5 sips now. I like the aftertaste of it because that's kind of more light. The way it hits you at first is a bit much. I don't know. I find it. I guess I'm just indulging in soda at all because I very rarely have it. I had an urge for root beer a couple times the last few weeks, so I had that the one time. We turned this into a food critic show, but this turns into anything I want it to turn into. It's an IRL 24/7, whatever the fuck. Not that it's 24/7 at all, but I like the high level discussions that I just sort of squeeze in here because I have no desire to. You might think it's something else, it's because you don't really think it's that valuable, that's why you don't do it. Or is it that I know it's so valuable that it's not even, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't want to do it for money. I wouldn't want to get something out of it. Doing it for this is just I just want to preserve it in some form. Just so I have a record of it, so people, whatever, not that people would steal my ideas, but you know what I mean? It's just there in some form, and then whatever. Whether people watch it or not, I don't care. I just have it there, even in disorganized fashion. And so it's it's people just don't even get it, or they wouldn't even understand, so just drape it in favoritism and use that. But it's unfortunate. People are just kind of, it's just not the right era for it, but that's all the more reason why it's necessary. I think that's a quote that I had from one of these characters, an absolutist character, it's just not the right era for these ideas. It's just not the right time. I was born in the wrong time period, but that's why it's so necessary. That's why it's so important. Because since this era can't handle it or figure it out or doesn't know it, therefore, that's why they need it all the more, right? You have to make them see. You have to have them understand. So because they don't see, that's why they need to see so badly. But no, the machination process steers much of that, and it does it in a way that is typical of a stimuli acme preserved process. It's very interesting because that the stimuli acme takes a placeholder of the highest, deepest value, and if you want to acknowledge it as a sacrifice for the family system, you can do that. But it's in acknowledgement and observable practice, that's what you're doing. But people will pretend and make it out to be more than what it is to try to rationalize. Again, a false absolute to specify a larger process, specify it to like one person only, false absolute to value, and bypass cognitive dissonance, like why that person only, why one person only, why the nearness postulate, why anybody else in the world, why not multiple people, why restrict it in such a way, why struggle with the conflict of contrivance, why all these different things, not even inherently why those things, but exclusive to everything else, and why over insistent, outward insistent, force it on other people, because of a supposed functional basis, but we pretend like it's absolute or something more. So remember the duality between those two things. The duality between the functional basis, like, okay, society has an incentive to control people and to tell them what to do in various ways. And one of the ways is like a family system, etc. So it's easier to control people that way and their finances and whatever. Down the middle, marriage, stuff like that. But then you you pretend it's something more. You won't acknowledge. See, like that would be at least an absolutist consistent thing. Okay, I'm willing to sacrifice that for the fact that it's easier for society to control me, and I cede to a collective. Well, it's unlikely an absolutist would say that, but at least they would be consistent and aware of the measure. And if they're not satisfied with the measure, they won't struggle with it. They'll remove the need. They won't do it at all. They'll, there's an interesting, removal of the need of stimuli acme that would be seen, or at least not reproducing, which is tied together, that, there's this weird glorification of it too, right? Like as somebody who, I've done orgies and I've, done whatever, open relationships, but it's missing the point. You could do that, or you could do non. You could just not ever do anything like that. And that would be stigmatized in some weird way, again, with the obsession with sex, stimuli acme, but in a way you're solving or accounting for the stimuli acme preservation, so that would be a consistent cause that you're doing that. So now you're in a position to... But yeah, generally my review of the Dr. Pepper, as we're discussing existential philosophy here, the thing is a 4. What was it? I said it's like a 3 out of 5. So it's decent. I'll have probably a little more. I probably shouldn't. It's not so much anything health-wise, but it's my teeth. My teeth are super... This is one invention that I always talked about. Why not just have like a cover for your teeth? That, so like taste and everything like that comes from the tongue and the rest of the mouth and the gums and whatever. Like, so cover my teeth when I eat or drink something. Like just a cover that I can wear. And then it'll absorb all the sugar, right? The sugar won't come in contact with the thing, but you still get the taste out of it. So you get the taste without the consequence. It seems like such a simple invention. There must be reasons why it can't be done, or it must be expensive or something. You might think like dentures or something, but that means like you're replacing your teeth with something similar. Like I wear a seal over my teeth, like this little transparent thing. So I just wear that whenever I'm eating or drinking or just all the time. And so now I can still enjoy the food. I can swallow it, I can eat it, I can taste it, right? It doesn't cut any of that. But I can not have to suffer because any of the sugar, like, it gets absorbed by the little filter around my teeth, not the teeth themselves. And so what's the problem with that? It seems like such an obvious invention idea, but I don't know why that's difficult. You put something around it, and then you keep cleaning that, washing that. And what's the problem? Okay, let's look at a concept here. Like, you're free to do whatever you want, right, in a certain society or time, unless it actually has impact. Then it's somehow stopped within the pretense of like, see, there'll be all these rules and empirical structures in place. Like, no, it's for your own good, it's for your own safety. But then when you do something that threatens the power of the be, even in a whatever, however you want to describe it, now, they'll use that, like, they'll use that sort of protocol to now somehow discredit or control you. Like, you can't just do that. So what would normally be like just, it's just a safety precaution, this and that, now it'll be turned on you. They'll find a way, they'll find some technicality to stop you from doing something that normally would be ignored. So like everybody has some, terms of service type of thing that would be written in such a way that, oh, well, technically you could interpret it that everybody is invalid, everybody could be discredited by it, but we only apply it that way if it suits us, or if you're a threat to us, if we want to get rid of you that way. So that's why digital currency is so bad, because again, if you do something they don't like, they'll find a way, they'll find some loophole to say, oh, well, technically in the fine print, right, we can do it for this reason. And then beyond that, you have the ability to consider that it's a similar situation with there's an expression like that just in general where, see who you can't criticize or make fun of, and then you'll see who's really in control and power, that kind of a thing. And let's look at a concept with this, to do with Kanye, right? Where, look, some of the stuff he says is obviously wild and out there, but let's say, hypothetically, right? You're looking for something to criticize or blame your problems on, right? You see this throughout history a lot. So people often mistake it or make it about some particular group of people, whether it be an identity, whether it be a country, oh, it's all their fault, this and that. What you're always missing with that is the big picture, right? So don't specify the conflict is what I say. So let's say hypothetically, you see this a lot with white privilege or stuff like that. Don't make it about that. It's a wealth class argument, or it's a power structure argument. So you could say oh, X number of people, right? The majority of people who are wealthy are white, let's say, right, in the U.S. or wherever. But you pick a certain thing and you say, oh, that's the reason why. But that's a correlation is not causation fallacy, where that it's not because they're white. So again, you pick whatever identity you want to try to blame, but it's not about the identity. If everyone was the same identity, people still have conflict. We've seen that throughout history. We see that in certain countries that are mostly all the same, So if it's not race, it'll be gender. If it's not gender, it'll be religion. It'll be something else. So now you blame that, but you realize that, oh, it's wealthy, powerful people will use their power to possibly, do things in their own interest that might be against the interests of the mass of people. So now what somebody might do is they'll correlate and say, well, look, a lot of those wealthy people happen to be this identity or happen to be this whatever. So now you'll make it about that instead of simply saying, well, wealthy, powerful people will always do certain things like that. So it wouldn't matter whether that identity or not. So you're missing the big picture, right? If you want to say wealthy people in the world, whoever they might be, wherever they might come from, right, all those identities aside, and it's not even so much about wealth either. It's not wealth that's the issue. Don't specify the conflict again. Don't make it about race, gender, this, that. Don't even make it about wealth. Make it about human nature, and then don't even make it about human nature. Make it about the opportunity. So if people have the opportunity to do something in their own interest that might hurt other people, or whatever, create a negative, worse position for other people, they'll do it. And so now you understand, right, that, well, you might want that for other people, or you might identify that. So you're just missing the point. So you'll say, oh, well, 90% of wealthy people happen to be of this particular identity. But if they weren't of that particular identity, would that magically solve the world's problems? Of course not. So you're just focusing on the wrong thing, whereas the underlying message in a lot of things... See, what if I said it like that, right? Remove all identity from everybody. Okay, it's not because they're a man, it's not because they're a woman, it's not because they're white, it's not because of their race, it's not because of their some other ethnicity, religion, anything. It's not because of any of that. It's because they're wealthy and successful, maybe even of their own merit, but then you have to be weary of that somehow and say, well, now they use that to really sway things in their direction, and that might end up harming people. So now it's a wealth class argument, and even that isn't the issue because, well, if they earned it, who are we to say that they can't have it, right? Some of these fallacies that people say, well, there shouldn't be billionaires or there shouldn't be this or that. somehow you'll point to like, well, they wouldn't exist without the government's help, kind of a thing, where like they need certain grants and help along the way, so bailouts. So certainly you could argue against those. But the core underlying point is like, okay, you have these very wealthy, powerful people, regardless of who they are or whatever specifics you want to point to. And because of that, you blame them for everything. But that's fine. So like you won't be offended by that. So somewhat people might defend when people say, whoever it might be and whatever you might be saying, right? You might defend and say, oh, they're silenced or they're canceled, cancel culture, whatever. Like Bobby Fischer said all kind of crazy things too. But it's partly, yes, they'll try to use things like that to shut you down, but also partly it's your fault for specifying the conflict. What if you just say that broadly, right? Like, oh, tax the rich, like AOC. That doesn't, not saying that she's right in her overall ideology, but you can just say it broadly. Like, yes, wealth itself is not necessarily the issue or the enemy, because again, I always ridicule that. Like, if somebody just, like, one of my characters that I've written a lot, right? He cures cancer, and he comes up with renewable energy, and he terraforms Mars, and he does all these different things. You might compare, like Elon Musk because of the terraforming. But what's funny about that is I actually wrote that whole thing many, many years before I even knew who Elon Musk was, like when I was much younger. Because I'm just giving every extreme example. Like, what are all the things you could have potentially done? So, he single-handedly goes in a lab and cures cancer. He finds out how to do it. He does it, right? He discovers that. And he creates renewable energy, and he terraforms Mars, and he does this and that. Or like he comes up with the methodology, and it's really to his credit that that's done. So he's done all these things that evidently create a tremendous amount of wealth and are very valuable. So how can you then look at that person and say, oh, but you shouldn't be that wealthy. Oh, you shouldn't be a trillionaire. Like, when you're doing things that everybody else isn't able to do or doesn't do, or so like when you have that much success, how can you question that person and say, oh, well, but you don't deserve it, or you're somehow, I'm showing it in such an extreme way that if you do something that impactful, how can I argue with that? Like, you actually did something that had a tremendous impact on the world, that changed the world, that changed millions of lives, that saved, trillions of dollars, or made trillions of dollars, however you want to look at it. So I can't argue with that and say, oh, you somehow arbitrarily don't deserve it. You have you have collective contrivance over extension that sometimes glorifies low standards just because people are forced to endure them. Kind of, you glorify a lesser state that you're in, or certain things that would only be necessary, right, to reinforce that. So that's kind of missing a point. Or this is one of my favorites, is the projection of sort of means or non or something. Like, let's say somebody's neutral and doesn't care, and they're kind of a minimalist, so they remove the need for many things, including like social contrivance. So now that'll be condemned, like, oh, who does this person think they are, or they must be like somehow wealthy or something like that, when really it's not so much that they're wealthy, that people assume that, like, oh, in order to be that way, right, to like sort of be a dick or be like sort of non-social, oh, you must be wealthy, and that's kind of the goal. That's why people save up through, they glorify all these things along the way that they no longer need to do when they're wealthy, and then they no longer value them. And so it shows you the artifice of the process. But it's not even that. It's like, it's not so much that they would need money, it's that they wouldn't necessarily value it the same way. Like, what if they're just a minimalist? So like, oh, they don't need any of that. So now that projection is telling that, like, oh, you assume they must be that way, or that's what you would have to be. So in order to just simply be neutral, not artificial, not social contrivance, not beholden to that process, just to have like a sense of self-actualization, inherent base state, not reactionary, not human function, all it would take is not even so much money or a lot of money, just sort of a minimalism, removing the need, like where you don't value those things, you don't care. And so now what? You don't need that. You're not beholden to that. So it's not actually about that, but that's where society projects itself and tells you, like, well, that's what it would take. So to be free from the artificial social contrivance, you would need, X amount of money or something like that, like a fallacy of permission, instead of just, well, if that's the case and that's the goal and that's what people end up doing in part, now you could just say, okay, we'll just be Amish or minimalist, and now that removes the need. So it's not to say that, that's actually what you should do. It's to say that if that's all it takes to remove that whole process, now what happens is, you're showing that it's artificial and it's dependent on overextended pretense, zero-sum mean, stimuli acme. So I guess you could argue the stimuli acme could still be there, but it wouldn't be tied to such things anymore. So it's to expose the artificial nature of the process. And so now if you still want to do it and let that be the defining factor, that's fine. But it's also a situation where you're basically able to, it's not like you have to value it uniformly. So that's the thing with the premise of contrivance state. Even if it has some sort of functional basis, which could be arguably, inconsistent, and by that same measure, functionally, you could, something could be more productive, etc. But even leaving that aside, if you somehow grant it, the one thing you can never grant is on a universal basis, like one size fits all that you force this outwardly insist upon everybody. That you cannot rationalize. And the reason why is even for just like simple reasons. People will have different preferences, measure, or even, let's say somebody's asexual. Now everything that goes out the window when it comes to certain projections that you would have, or certain standards or goals that you have. So you can no longer control that person through the stimuli acme. So what would you do with that? How would you would project the stimuli acme onto them within your closed structure contrivance state. You would project it onto them. You would say, well, that must be a life goal to get a white picket fence and a family and a partner and have kids and preserve the stimuli acme. That would be, you see, like all it takes. The stimuli acme invalidates human existence and contrivance state. It completely invalidates it. How? If you're asexual, now all of that goes out the window, and now you have to find some other life goals or some other pretense potentially to control them, but all your profanity goes out the window. All your music goes out the window that has to do with, both of those having to do with sex, or the vast majority of it. So your profanity goes out the window, your music goes out the window, much of your entertainment, media, marketing goes out the window. It doesn't work because, asexual. Also the what else? Music. The majority of music, majority of profanity, majority of media, majority of marketing, majority of life goals, majority of social contrivance incentive, majority of music, profanity, and media, marketing. There's one other category I always use. But yeah, like all that goes out the window just because you're asexual, let's say, or the like bisexual invalidates social contrivance. Like men can't be friends with women, assuming that they're attracted to women, and women can't be friends with men. So if you're attracted to that overall gender, all 4 billion people have to be discredited. What a logical worldview. And then you'd say, well, what about if you're bisexual? Now it's like, I guess then all people on the planet can only be seen in terms of that context. And now you can't be friends with men, even if you're a man, because you're attracted to men, and you can't be friends with women because you're a woman. You can't be friends with women either. So you can't be friends with either gender by that supposed logic, right? That same logic you would apply to, let's say, a straight person. Your boyfriend hangs out with women, so you must be worried about that. But it's like, what if they were bi? Then you'd be worried about both. So any human being that they interact with can only be seen in terms of sexual purposes because they happen to be attracted to that gender overall, or can be in some way. Like, you see how utterly invalidating that can be. So all it would take to invalidate all social contrivance is, somebody's bisexual, so now they can't interact with anybody because it would have to be sexual in nature, right? Precon. And then you invalidate many things. What is the last one? I keep forgetting. It's the majority of profanity is sexual. The majority of music is sexual. The majority of media, marketing, etc. is sexual. The majority of life goals are sexual. The majority of incentive, social contrivance aspect, motivation that way is sexual. So, so many of these things presented. So now, if you take that away, either like, oh, what do you replace that with? Or it shows you that artifice of that, like, oh, well, that's not sort of the end-all, be-all that you're making it out to be. It's just a natural, normal process, part of life, right? And so that could be framed as anti, like, oh, you're somehow anti-this or anti-that. But it's a case where you're not anti, right? You're not anti would be like, oh, you're stopping other people from doing it or arguing against doing it. You could just be not doing it yourself, even without that premise, like or even you could either not do it, or you could do it in such a way that you just sort of de-emphasize it as you're doing it. Okay, let's indulge this little stupid test that I'll try to time it too, but it's very hard to keep track of the number. I guess you could just look at it and count maybe after that. Try to name 100 women, and I did just think about it too, so maybe that makes it unfair, but it'll be impossible for me to keep track of the count. So I'm doing it on recording, so it's 11:07, so I'll wait till 11:08, and I'll just rattle off as many women as I can. It seems so easy because you can just go like name by name, letter by letter, right? And you can just make up names too, is what I thought. Like, oh, Jennifer Smith and Allison Smith and Brianna Smith. Like, there's obviously going to be somebody named that. So, but it has to be somebody you know. Okay, it's 11:08, so let's start. Allison Williams, Jennifer Aniston. The problem is I'll repeat too. Jennifer Lawrence, Susan Boyle, Catherine Bigelow, who made the Hurt Locker, Ellen Page before the change, Ellen DeGeneres. You have Courtney Cox. You have Julia Louis-Dreyfus. You have Sydney Sweeney. You have Jennifer Love Hewitt. You have Jennifer Lopez. You have Selena Gomez. You have Taylor Swift. You have Vanessa Hudgens. You have Mila Kunis. You have Laura Prepon. These are 70s show. You have Sigourney Weaver. You have Audrey Hepburn. You have Katharine Hepburn. You have Michelle Obama. You have Melania Trump, Kai Trump. You also have the ability to Desi Domo is a chick who makes like parody videos, some obscure comedian. You have Alyssa Milano. You have Iman Anis, who is like Pokemon's real name. I could do other streamers, but unless I know their full name, I won't say it. Melina from streaming, who actually I don't know her last name. I'm kind of being slow, but okay, we got a good number. So now let's go. Allison Williams, Alicia Keys, Avril Lavigne, Britney Spears, Caitlin Clark, Sabrina Ionescu. These are WNBA players. Brittany Griner, although some people may debate. Aja Wilson, Angel Reese, then Diane Ladd, Eleanor Roosevelt. It seems so easy, but it's deceptive. And see, I have these lulls. Like, there should be something else. Like, other actors, actresses. Jodie Foster. You have, damn it. It's been like 3 minutes, and I probably rattled off a good number, but now I'm just at a loss. Zendaya. You have, Amelia Earhart, and you have the girl on the train, what's her name? On the bus who gets pushed back. I can't remember her name now. Oprah Winfrey. You have Oprah. You have Catherine Keener. You have the chick who made Star Wars that pissed everybody off. Catherine Hickland. Susie Hayner. These are like hypnotists. Anna Rose, unless these are maybe stage names, but you have, you could go by like screen names, like, oh, Doja Cat, but that's not her name. Like, I don't know. What else do we have here? So that's been 4 minutes, so I don't know if I really got 100, but Taylor, I don't know. Carrot Top. I don't know. It really started to die out. I'm naming people who are obscure that you would know. Aisling Cowan, who's like a hypnotist. Like, I know a lot about psychology, hypnosis, fetish Andy over here. You have you could like name the wives of famous people, like Vanessa Bryant, Gigi Bryant. I mean, I guess that's not a woman, rest in peace. Then you have like Anya Taylor-Joy and Margot Robbie. Okay, that was 5 minutes, I guess. So I wonder how many I got. It didn't seem like 100 at all, actually, but maybe that is harder than I give it credit for. Like, who... It seems so easy, but I don't know. Alice Eve from the fucking Star... Like, so much of it I just do by films and television, like, obviously. So let's do something here. Like, I'm going to look at my friend's comments that he gave me access to. And a lot of them he steals from me or whatever. So it's like the most unhinged comments on YouTube. And we'll take a look at what it's going to be. Like, I'll have to guess what they are or whatever. So let's look at this one. Near catastrophic incident. Plane lands without clearance. And so Fargo attitude, like, that they're so nonchalant about it, I guess. I think I've seen that one. Bathroom Gambit, this is like where Magnus resigns after, offers a draw after like 5 moves or something. And then Russell Westbrook reaction to the difference in the win percentage thing. That like, those 5% difference in wins when you get a triple-double versus Jokic included him winning a championship, because of course you didn't win one. Somebody said Ringo Starr, everybody should be shot when they're 60 years old, and they are. And then he puts China, just use COVID instead to kill the old people. Right, old people are useless, just taking up space is what he says. This one is Brad Pitt explaining something about Quentin Tarantino. And then, here's the thing. Feet are part of the artistic vision of the story. Like, kind of qualifying how he would explain it. This is what he would tell us. Look, there's more to it than just whatever. So what ends up happening is, this is a technique that he uses a lot. Like, he'll quote something as if it's a real quote that somebody said, even though it's not, but it sounds like something they would say or they might say or whatever. You're sort of riffing on them in some way. So now, this one is like, you should try as hard as you can. Like Kobe Bryant played the All-Star game like it was Game 7 of the finals. And then someone gets injured, skull dead emoji, because that's why they don't do it. So I can't blame them. And a lot of these get a lot of upvotes here. I don't get it. The other camels will never believe, bro. I don't know what that is, what the video is. And that, son, is how camels took over the planet. This is kind of a good feature, though. It lets you see like your whole YouTube comment history. I do kind of like that. Not that I ever use it, but like I don't even post comments, but maybe I should. He has more subscribers than me, but even though he doesn't post any videos, because his comments are so upvoted. The only load management I expect is with my girl at home. Mikhail Ironman Bridges, because he never misses games. Some of these I'm not going to know what the video is because I'm just looking at the comment list. Fully in sync, conjoined twins, energy. He started using this when he started to use the skull emoji. He sort of does it ironically, but Kyrie Irving tribute to Kobe, like at a statue or something, and then he says, "No photos, it's a emotional moment," and then the cameraman, eyeball, mouth, eyeball emoji. Interesting clips to watch, part 33. Yeah, he copies and uses a lot of my arguments and discussions and stuff over the years that Bro makes middle school level jokes. Everyone, what a genius, about Norm Macdonald. Magnus Carlsen shows up late. I was busy mating. In chess, right? In chess, right? some inspirational quotes. Bro is trying too hard, in quotes. Bro is the one saying it too. Like, it's hard to appreciate these without the full context of it. Like, I can't see what the video is or what the context is. This one's one of my old arguments about the game theory for Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, where Dart should have been beaten by equal attack, whatever. I won't even bother rehashing it, but he did a pretty good job explaining it in the comment here. Yeah, let's see how many upvotes that got. Only like one. You know, it's not like I tell him to do this. In fact, it's almost the other way, where he likes stealing things that I say when I could care less. Nikola Jokic Googles himself. Bro phoned this in like a $5 gig on Fiverr. If you know, you know. The gig doctor, Ligma doctor style. Did Curry break the unwritten rule? And this is probably something about LeBron, like, Boo-hoo, bro joined a prime Wade who outscored Finals MVP. Dirk, clown, emoji. Don't cry about super teams, mister. Not one, not two, not three. That one should have gotten some good upvotes. That's a pretty good comment. I mean, you know, some of these will be me verbatim, just some copying me, but some of them are just inspired by my overall thing. I did point that out in a way that surprised people, but I was always good with those kind of handy stats, like Dwayne Wade outscored Dirk in both of the finals that Dirk appeared in. Right, that both as finals MVP and something else. Majority of these start with bro or end with a skull dead emoji. Bro is a little washed. Are there more chairs than there are people? And then he says, who is counting the chairs? Clown. Steph Curry is tougher to guard than Allen Iverson. Monte Ellis catching unconscionable strays. Look how artfully he says some of this. Oh yeah, this reminds me of a good one he had, like, I like the headless horseman finds his head, and then he says in the comments, so how did you find it? Like in quotes, like somebody's asking him, I was just walking. I was just Walken, like, because he's played by Christopher Walken. I was just walking. So this one's similar. I don't know exactly what the video is, but, oh yeah, right. How do you get to work? By walking? The last chapter in the book of LeBron's career right here. A lot of this won't really make sense to you unless I know the video, unless I can give context to it. There's a lot from Botez Live where he's always relentlessly critical of them, similar to how I was, but he can get away with it, I guess. He's trying to avenge me and my whatever I had said. I've played these currencies before, something probably to do with crypto. My blanket at 3 a.m. How bro discovered how black holes work, blanket. What's the more brain rot thing, the skull dead emoji or the thing? I don't really like the that's kind of dumb. Like just put AAH after everything. Just like putting the skull, I guess, after everything. I've rigged these trades before. Look. Bro almost had a regular season against every team, like LeBron's record, I guess, against every team, or Luka bringing that scoring champion body. Bro was macking on those churros from San Antonio, obviously Charles Barkley reference. He goes from like very intellectual to kind of dumb like me. This is really hard to do when you're driving, obviously. Jokic shocked the Warriors with a 3-point shot to win. This is what we're getting in my suggestion. It makes you seem like I'm a big NBA fan, but like, I don't even care about it. I just like the drama. Not my name quarterback. I don't know. It's kind of hard to do when you're just doing random stuff. But okay, let's look at a concept here. Like, the less you care about something, the more likely you are potentially to achieve it. And from a certain point of view, like, you kind of don't overemphasize it. Like, you know, you're kind of like, you know, you're cool and calm, so therefore you save your best for when it's needed, that kind of thing. Yeah, if you have actually high standards or any true value, which you might think, oh, but people are caught up in their reactionary ways, but that's the whole realization that you have to have, that at what point does that process end then? It'll just go on forever with low standards. First time I saw Shaq in person, I said, man, I thought he said the same thing, man, he ugly, but he said it before, like with that's a big dude. See, Shaq's a good sport about stuff like that, but then sometimes he gets sensitive and brings up his rings. Or yeah, here's a good take I had, like, Caitlin Clark's whole thing, right? People keep defending it or on one side or the other making it about race, but here's one fair point that obviously isn't her fault, but it's like, you know, Angel Reese being jealous or other players wanting credit. Like, think about, you're the best player in the WNBA, whoever that is, like Aja Wilson or whatever, right? Pretend you're them, and it's like, oh, look at Caitlin Clark, she's getting so much attention and she deserves it because she's so good. But is it really because she's so good? Like, maybe at her age or something, but like, they're clearly still better than her, you know, when she was coming in the league and all this. So if it's purely about who's the best or how good she is, there were better players than her all along in the WNBA. It's not fair to compare that to a new player coming in. But I'm saying, for the amount of attention she's getting, doesn't Aja Wilson and other players in the league already who are better than her at that point, don't they deserve a little bit of credit too? Or so it is selective in that way. I'm not saying it's because of race or something that people try to make it about, but clearly she got a certain amount of undue credit just because of the storyline or whatever the reason. Because if it's purely about how good you are, then, and it's the same thing like with even the other players coming in, like, oh, well, she's getting all this credit because she's better than Angel Reese and this and that. Like, okay, she's better, but is she that much better? Like, the amount of media attention she got compared to Angel Reese or Cameron Brink or other players, compared to, like, Cardoso, I haven't heard her name at all. Like, the amount of attention she got, right, Caitlin Clark, compared to the other players like that, who are still good players, very good players, she's gotten like a 10 out of 10, but they've gotten like a 4 out of 10, or not even, you know. So relatively, like, is she that much better than those players? Like, okay, Angel Reese isn't as good as Caitlin Clark, fine. But that doesn't mean that, oh, Angel Reese should get 0 media attention, or far less, and, you know, she has to kind of fight for it or make a big deal, whereas Caitlin gets it, you know. So there's an excess to do with that. It doesn't mean that Caitlin's overrated, but it means some of these other players are underrated because, again, look at her numbers compared to somebody else. Well, she's not the best player in the league, so why don't they get credit? Or she's not that much better than Angel Reese. Like, again, you might be better, but does the amount that you're better by justify the amount of attention you're getting over them? Like, where she's getting insane amounts of coverage, whereas they get very little. It's like, that's not really fair. So it's not purely about just how good you are. It's about some other... Again, it's sometimes just a storyline, like, oh, Jeremy Lin was getting so much attention during Linsanity, or Tim Tebow was getting attention during that. Like, there's other reasons than just purely how good you are. Michael Jordan got so much more attention than, like, you know, players like a Tim Duncan or something like that. You know, Magic and Bird were getting the attention, but Kareem was actually better than either of them, so... Sometimes the attention isn't always based on how good you are. It's based on the storyline, it's based on the media. So, like, by that token, you might think, oh, I'm saying Michael Jordan's overrated. But it's not either he's overrated or other players are underrated, because Kareem was never talked about as much as Michael. Does that mean Michael's better? Even if you think Michael's a little better, right, you wouldn't say by too much, obviously. The slight difference of him possibly being a little bit, just a tiny bit better, would not justify him getting absolutely, you know, worshipped by the media, whereas Kareem gets ignored, right? So there's obviously other things that go into it. His personality, people don't like him as much. Maybe he's rude to reporters at times throughout his career. Maybe the position, the sky hook, the style of play isn't as marketable. So his personality and his style of play were maybe considered boring, even if he was just as good, even if he's better. So there's don't get me wrong, that incentive is there. Like, you know, Tim Duncan didn't get kind of the coverage that you want, but Kobe did, or other players did, LeBron's. There's always a bias skewed against big men, for one. It's so much so that the rules of the game have changed to get rid of them almost altogether, right? Oh yeah, here's another good one, like the whole, you know, the NBA already has a 4-point line. You just don't realize it. So if I present the idea that, oh, we should add a 4-point line to the league, and if you dislike that idea, then basically what you're saying is you dislike the state of the game today, and you dislike how many 3-pointers there are, and you dislike that natural evolution of the game, and you dislike the rules facilitating that. So why don't we go back to adding hand checking and all the physicality, right, and make it so that at least threes are harder to get and stuff like that. But what you're really saying is, oh, you don't like the way the game is now because it's, you know, they're playing as if there's a 4-point line, even though there isn't, with all these deep threes. So we've already gotten to the point where the players are so skilled that they can hit those, and the defense maybe allows it to some extent, but then again, the players are sometimes just so good you can't stop it. And then part of that is also that again, like the value of stretching the floor like that is already there. So would you rather have a 4-point line that actually rewards them for doing that, or would you rather them take those kind of longer shots anyway that are way deeper than 3 just because of the spacing and other reasons? So like, you've already created the conditions of the league to have a 4-point line. It's as if it already does. You just have to catch up with the times, right? Steph Curry has almost owed that in his career, that he deserves a 4-point line to be added before he retires, because that's what the game. You might say, oh, but that ruins the game, or there'll be even more deep shots. But you're already there. So if you don't like that, then maybe you should get rid of the 3-point line, or maybe you should get rid of the fact that the style of play in general. And one thing that's funny too is, as much as people make fun of the WNBA, it's a very skill-based game because they can't rely on athleticism. So I'm not saying they're more skilled than NBA players, but I'm saying that it's more skill-based in the sense that they can't rely on dunking and just pure strength, so they have to rely on shooting and passing and dribbling and skills like that more than even the NBA that has both. But that's the whole irony. People would make fun of the WNBA, but you don't realize that the NBA in its current state, if you do like it, resembles the WNBA more than ever before. So if you like the modern NBA, you would like the WNBA because this is the closest the two have ever been to each other, right? And if you make fun of the WNBA, then you should say you don't like the NBA right now and you want it to go back to the 90s or 80s or whatever, because right now it resembles. It's moved in that direction a lot more, right, in the last 20 years. More emphasis on perimeter play, 3-point shooting, jump shots, dribbling, passing, less emphasis on just posting up in bigs and brute force and everything like that. It's more a finesse game like that. And then that's the whole irony. You'll make fun of it with the WNBA, but you kind of made the NBA more like that than ever before, right? You moved in that direction. And there's one fallacy with that, like does that make it more or less impressive? Like, wouldn't you? It's more skill-based because, you don't rely on athleticism as much, which is fine with me, but either way, but, does that make it better or worse? And then you also have, there was one other fallacy with it, but it's just like, how good would the best players be? They could be like role players probably in the NBA. People sometimes exaggerate that too much and say, they can still hit jump shots, they can still do this and that. It wouldn't be like, again, they wouldn't be stars, but like the best players in the WNBA could be like a bench player, a role player, hit a couple shots, catch and shoot, like a Steve Kerr type of guy. I mean, you act like everybody's just jacked out. Steph Curry physically isn't that intimidating, so like, if you can shoot and you can dribble like him, then why can't you do it? What about him being a man? His style of play doesn't make you think, oh, he's a big, strong, 7-foot man. Like, he's a finesse, kind of player anyway. So there's a lot of that. This was one take that I demonstrated. Larry Brown is better than Phil Jackson because, again, in 2004, you take an underdog team that in hindsight we might act like is so good, but an underdog team with a lot of players who were good, solid players, Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, not saying that they're not good players, but they hadn't won anything before that, they didn't really win anything after that, so it was clearly Larry Brown was the defining factor. He helped Allen Iverson get to the 2001 finals, and you might say, oh, but Iverson carried them, but the whole point of that team's construction was Iverson took care of the offense, but the defense was what got them there. Because by that logic, all it took to get to the finals was Iverson just carrying them. Then why didn't he do it any other year in his career or every other year? So obviously there was something about that where the defense was actually pretty good. Larry Brown's coaching is great. The rebounding, etc. was good. So it's not the sexy areas, but that does matter. And especially at that time. But so the same thing with the Pistons. Like, you took a lot of good players, but turned it into a championship team and made it back to the finals again the next year. And you did that through good defense and good coaching, where the sum is greater than its parts, right? So you didn't just beat the Lakers with 2 of the top 5, top 10 players of all time in their prime. You didn't just beat them, you destroyed them in 5 games. So like reverse the roles. I know in hindsight we'll act like, well, we'll try to make excuses. Oh, the Pistons were better than we think, but at the time people weren't saying that, and we only consider them so good because they won that. Like, in and of themselves, you wouldn't immediately say that roster is so great. And then on the flip side, you'll say, oh, well, Kobe and Shaq were feuding, but you have 2 of the top 10 players of all time in their prime, and you as a coach can't make that work. You made it work to get to the finals. You made it to work to win 3 in a row, right? Like, don't give me that excuse now. You made it to the finals that same year. How did you make it to the finals? Oh, they couldn't get along, but they got along to get through the Western Conference. So how come they get destroyed now? Now you use that as an excuse. Like, I don't want to hear that now, right? And then, like, when a team's going for a three-peat, like Kansas City now, or the Bad Boy Pistons in the 80s, like, oh, you know, they got old. They're on a two-peat going for a three-peat, and oh, now they got old. Like, well, were you old when you won the first two? Like, I understand it takes a toll, but you shouldn't use that. You should say, we should have won. We should have, you know, win like a champion, lose like a champion. But, yeah, Larry Brown proved he's better because, again, Phil Jackson, supposedly a better coach, has 2 of the top 10, top 5 players of all time in their prime, right? And you aren't able to use that to win against a team of good, solid players. Again, not necessarily as great as they seem now in retrospect. You'll say, oh, they're a Hall of Famer because of that. But at the time, you wouldn't have said that. And if they didn't win that, you wouldn't have said that. So again, with a good, solid team, but like, you made that so much better than what it was. Nobody would look at that and say, reverse the roles then. Give Larry Brown, Kobe, and Shaq in their prime, and give Phil Jackson a team of good, solid players like that. It would be totally different. The expectation wouldn't be there. You wouldn't even be in the finals. Like, so Larry Brown overachieves and then he gets punished for it. Like, oh, you know, 2001, you lost. Like, how is that fair? Larry Brown gets you there, and then, oh, you have a prime Shaq and a prime Kobe, and you win then. And, oh, look at Phil Jackson. But then you have the same prime Shaq and prime Kobe. In fact, Kobe was even better then in 2004. And you destroy them. So that proves in a singular sense, like, give Larry Brown 2 of the top 10 players of all time, and give Phil Jackson a bunch of, again, solid players, but that weren't established or weren't like that's what established them. That's what makes you think that they're good, is the fact that they were part of that team. So again, you collectively had a great team effort with Rip Hamilton, Rasheed, Ben Wallace, you know, Tayshaun Prince, Chauncey Billups, all good, solid players, but nothing that would say, oh, you should win or you should beat 2 of the top 10 players in their prime all time. You know, you got Karl Malone, you got Gary Payton. Not that they're in the best shape of their life, but still. So yeah, that proves to me definitively that Larry Brown is better. If you reverse the teams, there's no way that Phil Jackson wins with that team. I guarantee it. There's no expectation with that. You know, Phil Jackson had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and he had the big names, Kobe and Shaq. Those were his kind of teams. He couldn't even win with that all the time, but he can't win with Chauncey Billups and Rasheed Wallace. Like, you would have to be a better coach like Larry Brown to do that. And then the other point was, I should always have uploaded that bubble take somewhere, like, where I've explained that so many times, but there was one other point, I can't remember. So there's this one X Factor character, right, in one of my key stories that, like, he has this secret that he has, like, a very complex thing about him that some of this would almost be better visually, like if I could draw or if I had some animation studio behind me, right? Like, it's very hard to verbalize or write it, but, like, he has this main character, what would be seen as, like, a main character syndrome, right? Where he has this bout with himself, and then he's tried to kill himself in the past. So it's a good overlap with the absolutist tendency, self-infliction, I should call it, the euphemisms of absolutists, but that's not really why, but like stimuli act me to associate anything with sex. But, like, the reason why is because the absolutists would do a certain self-infliction concept to show that their life is in their own hands. He would do it to sort of remove the need. So, like, there's a line that's quite impactful. There's like 2 lines that are in this similar mentality. One of them with this, like, religious king, basically, the 2 kings dynamic that I've talked about as, like, a story template, where he says, I love how that would be the difference. Like, well, I was always had my inhibition about doing it because my standard was too high. Not because the material wasn't necessarily good. On the contrary, it might be really good. It feels like you're doing something bad, like you're reducing it to some lowest common denominator escapism, but that's what you have to do, I guess. But it's like we are discussing like atheism, believing in God and all this, and it's like we are born naked, or what does he say first? Like we are born atheists, basically, and then he responds, the religious king, we are born naked, do we live so? Just because we're born naked doesn't mean we live naked, the same way like just because we're born atheists doesn't mean we have to live that way. And then this line is more like, I can't remember exactly what it is. It's like, something that like you must end the world or yourself, right? You must, like, if you don't vouch for it, right, you have this cognitive dissonance, you can't find value in it. So it's like you must either destroy the world or yourself, and then it's like they come to the same thing, right? Your awareness of the world is the only matter that there is. So the self-infliction there would be very clear, like, oh, the fact that you could destroy the world and try to do something like that to sort of show some, lack of value for it, or, reach a state of sort of stasis. Or you could just do self-infliction and it comes to the same thing. It doesn't matter, right? If your awareness is no longer there, it's as if the world is no longer there because it's only there to you, right? The fact that it happens to exist on its own doesn't matter because only your perception is reality. So like, oh, you could destroy the world and everybody in it in 1 second, right? Just with self-infliction. That's the implication there. I can't remember exactly how it was written. So it gives you the power there in a different way, like everything is in your control and you're choosing to experience it and you're choosing to do it, and nobody can really tell you or make you do something because it's all you, right? Your perception is in your control. As soon as you want, you could just not do it, or you could do anything and then people have to stop you. So like, you wouldn't be inhibited because it's just, your life is truly in your own hands and you could do whatever you want with it. It gives you that sort of freedom. Now, within the longevity process, that can be difficult to do, but I was going to order something here to eat, but now my phone died, so now I'm going to have to fucking pull over to order, but also to charge it. Like, I don't know how long it'll take. But yeah, those are two key lines. I wish I could remember the exact phrasing of that. It was like, you must end the world or yourself. And it's like they come to the same thing. You could destroy the world in an instant, not with some nuclear bombs or some meteor or some special thing, just with your own awareness, if that's gone, right? It's the idea that you can't reconcile with the cognitive dissonance of something, or it's like an absurdist, it's almost something out of like Waiting for Godot, right? The way that they talk in that, some of these scenes remind me of that, or would make me think of it. So like this two kings dynamic of the two kings discussing their conflicting philosophies and everything, that could be a great way to do a dialogue between the two, that you have such an established and fleshed out thought process. So one would be like sort of a functional delusion that like, oh, I realize that religion isn't real ultimately, but I pretend that it isn't, and on the surface level I'll do that because it's useful and it does psychologically positive things and it makes people productive and behave in a certain way. So it's a way to sort of trick the human mind and the ego to behave in a way that collectively is contrived, etc. Right? And then the other side would be, what good is all that what good is a process if the way you get there is disingenuous and cognitive dissonance and dishonest, basically? You should be able to see the truth and then let the truth determine your measure, rather than let some sort of functional incentive like zero-sum state, right, determine it. That's disingenuous, right? You're only doing it because, you feel like you have to, and that's determined by forces outside your control, like, technology at the time. let's look at some lines from like a godlike character that, like he's looking at people as like primitives. These primitives could not understand, right? It's only natural that they would oppose me or not understand because they can't comprehend something so divine or something so real, right? They'll worship their little phony gods, but when they see the real thing, they deny it, they doubt it. So it shows a fault of theirs. Like, oh, they couldn't, of course, they couldn't comprehend such divinity, such, absolute truth and value and power. They just don't even get it, right? It's beyond their limited, myopic, just lowly perception. So there's a lot of that sort of writing with that particular character, and it's like it'd be easier to control them with some made-up nonsense by one of their own kind, right, than to show them the real thing. Then they doubt it. They'd never believe it then. Like, oh, that sounds, it's like, here's a way to judge truth, like the cui bono effect I talk about. What is something that has no incentive associated with it? Like just, oh yeah, let's say, okay, God's out there, and God created the universe, and that's it. Not that God is telling you what to do, or wants you to worship him, or has morality, or nothing. No, just, okay, it's like nature. Nature is objective. Like it just does what it does based on, a certain process, like storms and this and that. Like it's not revolving around you or anything like that. So there's no incentive there. It's just like, it is what it is, and that's it. Like, it's just boring and to the point. Whenever you say, oh, there's a heaven and there's a hell, and that's human thinking. That's not reality. That's not how the world works, right? We create those illusions. Like, we want to believe that, oh, when we die, we'll go to heaven. We want to believe that, oh, the people who wronged us will go to hell, right? That's, it gets tiring sometimes, but I could say the same logical razors over and over again. You cannot dissuade with reason what came about by desire. It's just like, you just don't get it, I guess. I don't know. But yet, I do still see it at the same time. Like, oh, but despite that, I understand why people believe it, because it's like a bypassing. So it gives people a certain structure and comfort and peace of mind, similar to folly favoritism. The main difference there is you're not vouching for it as being real in the process. Some of these end up being pretty good. Some of these discussions, it's just like, there's no audience for it. Like, I don't know. You'd rather be Kai Cenat or some shit. Like, I don't care. This is what I do, so... I mean, I'm doing React stuff too. That should appeal more, but... I guess what you really have to do is just steal people's content. Like, just show the video. Like, oh, I'm reacting to Dragon Ball Super, so I'm just going to show the whole fucking episode as I do it. Like, come on. I was thinking I could almost react to some of my own, like, gaming videos over time, but I don't know if I really want to do that. But yeah, you have that godlike figure. It's a situation where, you sort of look at fiction that way in a disappointing way, like, oh, it reduces everything to kind of some flashy thing that's just entertainment. Like, what does it matter how Super Saiyan works? What does it matter how, all these kind of sci-fi, the Force in Star Wars, like, what does that tell you about life? What does that do for you, right? Like, it's nice to get invested in it, but like, at least if you say, oh, something to do with the story that we can learn or whatever, but it's just arbitrary stuff that doesn't really matter. You get caught up in the minutia of it. Now, it can still be impressive, like, oh, that's cohesive and immersive, but it's just not something. It shows you what it's really about, like, oh, fiction or art or whatever. It's not really going to change anything. It's not really going to affect the world or your life. It's just going to be like, it's just escapism, gives you a little distraction, that's it. Like, whereas if it was more direct, it wouldn't really be fiction at all. It'd be like, just philosophy. You would just say, okay, straight up, this is how something, like a logical razor, and this can affect your life, and this can be eye-opening to you. Yeah, I haven't reacted to anything in a couple of days. I've just been doing these little tangents about different topics I've written about, or I liked that section where I was going through my notes, actually. That was kind of good, because it was actually, it's sometimes hard to translate that from one to one, like, the way I write it, and it won't be super clear, but you can kind of extract a cohesive, good idea from it, and, you know, that's the difference between the mind and the spoken word. Like, that's why I say it's the lowest measure. Like, it's, you know, writing something down, like this would be the hierarchy. Your mind in thought, and, you know, you're thinking, so it's infinite, objective, limitless, that's it, right? There's no limit, so that's the highest form of it. Then you have, like, putting it down to a piece of paper. That could still be pretty open-ended, because you could just keep going and going, and it's free form, it's not incentivized, reduced to some sort of social structure. Then the lowest form is social contrivance, like, oh, but now you have to account for other people and their feelings and the structure that you're in, the environment that you're in, the people you're around. You have to dumb it down for that lowest common denominator, collective appeal, right? So value is judged based on ignorance, insistence, like some kind of a familiarity fallacy, precon. So, like, you're not really valuing it. It's just like, that's the best way to expose a contrivance process too. Like, just with neutrality and non, that exposes the negative process right there that you somehow have to overcompensate for. But in a process or structure of true value, that wouldn't be necessary, because the value would speak for itself, or there wouldn't be any value. You wouldn't need to overcompensate for it. So neutrality, non, monotone, that sort of thing would be fine or good, or not good, but it would just be let reality speak for itself instead of trying to overcompensate, because then it's arbitrary. Anybody can do that with anything, or that shouldn't be the defining factor. It could be redundant if something's good already, or it could be overcompensative in a negative way, kind of deceptive, kind of almost to fool you somehow, deceive you somehow. I've been listening to music actually in the last couple of sessions. Like, we're listening to a lot of that would be like a funny thing. Like, my recap is all these Red John songs. It was like, bro is a fan of a serial killer, just because all the songs are so good. But yeah, just the way they catch him is so disgusting. Like, it's not, that's actually the layers of it. Like, the best way to catch somebody would be like what? Let me try to think of an example. Something where it actually feels believable in game theory, right? So the middle tier would be like Death Note, even though I don't like it, right? At least they qualify it and say, okay, even though the plan gets convoluted and isn't the most convincing, at least they say Mello plus Nier working together was enough to take down Light. I can accept that. Right, whereas here, they don't even do that. So this is bottom tier, like, oh, how did Jane beat Red John when he couldn't beat him the rest of the show? He just did. There wasn't any game theory like, oh no, he got helped by something, somebody else. Two people working together that could maybe match Red John. Hightower comes in, his dad comes in from the circus, I don't fucking know. It's actually Bertram, and he has a phobia of clowns, like, that's one of my favorite theories ever, actually. That is so unbelievably... And it's sort of the thing that a character like Jane would do. I remember that time when we were playing poker, and you were struggling to keep your poker face, and therefore that is your phobia. Not the stupid pigeons and the bird. Like, I don't know, I always feel like I come up with better theories. That's something organic in the story, and it even answers the one reason why he couldn't be Red John. Like, that theory is perfect. That would be the theory I would have gone with, because it was a couple of seasons removed, too, so you're not immediately thinking about it. But then again, astute fans were thinking about it. They were saying, like, oh, Bertram can't be Red John because he doesn't have a good poker face. So it even addresses that. Jane would have thought, I knew you had to be Red John, but you couldn't be because you couldn't keep a poker face. So what is it? Was that some sort of trick to try to fool me? To just pretend like you couldn't keep your poker face, or what? And then Jane, in his typical deductive way, would have figured out, oh, it must be he has a phobia, now we know. And then that phobia is of clowns. Like, that would be of clowns. And so because he sees the Joker on the card, that is like a perfect... That would have been deserved. Now, how exactly you would manifest the clowns in there, I don't know. Right, like, I don't know how he would do that. It wouldn't be enough to just show him a card with that on there, right? That would just make him mildly uncomfortable. Like the way the pigeon is done so heavy-handed. Like, I have to hand you the bird seed and the breadcrumbs, and then you have to take them in your hand, and then he releases the bird, and then, you know, that moment actually is an analogy for the whole show. Breadcrumbs are the only thing that Red John gave you over the course of the show to work with, right? You were living off his breadcrumbs that he was giving you. But it's more than that. It's like he had to give you that opportunity. Like, what if he says, no, can I show you something? No, and you shoot him. He shoots Jane in the face. Like, what about that? There's nothing Jane can do. So, like, he's relying on his arrogance to come to the church when he doesn't have to. He's relying on his arrogance to spare his life when he doesn't have to. He's relying on his arrogance to show off when he doesn't have to. He's relying on his arrogance to take the breadcrumbs when like, it's too much. You're giving him too many chances. So Red John, almost bored with the situation, takes the breadcrumbs. But again, I love that. This is a serial killer, and he doesn't have a taser. He doesn't have a rope. He doesn't have another gun. He doesn't have anything. Like, I don't get it. You might say, oh, it's because he faked his death, but that's even more reason to have more weapons on you, because it's like, oh, what if he gets stopped at the airport? What if he gets stopped by cops? But he can't get stopped by anybody. Why? Because he's living underground. Because why? He's faked his death. So it's not that, oh, he's got to make sure to travel light because his guns might stand out. But it doesn't matter because he can't be seen anyway. Like, he's supposed to be dead, so never mind the guns, they'd be shocked that he's even alive. So you see how that comes to play. Like, but yeah, that is an abysmal ending. It's really one of the worst. I mean, I think I've realized that more than anything. I have this editorial sense. Like, I can take a story moment. I'm not saying I could write the story or I could write a better story than some of these, but I can take it and look at it objectively and be like, wouldn't it be better if this? And it's consistent with the writing. I swear, like, that is the perfect... I couldn't argue with that. Like, Red John, even in his brilliance, right, I couldn't argue with that. But he would need some help from somebody. Like, he has his carny friends appear, and you know, Oscar is I don't know exactly how you would show that scene. That's maybe the problem with it. But no, that is one of my favorite theories ever. Like, it just feels right. That would have been the ending we deserved. And it's still not satisfactory because still, Red John, but whatever, I can accept that. Because the pigeon thing is too recent, like, oh, season 6. I almost want to watch my own video off this, but it's like 2 hours long, like, of me talking about all this Red John suspects and all the theories and everything. I kind of ranked them, and I really like Brett Stiles too. He just had the aura and the, you know, intelligence and everything like that. His character was just too good to be wasted like that. Either he shouldn't have died, or the way that Ray Hafner and him die is just like stupid. Like, what does that tell us? Like, that was so dumb. They could have had an arc that was actually, I think it was actually part of the plan, or maybe I just imagined this too, editorial sense, that like Ray Hafner and Raymond Hafner and Brett Stiles would be like, they would survive the whole thing, and now they'd be a little pissed at Jane too. And now after Red John's done, he tries to take down Brett Stiles, Jane, and take down Visualize the cult. So like the rest of the show would be like trying to take down Visualize, which they built up as a thing the whole show. And even though it's, you know, not like Brett's a completely evil guy, but that would be the final arc, the Visualize arc, where you say, okay, I'm going to take down Brett Stiles and take down his cult and expose some stuff. So that would be the final villain after Red John. That would have been perfect too, instead of the stupid FBI, whatever the fuck. It's like material that's already there. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't get him to do that many episodes, Malcolm McDowell, but he wouldn't have needed to do that many either. He would just do a scene here, a scene there, and then he'd be the final boss. I don't know, that would have been good too. if I was like a big streamer or millionaire, I would try to buy the rights to that shit and fucking do it. Like, it deserves to be done. That's how bad it is of an ending. Because you have so many good characters. Even Ray was a good guy, like, so they die. I mean, it's not entirely Jane's fault, but, like, it's just stupid to kill them off like that. So you kill off the two who aren't. Like, think about the significance of those two characters, especially Brent Stiles. Like, that's all we get. He just dies, and that's it. Which, in a way, it shows you the kind of god that you're dealing with Red John. Like, none of these characters can even remotely figure out or stop what's happening. Jane even walks them into that like sitting ducks. When they don't have the tattoos, he should just let them leave, but then he gets them blown up too. Like, Red John is always in control of every situation that he's in. There's never a time when he's not. Like, you can't get this guy. Even that meeting, like, you just couldn't get him. Right, like, what's the absolutist method that would work? Those three have the tattoos. I'm going to fucking blast them. Get them in the corner, and I'm going to fucking blast all three of them before they can do anything. But instead, Jane wants to find out which one it is and then really torture him or whatever. But no, the writers also start handing things out to Jane, like, Red John hasn't made mistakes in season 1, right? And then, he's just magically going to make a series of mistakes where he gives you the phobia, and he gives you the tattoo clue, and he doesn't finish off Kira Tinsley fast enough, and all this kind of stupid stuff. Right, like, he suddenly starts making mistakes that he wouldn't normally make. So if that's the way you beat him, then that's not really him at all. You don't want to feel like, the only reason why you beat him is because he's not at his best, or, he just got overconfident. Like, he was always overconfident, but he was right to be, and he never let it get him caught. Or the one way that can be excused is, like, the collective, game theory. Like, okay, he might be in a weakened state, but that's only because of teamwork between Jane and Lisbon, and they could all be working together. And then I had, like, that alternate ending too, like, where Jane actually dies and Red John gets away, and then the team goes after him. And, it's like they're all collectively, through everything they've learned from Jane, are able to finish McAllister off. Right, they're able to catch him. And there's some pretty funny scenes I wrote for that, like Lisbon getting pissed and yelling at Van Pelt and taking it out on her because she's the novice, and also her stupidity with Craig O'Loughlin. Like, even though that was a long time ago, it's like just showing she's kind of the weak link. So Lisbon takes out her anger on Van Pelt over the loss of Jane, that she's very upset, and she starts drinking like her father did, but they're working together out of, like, Lisbon's garage or some shit, and they're doing research. And you might think, well, how can they catch Red John when Jane couldn't? But it's like Jane leaves, like, one key clue, right, that he had the pigeon in his pocket and he didn't get to use it, but that tells you that it must have been McAllister, because Lisbon remembers that, I remember why would Jane have had that? So that would be the thing. Like, Jane's best effort would just be good enough to give a clue to them, right? And then that clue could finally, through great difficulty, through all four of them working together, with everything that they've learned from Jane over the years, then they could go. And then even the final scene I wrote, like, Red John kills all of them in the final showdown, even though Red John gets killed himself. So he's about to die, but then he gets them all too at the same time. So everybody's dying. And then Lisbon, this is an awesome image to end off on, like if this was a movie. Then Lisbon gets up and then draws a smiley face. Or no, not a smiley face. A frown, like to show that Red John, normally it's a smile. So now she turned the smile upside down. Or maybe she takes an existing smiley face that's already up there that was meant for them, like that he was going to kill them, but they got the better of him that time because, whatever, all their work came to fruition. So now she takes a smile and turns it upside down, right, with her blood as she's not bleeding out. So think about the ending, though. Everybody dies. Like, look at what it took to take down this motherfucking goat. That's almost how Death Note should have ended. Like, okay, you might get light, but everybody dies. Like, literally everybody, that's, Nier should die, Mela should die, everybody should die. That way you really feel his impact. Like, okay, maybe you beat him, maybe you killed him, but he still takes you out with him.